Today's story time is about a time I was playing Xbox and someone I was playing with got so mad at me that they actually showed up at my house. Yeah, apparently Call of Duty hide and seek is a life or death situation with which you have to go physically throw hands. I knew you guys would enjoy it though, so let's get into it. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. If you are, I'd really appreciate you taking a second to press that like button. If this video gets to 2,500 likes, no joke, no scam, you will get 3 wishes from a genie. But yeah, as you guys could tell from that little intro today, I've got a story time about a dude who literally tried to show up at my house because he got so mad at me when we were playing COD. It all goes back to Call of Duty hide and seek. It was nothing really me and serious. It was me and some friends from school, and we were all having what I thought was a good time. But obviously, when you're playing hide and seek, you gotta talk crap to each other a little bit. It's not fun if everyone just sits there silently and is like, wow, good job, man, you're trying to find me. No, it's way more fun to just talk a little bit of crap, make it a little bit more engaging. And this particular round, it was a guy named Alex who lived in my neighborhood who was the seeker. And I was hiding in the spot on, I don't know if anyone will know this, Underpass in Modern Warfare 2, which if you're wearing a ghillie suit, excuse me, is a great map to hide on. And so I'm hiding and I'm just staying quiet because I'm not even really paying attention, and everyone's talking crap to Alex saying he wasn't going to find them. And like I said, I'm just like on my phone at this point. I'm not really paying attention, and one by one I hear my friends getting picked off and they're all yelling. And I don't know if it was just because it was late or I was starting to get bored because we had played it for like 5 hours, but I just wasn't saying anything at all. I was completely zoned out, literally playing Clash of Clans on my phone. I did not really care what was going on at this point. You know when it hits that point in like the gaming session where you don't really care what's going on anymore? And so I didn't even realize that I was the only one left until Alex starts like yelling my name at me, saying that I need to tell him where I am because he can't find me. And I could tell that he was getting irritated, and so I decided to just stay silent because I had been silent already, but I could just tell it was going to troll him a little bit too. And he keeps getting angrier and angrier, trying to like get my attention and demand that I tell him where I was located so he could come finish this game. And the rest of the party is like talking crap to Alex because they're all spectating me, and I'm not hiding anywhere spectacular. I'm literally just laying in a pile of bushes like underneath one of the spawn windows. But Alex is just screaming down the microphone. You know that yell on Xbox when someone's screaming down the mic so hard it sounds like it's about to break? Like the Xbox gods themselves are the only thing holding that poor microphone together. The sound is peaking. That's just what it sounds like. And then he just goes silent. Which, when someone is that mad and then goes absolutely silent, it's always my first idea to envision they've just hit that point of rage where they can't even talk anymore. And at that point, I decide to say something for the first time. And I say, hey, I'm on the map, which of course I'm on the map. It was a very trolly answer. And Alex yells that if I don't tell him where I am right now, then he's going to come to my house. And it's midnight. I'm like, dude, there's no way you're about to leave your house at midnight and come to my house. So I just start laughing. Like, all right, he's got to be just messing around with me at this point. There's no way he's actually going to come over at midnight over a stupid game. I thought he maybe was just like really committed to the bit, going full method actor a la the Joker, you know, pretending I was the reason we lived in a society, whatever Joker does to get mad at people. So I wasn't really expecting him, after I started laughing and ignoring him, to be like, you better answer the door, and then leave the party. And so the entire party is just kind of sitting there silently like, he's not actually going to go to your house, right? But the next thing we all hear is someone else who's in the party, their phone going off. And they answer it and put it on speaker, and it's Alex, and he's saying that he's gonna come to my house. And then we hear like a garage door opening and him getting on his bike, and then like the wind, as if he's riding a bike on the phone. And the guy on the phone starts trying to tell him like, hey man, don't do that. You're just gonna get both of you in trouble. Like, you're not going to wake up his parents at midnight. He's gonna get in trouble. And if you think his parents are gonna get woken up by midnight and not tell your parents, you're crazy. Which is true. Like, we both would have gotten in a crap ton of trouble. My parents would have been like, why is this dude showing up at our house at midnight, pissed off about Call of Duty? You're not playing Xbox anymore. Technically, I was supposed to have been asleep 2 hours ago. Like, it just would not have been a good situation, and I wouldn't have known how to explain what's going on. And my parents definitely would have told Alex's parents, because they would have been like, why was your kid showing up at my house at midnight? Have you never told him that that's not a good idea? So this was a no-win situation. There was no way he got a benefit out of this. There was no way I got a benefit out of this. It just wasn't possible. And I also wasn't even sure what he was mad about. Like, okay, yes, I guess he wanted to find me or whatever, and I was staying silent. But that makes you so mad that you need to show up at my house just because I was playing the game too well? You wouldn't show up at Tom Brady's house, like mad at him for throwing the ball. Tom Brady, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm just the Tom Brady of Call of Duty hide and seek, apparently. I'm so good at it that I'm making people need to like come to my house. Either way, he's on the phone and we hear his entire journey as he makes his way to my house for his idea of just some awesome revenge. And it's at this point I realize that like, okay, he's not kidding. I hear him coming. And so I start trying to think of a way to avoid him waking up my parents. Like that's ultimately number one, what I'm trying to do. I didn't want to get grounded from Xbox. I knew if my mom opened the door at midnight to someone screaming about how I was not being nice in Call of Duty, it was a wrap. So I decided that my best bet was probably just to meet him outside. So I go out into my backyard and then out the side gate to the side yard of the house where there's no lights, and I took one of my dad's flashlight that if you hit the button twice, it was a strobe light. And I'm just waiting. And it felt like that scene in Call of Duty where they're like, we're going dark. And so about 15 minutes later, I kind of hear like a bike coming around the corner, you know, the sound of a bike on gravel. And I just go silent and I'm waiting. And sure enough, it's Alex, and he gets off his bike and walks up to the garage and says like semi-loudly, not yelling, but loud enough where you could probably hear him if a window was open, Ryan, come out. And I didn't want him to wake up my parents. So I just come around the corner and start strobing the flashlight. And for those of you that don't know what that does, basically, if you're looking at someone flashing a strobe light at you in the dark, you can't really see who's behind it or what's behind it. And I was holding it probably about like forehead level, because most people hold a flashlight at like their waist height, you know? So I'm holding it up a little higher so it looks like I'm tall because I'm short at the time. And I try to do my most convincing, like, voice of someone who's older and more authoritative. And I just say, get off my property now. And I can see Alex's face because I'm the one shining the flashlight, but he can't see me, dude. And truthfully, for a second, I thought he pooped his pants, man. The look on his face was horrifying. He was so scared. You know when someone's so scared, they turn into, like, an English butler in terms of being respectful, you know? Yes, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. Absolutely, sir. I genuinely apologize. And I didn't say anything else because I didn't think the voice was going to work again. I didn't think it was convincing in the first place. And so he's running to the bike and I don't really need to say anything. And he's really freaking out. Like, you know when someone is scared so they're running faster, their adrenaline's pumping, and it's like they have superpowers for a little bit. They got super serum or whatever. Like, that's how fast he's running to his bike. I don't know if he thought I was private security or whatever, but like he could have walked on water. That's how fast he was running. And he hops back on the bike and he hits the Lance Armstrong. And not this Lance Armstrong. I'm talking pure steroid Lance Armstrong levels of speed on that bike, man. It was wobbling back and forth. And so he peels out of there and I go back through the backyard and into the house. And I start going back up the stairs thinking I just got away with this, mission accomplished, no one's gonna be any wiser. And as I start walking up the stairs, I see the lights behind me flick on. And I turn around and like a cop waiting to question me when I got home in the dark, my dad is like sitting in his recliner chair all the way laid back and goes, what was all that? And I guess it had woken him up and he had come downstairs to see what it was, but then like nothing else had happened and he had just heard the end of the interaction. And so I'm like, oh, it was nothing, just a friend who wanted to play a prank. And my dad was probably too tired to really question it because he just kind of rolled with it. And he's like, well, don't go outside that late again and tell your friends that pranking our house, especially that late, is just off limits. And so I'm like, yes, sir, absolutely. I will tell everyone that showing up at midnight to yell at me over anything would be a little bit ridiculous because it's not my house. And just in general, that's stupid. Don't go to someone's house and yell at them like, wait, what's wrong with you, bro? Over Call of Duty or in general? Either way, I go back upstairs and I get back on the Xbox and I start telling everyone in the party about what had gone down. And we all agreed that we were going to play along, that like, you know, nothing weird had happened. We were going to just see what he would say about it, even though I told them what had gone down. And about 15 minutes later, Alex gets back and he sounds exhausted, like he just ran a marathon, probably just didn't stop pedaling the entire way as adrenaline carried him here. And everybody's like, dude, what happened? What happened? And he tries to play it off like it was nothing, but once they start pressing him, he decides that he's got to tell a pretty dramatic story. It's got to be something that prevented him from interacting with me. And so he starts talking about how my house apparently has security and thermal cameras and people knew he was coming, and everyone's like, whoa, what do you mean? Tell us what happened. And he starts to tell this story about how he had pulled up and started yelling for me and like started making a huge ruckus, which isn't what happened. He said my name name semi-loudly one time. And then all of a sudden, while he was trying to start beef with me, dude, some guy comes around the corner who must have been at least 7 feet tall, shining a flashlight at me that just absolutely blinded me. Blinded me. I couldn't see anything, dude. I might as well have just been flashbanged. Like, it was awful. And I love that he said that whoever was holding it was 7 feet tall, because at the time, this is before my growth spurt, I was max like 5'6". There's no way me holding a flashlight made you think I was some freak of nature. And then apparently this 7 foot tall boogeyman that had miraculously appeared at my house for my defense started saying that if he didn't leave the property, they were gonna put him in a world full of pain. And I'm sitting there laughing because I'm like, dude, I wish all of this would have happened. Like, I just scared you with a flashlight and a stupid fake voice. But in his mind, this guy and like the security guard had a battle of words where they were going back and forth roasting each other. And I don't know why you would roast the security guard who's 7 feet tall with the flashlight saying get off the property, but he's telling everybody that him got into it. And then finally he ended up leaving because the guy was just too strong and there was no way he was gonna fight him. Keep in mind, all of this is over him trying to show up at my house to fight me over an Xbox game, and he ran away because of a flashlight. But now he's in the party saying he's just the toughest guy ever, you know, he was never afraid even for a second of any of this. He would have single-handedly destroyed the security guard if he would have put the big scary flashlight down. And I don't really care that's what he says, whatever, because all of this, in my mind, started at being so angry at a video game that you get up, you go outside, you feel the cold air, and you go, nope, I'm still angry enough. You get on your bike, think about the physical energy you're about to exert to get to that person's house, and go, still angry enough. You ride the bike to that person's house. You get your whole workout in, you know, you're supposed to have a little bit of a runner's high going maybe. Still angry. And then you proceed to get afraid of a flashlight and run away. Like, there's so many steps along that journey for you to just not be mad, and at every possible turn, he picked to be as mad as possible. Either way, the party starts laughing and is like, dude, it was him with the flashlight, and he starts arguing, saying it was literally impossible for it to have been me with the flashlight because whoever was holding the flashlight must have been like the size of Bigfoot. And we're like, yeah, okay, man, the size of Bigfoot? Listen, I was holding it up at my face, but I'm not a giant by any means. And he was getting so pissed off with us insisting that it wasn't an 8 foot tall paranormal being that he left the party and literally never played Call of Duty hide and seek with us ever again. It was like that one time just poisoned the entire experience for him, and it was not my intention to do that, to be honest. I just didn't want him to wake up my parents. It wasn't like some big evil plan for me to make him never want to play Xbox with us again. That was never my goal, obviously. This guy just took it really personally that we said Bigfoot didn't attack him. I don't know. That Alex guy always was a little bit bizarre, and showing up at people's house over Call of Duty is weird. All over a stupid video game, ladies and gentlemen. But that's not the only story I've got for y'all today. The next one is about a dude who took out his gamer rage on some drywall. Alright, there's a gift card on screen. I give away money as a thank you to everyone who's subscribed with notifications, so turn them on and press the like button. Otherwise, I don't know, just press it, I guess. I'll get back to the video now, thanks. Alright, so this one was sent in to me by someone that has 2 stepbrothers, and one of them is pushing 30 and lives in the basement and is convinced that he's going to be the, like, you know, Messi of gaming and make billions and billions of dollars being a supreme esports athlete. I'm not sure if he's aware of the fact that nobody's ever made, like, billions of dollars professionally playing video games, and if anything, I feel like most of them have made more money by streaming and whatnot rather than the game itself. But whatever, either way, it's just whatever your heart desires, I guess. But he would game 24/7 in the basement and would rage constantly. And when I say game 24/7, I mean game 24/7. There was no time for showering, all right? He was on the grind. Who has time to, I don't know, use the bathroom when you could just have a water bottle under your desk and call it a day and spend way more time efficiently gaming? That's what matters. It's not like he would get violent or anything, but they'd be all trying to eat dinner as a family and he'd be down there screaming expletives at the monitor, being like, this is so unfair. His favorite thing to do was complain about the fact that other players were fighting back in an online game. And I don't mean verbally. I mean, like, literally, he would be talking about how they should just stand there and apparently let his character just, like, beat up on them, which makes no sense, especially if you're trying to play a game competitively. Oh, I don't know why everyone tries so hard in competitive. I think everyone gets a little annoyed when someone's sweating too hard in the casual lobby. But if you join competitive and then complain complain about people trying. I feel like that's on you. I also feel like if your plan is to be a professional esports athlete making billions, you just got to accept the fact that everyone you play against is going to be trying really hard, especially if you're the dude that made $1 billion gaming. And his parents were getting really tired of it, and up to this point, they had just been footing all the bills. Which is a huge mistake. I feel like that is a big, stupid decision on their part to just be like, yeah, whatever, spend the first 12 years of adulthood living in our basement, all bills paid, go for it. But it's what they did, and at this point, they were getting tired of it, so they decided to have a talk with him about how he's almost 30, so it was probably time for him to get a job and start helping out with some of the bills, which is 12 years more than they're legally required to give him. You know, you gotta take care of your kid till you're 18. Obviously, it's nice to take care of them after that, but like, if they're gonna live in your basement till they're 50, you don't have to do that. Maybe you're being nice or whatever, but you don't have to let them live in your basement until they're 50. And so they told him that it's probably time to get a job, even if it's a part-time thing, to start helping out with the bills. And you would have thought that his parents told him to jump in front of a speeding car, dude. I can't do that and focus on my game, Dad. I don't know, man. I feel like plenty of people figure out how to do it. I feel like a lot of success stories I hear, it's like, I was working 3 jobs saving money to pay for X to chase my dreams. And I know tons of people that have jobs, work a normal schedule, and still can enjoy video games. I don't think you have to pick. And even if you're not gonna give up everything, work 40 jobs, and like only be able to game for 20 hours a week, if you have a part-time job, you 100% will still have a ton of time to play video games. They weren't asking you to go get a job at a hedge fund and put in 120-hour weeks. They were asking for the bare minimum. I'm sure he would have been able to figure it out. And his parents aren't gonna budge on the issue because it's ridiculous to say that he just won't have time to focus on his gaming if he gets a part-time job. And they're like, well, it's time for you to get a job and we can't take care of you forever. And he said that if they were serious about this, he was going to destroy his gaming setup. And I don't know why sometimes I feel like people super addicted to gaming will be like, if you don't want me to do this, then I'll break this. It's like, all right, yeah, that's literally what they want, man. And so they just blink at him when he says that threat and say, go for it. Like, yeah, by all means, dude, go destroy your Xbox. We can just avoid everything causing the problem in one go. And the conversation was heated, so he gets up and goes down to his basement dwelling, and they start to hear just like smashing noises. And they think that he's probably breaking his Xbox, his games, or whatever. And after a bit, his dad goes down there to try to calm him down because his stepmom wasn't going to go down there and get involved and like try to calm him down if he's that mad. And then his dad starts yelling. So the brother who sent this into me goes to see what's up, and he comes around the corner and sees his stepbrother's room. And it looks like somebody gave the stepbrother a treasure map that said the treasure was located somewhere within the walls, because like every 4 feet, it looks like someone punched a hole in the wall. And then, you know, if you've ever punched through drywall, like your hand is in the wall. Imagine spreading your fingers and pulling off as much of the wall as you could. It looks like that's what happened. And it looked like this guy was on a hunt for treasure. Like a good 40% of the drywall is just gone from where this guy has decided to just go to town on it. And his dad is standing there screaming at him like, you have to go, man. This is our home. You can't just destroy everything that we work for. And the son starts trying to argue with his dad, being like, well, it's your fault because you're the one who told me to get a job and you can't kick me out because I'm your son and you have to take care of me. And the dad points out that you're approaching 3 decades, pal. I don't have to take care of you anymore, and I'm especially not going to take care of you if you're going to trash my house. Like, that is just the ultimate disrespect, to destroy an entire room because you're mad that they might make you pay a little rent. They're already losing money by you not paying rent. Now they're losing extra money because they have to pay for all the repairs that you did like an idiot. And then the basement dweller has the nerve to go, well, then I'll just go ahead and talk to my lawyer. What lawyer, dude? Even his dad is like, what lawyer are you talking about? You've been living in a basement for 12 years, blowing all your money on video game skins. No lawyer is going to work for free because there's no money to get out of the situation. They're going to hear this and go, dude, get a job. Like, lawyers are expensive. You can't afford that. And the son is sitting there stupefied. And I think the dad was more nailing home that, like, you can't get a lawyer. But even if he had the money, hypothetically, what is he going to say? My parents want me to pay rent. I'm almost 30. Please help me. Like, I don't know what the lawyer's going to do. Legally, you don't have to pay rent if you live at home. And so the son is like, well, stammering, and the dad pulls a suitcase suitcase out from under his bed and says, "I'll help you pack, but you can't stay here, especially after you destroyed this room." Like, they were going to let him stay while he was getting a job and getting on his feet. Like, that makes sense. But yeah, if you're going to destroy the house, you just can't stay. And so the son is realizing that his entire plan of destroying his setup is going to backfire and he's about to get kicked out. Starts trying to repair the situation by offering to make repairs. And he's like, "No, Dad, trust me. I'll repair the walls. I'll watch some YouTube videos." And the dad is like, "Yeah, that's not the problem. You thinking you can punch holes in the wall in the first place is the problem." And he doesn't really know how to respond to that, because I think that's the issue. Even if you're a drywall expert, you don't go into someone's house and start punching holes in the wall and be like, "Well, I know how to fix it." And on top of that, are we going to trust this guy? Like, are we going to trust the guy who goes on YouTube to look up how to fix drywall to fix a problem this big? And so he decides at that point that it's over, but if he's going to get kicked out, he might as well pretend that there's nothing he could have done and this is all someone else's fault. So he starts trying to blame his stepmom, who's upstairs, saying that she had been brainwashing him for years to try to get him kicked out, and she had been sending subconscious messages that he should destroy his room and was using the Wi-Fi to like try to sway his brain while he was sleeping so he would go crazy and do this to get kicked out, and it was all a part of her evil plan. And his dad is literally laughing at him at that point. Like, dude, what are you talking about? Your mom or stepmom is not beaming magic signals into your brain to try to convince you to destroy your room. That makes no sense. Like, what are you on about? And he starts getting mad at his dad, saying that if you're not going to take me seriously about the brainwashing, then I'll be leaving 100% by my choice, completely my choice. Oh yeah, man, that's exactly what someone says when something is their choice. Like, he realized he was getting kicked out, so you might as well pretend that your mom or stepmom, is a CIA agent who was trying to use the Wi-Fi to subconsciously poison your brain and say you're leaving of your own accord. I feel like if I thought my stepmom was trying to poison my brain, I would have moved out a long time ago. Seems weird that you would have stayed as long as you did. If you really thought your stepmom was poisoning your brain, I feel like you'd be like, "I have to get out." I don't think that's a situation where you stick around, "Oh, I'll see if things improve." Like, no, if someone's poisoning you, you leave. Seems like the definition of a "you can't fire me, I quit" scenario. Either way, he takes his bag that his dad has been packing for him and says he's gonna leave, and the dad is like, "Go for it." And so he leaves, and they don't really know where he went, but all they know is that every day since, he calls begging to move back in because he didn't realize how hard a real job would be, and he doesn't like working 40 hours a week because it messes with his vibe, which is his words, not mine. And I don't know what to tell you, man. I think working is a part of life, but on top of it, you had a solid situation. They were going to let you work 15 hours a week and play video games, and you threw it away, and now you have to work a full-time job. It is what it is. Welcome to the real world, bro. I also just think it's delusional that people think that they're just going to be able to sit around and play video games all day and never have to work at all. Like, what planet are you guys on where you actually think that's how it works? I don't know. Even if you're a streamer, like, there's work that goes into it. You have to be entertaining. You have to set up the stream. You have to, entertain people. It's not like you can just sit there silently and play video games unless you're cracked like Shroud. Like, Shroud would probably still make bank because he's just so good at video games. People would pay to watch him even if he said nothing. But for the average streamer, it's not like they just literally do nothing but play video games. So yeah, that wasn't even his plan to be some streamer. He just really thought he was gonna rake in the billions sitting in the basement doing nothing. I don't know, man. I just thought you guys would enjoy those two stories. Figured they were kind of similar somewhat. If you did, be sure to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comment section down below. What you thought. If you don't know what to comment the word gaming down there. Just helps the video do better and I would appreciate it. If you really want to help me out, you can check out my podcast on Spotify, link down below. And there is a new intro song. You can check it out, link down below. It's just like a friend of mine's, so no pressure, but I told him I would use it in a couple intros. And yeah, other than that, I think that'll do it, guys. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. Have you ever wanted to just tell that annoying customer that you quit and all their problems are not your issue anymore? Well, the guy who sent a story time into me today apparently got a chance to just go off on a dude that had made his job miserable for quite a long time and then quit. You guys are really gonna enjoy the story time, so sit back, relax, and enjoy. Alright, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, as you can tell from the title, I've got a story time about this male Karen, Darren, whatever you want to call him. Marin, Baron, I don't care. Either way, this guy would come into the store and cause problems for the guy who sent this into me. And he finally got to go off on him right before he quit his job. So I knew you guys would enjoy the story time. If you're hyped, be sure to press the like button. If we could get this video to to 2,500 likes, I would really appreciate it, and I'll do an hour video in honor of the new year. That's right, 2,500 likes for an hour video. And yeah, without further ado, let's hop into it. So just for storytelling purposes, I'm gonna call the guy that sent this into me Jacob, and Jacob worked at one of these places that provided all of the supplies to plumbers. It was like a plumber's supply store, basically all the piping, all that type of stuff that they would need. They would come in and get it from this store because they specialized in having everything in one location, right? In 99% of the time, even though plumbers are dealing with an endless amount of crap, they were incredibly nice, they were incredibly kind, no issue. The way any job is, it's not the like 99% of customers that are super easy to work with that make you hate the job, but there was one guy who was just constantly a headache, and he didn't even know why the guy wanted to hate his life that bad. I'm not saying that like plumbing is a glamorous job, but the thing with any job is you're kind of choosing to do it, and this guy would just complain about plumbing all the time in a plumbing store, and it was just really annoying because you're like, dude, I get it, you know, it's literally a crappy job, but you're choosing to do it, so I don't really know what to tell you when you're complaining to me about everything about your company that I don't own and have nothing to do with. But whatever, he would come in and complain about everything, and because he was so busy complaining, oftentimes he would order the wrong part or not pay attention to what was handed to him and like just walk out with it. And then he would come back when he messed up and got there and had the wrong part or looked at the receipt and realized he had ordered the wrong thing, and he would come back in irate, just ready to go off on everyone, trying to snap their heads off and be like, look at what you did, you made me miss out on this money, all this is your fault. And there was a very well-known policy of like, look, at the end of the day, I'm not the one going to your job. I get the order form, I get the parts, I have them ready for you. I have no bearing on what you order. So the fact that he was trying to like blame these people for an order that he had to place himself and got wrong was just ridiculous. And yeah, sometimes accidents happen, but you get what I'm saying. It was like 3-4 times a week this guy would get the wrong part and it would somehow be the store's fault. And they never had this problem with anybody else. If the employees were messing up all the time, you'd think other plumbers would also be like, hey guys, you're always giving me the wrong part. This is annoying. That just never happened. This guy would forget and then try to shift the blame onto the workers. And unfortunately, the manager at this establishment, not the owner, but the guy there day to day running everything, was one of those like old school business guys where the customer is always right. That's what matters. The customer can do no wrong. The customer could walk in here, pour some kerosene over one of the displays, light it on fire, and say, you guys told him to do it, and I'd have to fire you because the customer can't be wrong. Like one of those people. And I think that's the most annoying attitude in business. Don't get it twisted. The customer 100% matters. You can't have a business without customers. But at the same time, you can't have a business if every customer is just walking all over you and taking all your profit and whatnot. And so this guy would come in swearing it was, you know, their fault for messing up the parts, and the manager would be like, I'm so sorry, my workers are dumb. Here, we'll just comp all the parts. And so this guy kind of realized that if he would complain and come in and say it was their fault for giving him the wrong thing, that he would usually get his order for free. So he went from like doing it every now and then, once every couple weeks, to the intensity going way up. He was doing it all the time. Basically every order would have an issue, and it just really stood out because none of these other plumbers ever had a problem. Like I said, he was working with them all the time, and 99% of them were like great guys. Plumbing pays, great money. Like sure, the job might not be glamorous, but they get paid very, very well. It's always in demand. Like even in a recession, you need a plumber. And so there was like some days people would be pissed off, but at the end of the day, they were never having the same issues that he was, and they were never as grumpy. So Jacob deciphers, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out, that he's got to be doing it on purpose. Like there's no way that they're actually messing up these orders if they're not messing it up for everybody else. And he's doing it on purpose because he realizes, oh, if I complain, then I get the parts for free, and that obviously makes like the money he makes for each job way more. I mean, think about it. If he fixes a toilet, orders the wrong toilet, throws a fit about it, and then gets both toilets for free, he can go use that toilet that he got for free in the first job, make more money, and then he has another toilet to use in another job and make more money. So he's getting paid for 2 toilets that he never had to put any money out for. Like, of course he's gonna do that if you are willing to do that. Like, I'm not saying you could do that. I would feel bad scamming a business, but considering this guy is already a giant Darren in the first place, it's not like he cares. And I also love how he has to throw the employees under the bus. Like, he could just come up with a way to blame their ordering system or something, but he would go out of his way to make sure that Jacob would get blamed for this stuff. And so Jacob, realizing that this guy's gonna cost the company a bunch of money, decides to go to his boss about it. So he goes into his boss's office and he's like, listen, you know, this guy, I think that he's purposely going out out of his way to like order the wrong thing, and then he's blaming us because he realizes that he's going to get stuff for free. So maybe next time we don't give him something for free just to see how he reacts. And he's not trying to overstep and tell the boss how to run things, but the boss isn't out there on a day-to-day basis like interacting. The boss isn't pulling parts, so it's way easier for him to sit in here and be like, nope, my workers are idiots, than it is to do any work to actually figure out if the company's losing money. And he doesn't own it, so at the end of the day, as long as his paycheck is getting signed, he doesn't care. And so he starts to kind of come at Jacob, defending the guy and being like, well, that's a huge accusation. Are you trying to accuse him of stealing? And he's like, no, I'm just saying that he's the only customer that ever has problems with his orders, and he always gets stuff for free when he complains. Every other customer we have never comes back and says we gave him the wrong thing, never comes back and says our computer messed up, never. He's the only guy it happens with. Don't you think that's a little bit bizarre? And the boss is in full ostrich mode and is like, well, he's shopped here forever, so I don't know about that. And he's just sitting there, Jacob, thinking to himself that it doesn't matter how long the dude has shopped here. If he's figured out a way to get parts for free, then he's going to do it. He clearly does not care about getting anyone in trouble. Like, you know, I personally couldn't go get a worker in trouble to get some free toilets. I'm just not into that. But this guy's like probably rolling in money because he's getting all these free parts to complete these jobs. He doesn't care. Clearly the manager doesn't care either. And so he just kind of tells Jacob to like get out of here. And at that point, Jacob realizes that A, the company's going to be a sinking ship if they're just willing to lose a bunch of money for no reason. And B, he doesn't want to work there because he's just going to have to keep dealing with this guy's crap. So he starts looking for another job and very quickly finds himself a job working for a plumbing company doing like all their part management, but for them directly. Like not through this house, but just a big company that buys all their parts directly. And he's going to get paid more. So if anything, his boss being an idiot kind of scored him a promotion. So he gets that going, and he hasn't put in his 2 weeks yet when the guy comes back in with a huge order. And it's the biggest order this guy has ever had. And Jacob, even though he's going to quit, still wants to like not let this guy rob the company too much. So he starts looking through it, and he spends about 30 minutes with this guy going over each and every item. And he made sure that he did it within perfect view of the security camera, and their security cameras did audio. And so he goes over each item, makes sure this is the one you want, right? This is the one you want, right? This is the one you want, right? And the guy's like, yes, 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 absolutely. He's starting to get annoyed with him. Like, why are you taking so long? Just go get me my parts. And he just blatantly tells the guy, every time we go to get you parts, you manage to find something wrong with it. So I'm just making sure that everything I'm about to go get makes sense because I'm not about to let you get a bunch of free parts. And the guy's face kind of changes, but the manager's not around, and he's like, okay. And so Jacob goes through the list, and sure enough, every single item has now been verified. This is what you want. You're not going to come back in and say we gave you the wrong thing. And so he goes and gets everything, and it's probably about like $9,000 worth of stuff. It's the biggest single order that this guy has placed. Like, he's come in and done several thousand orders, maybe multiple times in a day, but like in one go, this is the most he's ever spent. And it's a lot of like very expensive high-end stuff. So not a lot of items, but a high dollar amount, if that makes sense. Like buying 15 iPads, you know, it would be 15 grand if you bought an iPad Pro, but like there's only 15 things. It's not like you bought $15,000 worth of like Cheez-Its or whatever. But Jacob has like octuple checked at this point to make sure that everything's good. So he says, have a good day, and he expects to not see him again. At the very least, all the time he wasted with him going over all the items would make him aware that like, look, we're on to you. We're not going to deal with the excuse of, oh, every part is wrong. But sure enough, later that day, he comes back in to complain. And he immediately starts saying that Jacob gave him the wrong parts. None of the stuff was right. It doesn't work. He needs to speak to a manager because he needs to discuss with him about what they're going to do to make this right. The usual spiel he does to get stuff for free. And Jacob this time points at the camera and says, dude, our entire interaction was on video. And the guy kind of has a look of nervousness on his face, but then goes, whatever, get the manager, like, I'll deal with that. And I don't know if he just thought he was going to get away with like telling the manager that it was still Jacob's fault or what. But either way, he was calling his bluff and being like, get the manager, I don't care that it's on film, that you verified none of this was wrong, we're going to test it anyways. So Jacob goes and gets his manager thinking, finally, I got this guy, like, it's over, there's no way that my manager is going to be able to argue with video evidence. That's the best type of evidence, I would say. say. Out of all of the evidence, not that I'm a lawyer or anything, video evidence is the hardest to like come up with an excuse for. It's not a picture. Well, the picture's out of context. Like if there's a video of him saying, yes, all these parts are correct, this is today's date, and then he says the parts weren't correct, that's 100% on him. So whatever, he gets the manager, and the manager's like, well, let's go see this video. And so they go in and they start watching the video, and they're kind of skipping through it, but finally they stop for a bit and they hear Jacob going item by item, line by line, being like, is this correct? Yes. Is this correct? Yes. And then he comes back with the items. Is this that item? Yes. Is this that item? Yes. And of course, Jacob this entire time is thinking his boss is going to have his back. But it gets to the end and his boss looks at Jacob and is like, what? Did you expect him to be able to listen through all of that? What do you mean did I expect him to be able to listen through all of that, dude? Of course I expected a human being to be able to listen through the like one thing they're doing in that moment. If you go into a store to buy something and they start going over with you what you're buying, you should be paying attention. But the manager starts trying to spin it and be like, well, that was overbearing to the customer, and of course he was saying yes to everything. He wasn't taking the time to actually verify it. And I'll be honest, like Jacob didn't imply this. The manager and the guy have to have been in cahoots. Like there has to have been a deal in place where they were both taking advantage of the system to give each other free stuff. Like maybe he was getting a kickback or something. But there's no way that the manager watches this video and is like, well, he was just saying yes to everything, so therefore all the parts were wrong. Because if that is the case, Mr. Manager, how would you ever know if you guys were in the right? Like if you're really just gonna roll on the honor system and say that we're not even gonna try to double check because you won't be paying attention anyways, then you're always going to be at fault 100% of the time. It's not on you if the person buying stuff isn't paying attention when you're trying to stop them from wasting their money. Like Jacob was doing what should have been a nice thing to most people, double checking everything's right, making sure the job can go smoothly. Only to somebody trying to take advantage of the system would it be annoying to double check that everything's correct. So whatever, the boss kind of turns it on him, and at that point this old man too kind of turns to him and is like, see, I told you that this was your fault. And while he was okay with the guy like coming in and using his managership to get free stuff and whatnot, he was not cool with this guy trying to convince him he was crazy because he knew for a fact what they were doing. And so all of this rage that had been building up about this guy coming in and getting free parts and his manager not taking it seriously, and now his manager somehow actually trying to get mad at him for trying to save the business money, he just decided that like he's had enough. He's got the other job. There's no reason for him to calmly put his 2 weeks in. He's just gonna let it out now. And so he looks at the boss and just goes, you're being a moron. And the boss is like, excuse me? And Jacob tells him like, you're being an idiot. I made sure to double check that every part was right because this guy always does this and he's taking advantage of the business to get free parts. That is what's going on. If you can't see that, then you are blind to the situation and you shouldn't be a manager. And the manager is like, I don't think you can talk to me that way. And Jacob's response was, I can talk to you however I want because this job sucks and I'm not doing it anymore. I quit. And Jacob was one of their best employees, so the manager starts trying to backpedal. But Mr. Shopper over here, who's been taking advantage of the system, decides to try to get one more cheap shot in at Jacob and is like, what? It's not like you're going to be able to go get another job anyways. And Jacob is not about to get roasted by this dude. Like imagine knowing that somebody is going out of their way to get free stuff from a company because they just complain about everything. I don't know if he can afford it or not, but like clearly he's not paying for the stuff he's getting. So he looks at him and is like, whatever, even if I never get a job again, I still have more dignity than you do. How do we know you're making any money? I haven't seen you actually pay for something in years. Like just starts going in on the dude, being like, I wouldn't hire you as a plumber if I was literally up to my ankles in crap. I would rather shovel it out myself. And now the manager and this guy are like both wide-eyed. And Jacob is like, I'm going to work for somebody that doesn't need to deal with this business and does all their parts themselves because, you know, this is just stupid. This manager's going to run this place into the ground. And I would rather make less money doing worse work than work for customers like you. And on that note, he unclipped the badge, bro, dropped it on the desk and was like the ultimate mic drop and started walking out. And listen, even if the boss realized he's 100% in the wrong now, when somebody goes that hard and drops the badge on the desk, there's no chance you're going to convince them to go back. Even if you've just had a change of heart, you know, you're so right, this customer is taking advantage of me. When someone does a rant like that and is like, I'm out, peace, it's done. And so the manager comes out and is like, Jacob, wait, we're gonna have to find a way to work this out. And he's like, no, we're not gonna work this out. I'm not gonna call the owner or anything, but if I were you, I would start actually paying attention to what's going on in the store, because the only way that you keep your job and everyone that works here keeps their job is if the place continues making money, and you giving stuff away is the exact opposite of that. And he's doing this all like in the hallway, in earshot of basically every other employee. And listen, is that the most professional thing to do? I know there's gonna be people in the comments like, this was so unprofessional. Yeah, you're right. You know what else is unprofessional? Trying to gaslight your employee who's trying to save the company money to think that he's nuts. I don't know. Like, I feel like, yeah, all right, is going off on your ex-boss the most professional thing in the world? No, it's not. But he's your former boss. What's he gonna do? Call your new boss and complain? If that's the case, he's still petty and you explain the situation. And I don't think you should talk this way to every boss you have, every ex-boss. Like, if your boss is a cool guy who's worked with you over the course of the job and hasn't done anything like this, then by all means, you should put in your 2 weeks. You should nicely quit. You should be respectful through the process because they've been respectful of you. But that's not this situation. Let's not pretend that this is some fantastic job experience that's gonna absolutely change his life. I mean, it probably did change his life because he's like, boy, I will never work for another company like that again. But it's not like this relationship means the world to him, clearly. All right, I'm gonna interrupt the story for just 1 second. On screen now is a gift card code. I give away money to say thank you to you guys for subscribing and turning on notifications. So if you haven't already, you should do that. And if you're enjoying the video this far, just go ahead and smash that like button. And on that note, I'll shut up. Thank you all. Either way, Jacob tells his boss, like, listen, man, there really is nothing to work out. It's not that I don't like working here. I don't like working for you. So I don't really want to work for you. It is what it is. Best of luck. After this, no hard feelings. I won't harbor any beef. I will never come back here again. I won't talk to anyone about this except sending it into me, apparently. But like, I'm not going to try to go out of my way to get you fired or get you in trouble. I'm just saying you should get your stuff together. And the customer sticks his head around the corner and then says one more thing, which is something along the lines of like, oh, all this because of me, or like, you're going to let me live in your head rent free. And he just can't handle it, bro. He's been letting the rage build, and he looks at him and he's like, no, you're not the reason I'm quitting. You're just the moron that broke the camel's back. And on that note, he turns around and he just walks out. And so he gets out into the parking lot and he says it felt like someone just took a weight and lifted it off his shoulders, like how freeing it felt to just not work there anymore. Got in his car and like drove home, ended up calling his boss at the new place he had got the job and was like, hey, is it okay if I come in early because I don't have a job anymore? And so his boss kind of asked him to explain, and so he told him the redacted version. You know, he didn't mention like yelling at his boss or anything, but just about this particular customer who was taking advantage of the company and whatnot. And this new boss says the guy's name, like full name by name, and goes, oh, was it da-da-da? And he's like, yeah, how'd you know? And he is like, oh, we've had problems with that guy trying to do the same thing over here before. And he didn't mention anything about his manager being complicit or like not doing anything about it. He had just told his boss that there was a customer who had been taking advantage of stuff, and like, you know, there was some disagreements with management over it. He didn't tell his new boss that he went off. He didn't say, oh, it's all the manager's fault. They're in cahoots. Like, he was just kind of implying that he was not cool with this customer continuing to try to return everything for free and get doubles of everything for free. And even if I was like the manager, right, he has to be in cahoots with the guy, because imagine this. The guy comes in, he's like, look, all of this stuff that you gave me is wrong. I need the right stuff. Fair, maybe you gave him the wrong stuff. So you would take that other stuff back, right? Like, unless you're a moron, you take the stuff that was wrong back. No, he would let him keep the wrong stuff and then give him the right stuff, which is a terrible way to run a business. Oh, we messed up and gave you an $800 toilet instead of a $500 toilet? Keep them both. Like, it's a miracle they've managed to stay in business this long. I want to know where this place is. I'm gonna go get some free toilets, apparently. The next insane Netflix documentary is gonna be The Toilet King instead of The Tiger King or something, the way this is all going, dude. I wonder whatever happened to everyone from The Tiger King. Like, that was such a fever dream. I think COVID just kind of stretched time weird because it feels like 90 years ago, and it's almost 3, I guess. 3 years is a long time. But I don't know. Something about Tiger King just sounds like it was from ancient Egypt at this point. Regardless, Jacob is enjoying his new job, doesn't really have to deal with it, and very much enjoyed the fact that he got to tell off that dude before he quit. I thought it was a banger. If you did too, you should be sure to press the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments section down below. If you don't know what to comment on the video, just go ahead and comment the word toilet down below. Helps me know if you guys like the video, and I would just really appreciate it. You know, it helps the video do better. I ain't gonna lie, it helps. Other than that, if you really want to help me out, you can find a link to my Spotify where I post all these a day after they're up on here. Feel free to check that out. And I'll also throw a link to the intro song down below. Feel free to check it out if you want. But yeah, on that note, guys, I think that'll really do it for the video. Thank you all so much for watching. Don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see each and every single one of you guys next time. I'm out. Peace. What's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here. Welcome back to another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And welcome to day 11 of the 12 days of Scrubs. It's been an absolutely fantastic 12 days. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. Tomorrow's finale is going to be the longest video I've ever posted on the channel ever, so be sure to look out for that. But today, I've got all of the Karen stories from the year, so be sure to smash the like button if you're excited. I really appreciate all the support on this. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic holiday season, spending time with the family, you know, throwing snowballs, whatever it is you do. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Sit back, relax, and enjoy day 11. And today I've got a story time from something I witnessed just a couple days ago when I was getting some lunch, and some customer in front of me ended up going ballistic and trying to fight the dude who was trying to make a sandwich, which I really wouldn't recommend. Little known fact, but if you try to fight the person making your food, chances are they'll stop making your food. You heard it here first. Don't punch the chef if you want dinner. I know most of you guys are like, that's obvious. Apparently it wasn't to this dude. Regardless, I knew it would make a pretty good story time. So, yeah, without further ado, let's get right into it. Alright, so I was feeling pretty hungry one day, and I decided to go get myself a sandwich from one of the places that make sandwiches. I won't say which one, but it should be pretty obvious which place is very well known for making sandwiches. But anyways, when I go into the store, I walk into a small line, which isn't surprising. It was right around lunchtime, so I'm just gonna wait. Obviously, I'm not gonna be like, is there a fast pass for this? That's not how it works. So I get in line, and the two people in front of me is an older lady and then like a college-age dude with a beanie on, which only stood out to me because it's like 103 degrees outside. Actually, as the time of making this video, it's 104 degrees, and this only happened a few days ago. So it's really hot, which I didn't expect people to be rocking the beanies. I mean, to each their own. If you're trying to make a fashion statement, good for you, but wearing a beanie in 103 degrees is just a weird fashion statement. I'm trying to make a statement. Global warming is gonna make the polar bears feel like me wearing a beanie. Either way, the lady orders, no issue, because she's just trying to get a sandwich. But then this guy steps up to order, and I don't know if the beanie was restricting blood flow to his head, or if he had just forgotten how to talk to people. But he opens up with arguably the rudest beginning to an order I've ever heard. And I worked at a place where I took orders, so I have some experience getting yelled at or told rude things while taking an order. And even I couldn't believe how hot this guy came in, dude. It must have been the beanie. Usually when I come in here, you guys are idiots and get it wrong. And that's all he says, which is not a very good sentence because I don't really know what you want the worker to reply to that. Like, okay, I'm sorry that usually when you come in here we get the order wrong. I'll try my best not to make it happen. And it's also rude, so the worker's just not going to want to get your order right. Like, listen, if I worked at this place and somebody came in screaming at me for always messing up their order when I'd never made them anything before, I would just purposely mess it up to mess with them. I know, corporate everywhere is gasping, but like, it would be kind of funny. Come on, you just troll them. Either way, the worker is trying to be nice, having more patience than the average bear, and is like, I'm sorry that happened. I'll try my best to make sure that I don't mess up your order. I've never done that before. And they didn't really have to do all this. They could have just been like, wow, that's insanely entitled. But what was really funny about this to me too, and it stood out to me, is this was one of those places where they make the sandwich like right in front of you. So I'm sure there have been times before where the people have messed up a sandwich. However, if you're watching them make it and they put something that you didn't ask for on or forget something, you can tell them like right then. You don't have to like, you know, just eat it. They're literally just putting a bunch of stuff he didn't order on his sandwich and he's like, oh great, now I've got to eat all of this. There's nothing I can do about this. Regardless, even though the employee is trying to be nice, I guess Beanie Dude was not having any of it because he just like looks at the worker and tells him, well, pay attention this time or we're gonna have issues. Which, okay, man, you're just gonna threaten them? Like, pay attention, don't mess my order up or we're going to have issues. Well, duh, if you messed up the order either way, there was going to be an issue. But I feel like it's really bizarre to put the pressure on them, you know? If you do not make this the best sandwich you've ever made in your entire career, then I will single-handedly bring down this corporation. I will buy every publicly traded stock of this company and just delete them from existence. I want you guys bankrupt. I want you destroyed. I never want to see another one of these places in existence anywhere. Like, all right, dude. Oh, we're gonna have an issue. Ooh. Okay, I'll take my chances. But the worker says, okay, they're having a ton of patience and they just go about making a sandwich. And what was really weird is I don't know how the Beanie Dude's sandwich could have ever been messed up by anyone, because it was probably one of the most simple things of all time. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I myself love a good simple sandwich. But it was like, dude, how did anyone ever mess this up? And once again, it's not like there was so many ingredients and so much going on that maybe he didn't notice while they were making it. There was like 5 things on the sandwich, so I still didn't understand why he didn't just point it out when they had allegedly gotten it wrong before. You can just do that. But anyways, they get to the end of the sandwich line and the guy has done a good job. He's made the sandwich the way he's asked. But the dude in the beanie just wasn't going to be able to take the sandwich and not have an issue. So they get to the end and the guy making the sandwich says something along the lines of like, did I mess anything up? And he laughs a little bit, obviously trying to make a joke. And in my opinion, that's like a borderline dad joke. It's not a pun, but somebody comes in and says, oh, people always mess my stuff up. So you do it and go, well, I didn't mess anything up, did I? Like, it's just a little, haha. It's not that deep. It's very not deep of a sentence. If it's very not deep of a situation. And if you freak out about that, like, that's kind of weird. But for some reason, he was just insanely pissed. What do you mean by that? Did you mess anything up? Are you making fun of the fact that I was upset about your other coworkers messing up my sandwiches before? And the worker looks surprised, like, dude, how are you extrapolating literally any of what you just said from what I said? Because all I said was some silly little joke about, oh, I didn't mess up, did I? And in your mind, you somehow made the jump to like, oh, he is making fun of me for having a negative experience and trying to defend his coworkers. I will make him pay for his mistake. Boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, Terminator, Karen mode. But Beanie Guy starts to go off about how he might as well file a 1-star review and call corporate because clearly everyone in this store was out to get him. And I think it's insane that you could think you're important enough for the staff at Subway to be secretly colluding against you. Do you understand how annoying you would have to be in a Subway on a day-to-day basis for everybody that works there to know who you are, decide you're annoying, and then instead of just dealing with it, secretly start messing with your sandwiches? Like, that is so many levels of stuff that didn't happen happening. Maybe if you were like Brad Pitt and you frequented this Porta Subs, maybe if you were like Angelina Jolie at this Jersey Mike's, it would be one thing. But I don't think that they're just paying attention to some random dude that comes in, unless you are the most annoying person on earth. And at that point, you've probably already filed a 1-star review and reported everyone to corporate anyways, so what's one more time? But the worker isn't really enjoying being yelled at, and he just tells the guy to like, please calm down. There's no reason to be yelling at him. And the beanie guy is like, please calm down. Please calm down. I will fight you right now. And he was mad before, but now he had turned into that turning red, spitting while you're screaming mad. Like when somebody's so mad, they just start to not make sense with the stuff they're yelling. Like when someone's so mad, they're yelling threats, but their brain can't really compute the entire sentence. He's looking at the worker and just making threats like, dude, if you don't come out from behind there right now, I'm gonna hit you so hard that your leg's gonna stop working. And you're like, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, it's a decent threat, but it wasn't what I would have gone with, you know? Oh, okay. And the worker starts laughing because it's this tiny little dude with his beanie screaming that this is such a big issue that he's gonna fight him over this. And the tiny guy is like, why are you laughing at me? I don't understand why this is funny. The fact that you think that me being upset is funny shows everything about you. And the worker says something that everybody is thinking and just goes like, dude, you are trying to fight me over a sandwich that I didn't mess up because I made a comment that I didn't mess it up. And look at you, you're screaming like you're red, you're spitting over here. It's just funny. And obviously, the guy who's freaking out and being embarrassing doesn't like it being pointed out to him that it's embarrassing. Because the next thing he does is like try to go over the little divider thing, like, you know, the glass tube that they have to prevent people from being able to touch the ingredients. He tries to get up and over it and like grab the worker. But the only problem is this guy happens to be vertically challenged. And I've got nothing against short people. This is nothing against them. But if you're trying to be all tough macho man and jump over a counter and grab someone and pull them over the counter and fight them, you might just want to do a little bit of the mental math in your head and make sure that you can get over the counter. Because what ended up happening is he went to do the jump and got like stuck kind of halfway over and then slowly slid back down. Like he wasn't tall enough to get his body weight over the glass to get over it. And at that point, the worker is like, you need to go. I'm calling the police because he just almost got attacked. But the beanie guy isn't having it. And he kind of bends down and it's obvious that he's going to try to jump over the glass a second time, which obviously if you have all your adrenaline pumping and you go for the jump once and it doesn't make it, like if you're too short to make the jump once, why you would go for it again, I'm not too sure. Maybe his ego was bruised. Listen, I can't miss this jump in front of everybody. My ego is going to be insanely bruised. I have to try again. And he tries for it and it doesn't happen. He does get a little higher, but it's still not enough. But this time, as he's kind of stuck at the top before he starts sliding down, the worker reaches over and I thought the worker was gonna hit him. I was like, here we go. It's about to be a brawl situation. But no, instead, the worker just grabs a fistful of his beanie from the top of his head and pulls it right off. And when the beanie comes flying off, the only thing I can say is that the dude's hairline was not the best. And I'm not gonna make fun of anyone that's balding. My dad's bald. Like, it is what it is. I don't think people have any control over when they lose their hair. So, like, I'm not gonna say that it was his fault that he was balding. But in this situation, if you've tried to attack somebody twice and they just ripped off your beanie and they see that you have a bad hairline, obviously they're going to lay into you about it. And it's just, you know, it's reality. Like, it doesn't really matter whether or not it was cool for him to make fun of his hairline. This guy did try to punch him twice. He just ripped off his beanie, sees the hairline, probably does an assumption that the guy's wearing the beanie because he doesn't like the hairline, and he just goes, oh man, look at that hairline. And now the short guy is trying to jump over the counter, but he's kind of doing it rapidly. So it kind of looks like a tall kid just trying to just repeatedly jump for something out of their reach. And he's like, give me the beanie, give me the beanie. And the worker's laughing and throws the beanie back. And the guy like frantically puts it on all rapidly. And he's like, screw you, man. You're lucky that I don't have my lawyer on speed dial. Yeah, because it's so hard to Google your lawyer's number. He's really lucky he doesn't have it on speed dial. What is this, 1987, dude? Oh, hold on. Let me press 3 on my Nokia flip phone. I know that was not 1987, guys. I'm just saying speed dial is old. I don't think anyone I know uses speed dial. Maybe I'm just the weirdo not using speed dial. I just didn't know it was some insanely popular thing that, like, if you didn't have someone on speed dial, it just became impossible to call them. Whoa, I don't have my mom on speed dial, so I haven't talked to her in 9 years. What am I gonna do? Use speed dial? No, thank you. It's not even programmed, and if it's not on speed dial, I can't memorize the number. But you would think at that point, he storms out. He storms out, right? Like, he's got to be so angry. He's embarrassed at the situation. He has to storm out. But no, now he's just like, screw you. You're lucky that I don't have my lawyer on speed dial. And the next thing he says caught me so off guard that I almost started laughing. I managed to hold it in because I didn't want him to turn his anger on me. But all he said was like, how much is my sandwich? Which, listen, you just tried to fight the dude making the sandwich. You just got your hat ripped off when you were trying to attack him the second time, and you're still gonna ask for the sandwich? On principle alone, you should have walked out of the store. Like, there's no reason for you to think that they're going to still sell you the sandwich, and you just shouldn't want a sandwich from a place that's employing people you wanted to fight. And the worker is kind of shocked that he even had the nerve to ask for it. And so he asks him, well, what makes you think that I'm even going to sell you the sandwich? And the beanie guy says something along the lines of like, well, I ordered the sandwich and I'm a paying customer and it's already made, so just give it to me. And the worker does probably the coolest move that I've seen someone do in one of these situations. He picks up the sandwich that's wrapped and he goes, oh, this sandwich? And the beanie guy says, yeah, that sandwich. And he unwraps it and just takes a giant bite out of the corner, which ruins it for that guy. And as he's chewing, he says, sorry, we don't have it anymore. And the beanie guy yells some profanity, which I'm not going to repeat because I'm trying to stay monetized, but he screams some stuff and he storms out of the store. And everybody's just kind of like sitting there for a second, not knowing what to say. But he turns around, he puts the guy's sandwich down, and he looks at me and he goes, next. I don't know if this place has a particular increase in crazy people. I don't know if it's something they deal with every day, but the dude just seems so nonchalant about it, as if he does that every day. Once a day, somebody comes in and is saying that they're not going to mess up the sandwich, and he says, okay, gets them so pissed off that he has a reason to bite it. Maybe that's his entire scam to get free food while he's at work. He's like, listen, if I just piss off customers and they leave behind the sandwich that I had made for them, then I get to eat it. That's why he always messes with this guy's order, is because it's pretty close to the way he likes his sandwich. So when the guy gets all pissy and says he made it wrong, he's like, oh, okay, I'll take it back. And then he eats it. We figured it out, ladies and gentlemen. But I really was stupefied on how calm the dude seemed, as if none of that bothered him. It really happened on a day-to-day basis. So I was kind of in shock a little bit, but he says it again. He goes, hey man, do you want a sandwich? And so I say yes, because I did want a sandwich. That is why I was here. I didn't realize that I was going to get food and entertainment in one swift go, but it did kind of snap me out of watching the fight. I don't know. So it worked. He got my attention and I did want a sandwich. So I step up and I start ordering the sandwich, and I'm just not saying anything about it because I didn't want to draw more attention to it. And I also expected him to say something about it because he was the person that had it happen. And we get through the entire sandwich making process and he still hasn't said anything. So I'm starting to be like, dude, does this happen all the time in my head? Because he literally went back to normal, and so did his coworker. So it wasn't like he was acting normal because, I don't know, shock or something, and his coworker was talking about how crazy that was. They both just were acting as if everything was normal. In fact, they both seemed bored. I understand working at this place was probably boring, but you would think after that there'd be some excitement in the air, a little bit of electricity. Nope, they both acted like they had been there for 70 hours straight and just wanted to do nothing other than go home. But we get to the end of them making my sandwich and I have to say something. So I think I asked, like, does that happen a lot? You guys seem cool about it, or like, are you guys cool with how that dude acted? Everyone seems calm. And they both looked at me and they just started to explain that in the last 2 years, people have just started acting crazy with them, and that compared to some of the stuff that's gone down, that was relatively calm because at least he left. And I didn't really know what to say to that. I don't feel like the job is worth it at that point. Obviously, they're doing it because they gotta be doing it, but there's gotta be another job that they can get where that's not normal. Just some dude trying to attack you over his sandwich in a beanie in 105-degree weather should not be something that you're super used to. But I just kind of said, well, thanks for the sandwich, paid for it, and left. And they were like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Have a good day. But yeah, anyways, beanie dude tried to fight the guy making his sandwich over, I don't know, the fact that he didn't mess up. I'm still trying to think about it and understand why that made him so angry. Haha, I didn't mess up your sandwich, right? What did you say? What did you say? All right, bro, outside, 30 seconds, beat down, me and you, 1v1, mano y mano. All right, so the first one that we got, someone sent in to me, and they unfortunately have the bad luck of living in between two people who really hate each other, which means that they're both getting like the story from the other one about how much the other one sucks. And also, unfortunately, getting stuck in the middle of them going back and forth a lot. And both of their neighbors on both sides, it's ironic that they don't get along because they're very similar. They're both like the very, I can do whatever I want, it's my yard, blah, 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 blah type of guy, which nothing wrong with that. Technically, they can do what they want, it's their yard. but they were just very, very similar. And for whatever reason, one thing they would do to troll each other is kind of like put their trash cans near each other's house on trash day. I don't know why they thought that was the ultimate troll. Apparently, when you're just like feuding with your neighbor and you're 37, that's your ultimate, that'll show him move. I'm gonna put my trash cans near his, so he has to move his down the road a little bit. But whatever, one day he walks out and the neighbor from his right has put his trash cans in front of the guy on the left's house, which is weird and a little rude, but I guess technically it wasn't illegal or something. He had looked up some code about how there's nothing wrong with placing your trash wherever you want on trash day, blah, blah, blah. So technically he wasn't doing anything wrong, and the person who sent this to me pointed out that it was pretty petty and probably gonna cause a problem. And the guy's like, yeah, that's the point, but maybe it'll teach him a lesson. And as they're standing there talking about it, the other neighbor comes out and he's like, what are you doing putting your trash cans in front of my house? I'm not gonna have enough room to put my trash cans there. And the guy's like, well, tough crap, you should have thought about that before you started feuding with me. I told you I would teach you a lesson. I love that he really thought this was the trump card of like teaching people a lesson. Oh yeah, you wanna mess with me, pal? I'll put my trash cans in front of your house and make you have to move yours elsewhere. And they start going back and forth with the other neighbor pointing out that this isn't really that much of a lesson. And the guy, the subscriber who sent this to me, not wanting to be caught in the middle, starts turning around to walk back to his garage and go inside because he doesn't want to get caught in the middle of this at all. And the other guy says, well, can I put my trash cans in front of your house since this guy put his in front of mine? And he just looks at them both and goes, and they're both giving him the look of like, please be on my side with this. And the person who sent this in decides to go with probably the smartest answer in this situation, considering they're both pretty crazy and petty. He says, well, I guess there's nothing illegal about it and I can't really stop you. And he keeps walking inside. That way, he's like not being a jerk and saying no, but he's also not making the guy petty enough to look up the law about trash can placement, hate him either. He's just kind of pointing out that there's nothing wrong with that technically. And he goes back inside and he can hear them outside while he's inside still yelling back and forth about how this was unfair and technically if it was legal, it didn't mean it was right and blah, blah, blah. Blah blah. And the guy's like, yeah, well, tough crap, what are you gonna do about it? Call the cops, I don't care. And then he hears them both go back inside. And so he's kind of confused as to why all this has gone down the way it is. I don't really know why you would go out of your way to be this petty to a neighbor, especially when they don't even live next to you. Like, one house removed is far enough away where you can just pretend that person doesn't exist. Maybe this guy's neighborhood, they're like living on top of each other or something. But I feel like I could ignore somebody that lives one house away from me pretty easily. If they're not like across the street or right next to me, I'm alright. Even if they really suck. But whatever, later in the day, he hears the recycling truck come, which means they can go bring the cans in because the trash truck came earlier in the day. And so he goes out and he goes to pull his cans in and he sees that the neighbor did end up putting his in front of his house. And he's pulling his cans in and both of the neighbors come out to get their cans because they must have heard the truck as well. And immediately he just gets a bad feeling that they're going to start fighting again because they start walking each other with that like middle-aged dad sass. You know, when they like have their hands on their hips, like they're taking in the situation very seriously and like sauntering towards each other. Like that's kind of what they've got going on. And so he starts rolling his eyes, getting ready for it. And sure enough, they like go to pass each other to grab each other's trash cans because the one whose driveway had been blocked had to walk to the subscriber's house to get his. And this guy had to walk in front of that neighbor's house to get his. And on the way, the guy who had started this all and been petty and put his trash cans in front of this guy's house to quote-unquote teach him a lesson, decides to do something insanely petty as well, which no one should be surprised. It was like in addition. He does the shoulder check thing. Like, you know when you're walking by someone and you can take your shoulder and like slam it into their shoulder and like, yeah, take that, you know? It's basically something that kids do in movies to start a fight. Like, I did do that to somebody one time, but I think I was literally 7 years old. Like, that's usually about the age people are doing things like this. But he does it to him, and obviously the neighbor's not going to take that. And technically, he's the person starting the fight at this point. Like, if you're going to shoulder check somebody, at that point, if they start fighting you back, you can't be mad about it. So he just kind of like pushes off the guy after the shoulder check, reaches back and hits him in the face. And it's not like an insanely hard hit. It's not Mike Tyson punch out. He doesn't drop to the ground. There's not somebody screaming world star standing over his unconscious body or anything. But it's hard enough where he's like, oh, ow, ow. And then he puts up his hand and kind of swings on the other guy. And they are literally fighting in the middle of the street over like this trash can placement because they couldn't just get along. And the subscriber realizes it's up to him to break it up. So he goes out there and starts trying to get between them. And he does, and he's pushing them apart. And they're just screaming at each other, talking trash. But it's not even good, entertaining trash talk. It's just like middle-aged dad trash talk. Your lawn looks like crap, man. Your barbecue sucks. Like all that stuff that apparently the dads are getting very upset about because every time one of them says something, they like try to get around this guy who's still holding them apart. And finally they calm down and he's like, you guys need to chill out. You go back inside, like relax. And so one goes away and the other one's standing there with him. And he's like, thanks for having my back, man. And the subscriber right away goes, I'm not having anyone's back. I think the fact that all of this is going down over trash cans is stupid. And you guys just need to get over it. You're lucky it was me who's like not going to call the cops about this. Because if it would have been any of the Karens in the neighborhood, you probably would have had a nice ride in the squad car to the station to explain to them why you're punching each other in the face over nothing. And he was like, all right, man, I get it. I'm just going to go inside. And he's like, yeah, I think that's probably for the best. And he went inside. And in the week that followed, he didn't mess with the trash, but he came to him saying he might mess with him the week after. And the subscriber told him straight up, like, if you do that, just make sure I'm not outside because I'm not doing that again. And he was like, yeah, sure. And that trash day is coming up, so maybe we'll get an update. But either way, I wouldn't recommend trying to fight your neighbor. Yeah, I mean, the fight definitely didn't need to happen, but at the same time, the guy's like trying to provoke him. I'm not saying it should have turned into a fight, but he's like messing with him, he's shoulder checking him. At that point, you're kind of asking to get punched in the face, but that's just my opinion. Speaking of neighbors being weird with trash though, the next story is pretty funny. So the person who sent this to me has the unfortunate pleasure of living next to a guy that's like a cringier version of Paul Blart. He works as a security guard, but he always refers to it as the force, like it's like a police department or something. It's not, it's security guarding, and he like security guards a shopping center, which nothing wrong with that. If someone's a security guard, whatever, like I respect it. But this guy acted like he was some type of Navy SEAL. I believe they're referred to as gravy seals when they're like this, you know, when they're just like, oh no, yeah, I've got a lot of training. And it's like one class of karate 18 years ago, and then the ability to give the illusion they have a weapon on the job. That's a Paul Blart reference for those of you that didn't get that. And anyways, this guy was always insanely paranoid about the neighborhood. He was always lecturing everybody about how like they were being unsafe by not having all the visitors register on the log that he wanted to keep, because he had volunteered to keep a log of visitors to make sure the community stayed safe. And everyone was like, dude, I'm not gonna report who I have coming and leaving from my house to some random person. It's my house, I'm gonna do what I want. Like, imagine thinking people were going to respect that authority, dude. You can't have friends over unless they registered it with me. No, it's my house, I'm gonna do what I want. Like, imagine. Obviously, that didn't make him too popular, but he was very upset that people weren't willing to do that, and he would lecture people about how they were being unsafe. And on top of that, he would be really annoying. Like, if any kids were outside playing or something, he would go out and interrogate them, asking what they were doing to make sure they weren't up to any crime. And this would be kids that are like 8 years old playing hopscotch or something, and he'd go out there with the bright flashlight and be like, what are you guys doing? Are you guys up to no good? You're not gonna steal anything, are you? And they're like, I learned how to read today, you know? That was the level that he had going on. And a couple of the older kids decided that they were gonna mess with him, and they bought this cardboard cutout of Harry Styles. one of them worked at this like music store that had one of them, and so they were getting rid of it, and so he took it home. And they decided they were gonna just start placing it around the neighborhood and like reporting to him that there was some weird dude and just see how much they would get him hyped up about this cardboard cutout. So one night they place it at the end of the street and they take a picture of it, and the next day they see him and they're like, we have to report to you a strange man that we saw in the neighborhood. We understand that you're going to keep us safest, so here it is. And they show him the picture, and it's pretty obviously a cardboard cutout to anyone who pays attention for more than like 2 seconds. But of course, this is the moment he's been waiting for, so he's hyped and he's like, yep, looks like he's up to no good. Off the rip, doesn't even really look at the picture that long, and he's like, I'll be on the lookout tonight, but if you see him again, let me know. And so this night, they decide to set it up in one of their backyards, because obviously the security guard can't be looking in everyone's backyard. That's kind of illegal. And they take a picture of him kind of over by the vines, a little bit more shadowed this time, harder to tell it's a cardboard cutout. But the next day, they're like, dude, he was in my backyard. And the security guard is like, goodness, I guess I'm going to have to take my patrols to the next level. And so they decide that night that they're going to put this cardboard cutout of Harry Styles at the bottom of his driveway and just see what he does. And listen, I'm not saying that like what they were doing was super ethical. Was it super nice to be convincing this dude of this? Probably not. That being said, kind of hilarious that in all the pictures, it's just pretty obviously a cardboard cutout if you would have paid attention. And on top of it, he was always lecturing everyone about how they weren't keeping the neighborhood safe, but here he was being convinced there was a threat from a cardboard cutout. And so they put it at the end of his driveway and they hide in some bushes across the street, and they assumed he wouldn't see them in the bushes considering he didn't realize it was a cardboard cutout. And at about 10 p.m., he comes out of his house, takes 2 steps, sees the cardboard cutout, and calls out, like, who are you? And obviously, it's a cardboard cutout, so it doesn't respond. And he says something about, like, gonna play the strong silent type, are you? Identify yourself. And once again, the cardboard cutout does not respond because cardboard. And so he starts approaching it and he yells out that like he has pepper spray and he's not afraid to use it. And believe it or not, you know, you probably won't believe it, the cardboard cutout does not respond. And he gets closer and says, you have 3 seconds to identify yourself or I'm going to pepper spray you. Keep in mind, if you're close enough to pepper spray this, it should be insanely obvious that it's cardboard. I don't know if this guy had just always been waiting for a reason to pepper spray something, so he was so hyped. But he counts down and he starts spraying the cardboard with the pepper spray. And once the pepper spray is gone, he decides the next best course of action, I guess, is to tackle the cardboard cutout. Only issue, you don't have to be a genius to know that like pepper spray is a spray. So if you just sprayed something in front of you and then you charge into it, you're kind of going to pepper spray yourself, and that's probably not something that you want to do. So sure enough, the guy like charges to the cardboard cutout, gets pepper spray in his own eye, starts yelling about how he's in pain, but continues to start attacking this cardboard cutout, and he tackles it. And now it's pretty obvious that it's a cardboard cutout, right? It's not like it's a person when he tackles it. But instead of going, oh, I've been pranked, the combination of him just wanting this to be an insane situation and the pepper spray, he starts screaming that it was a decoy, and he's like freaking out, rolling on the ground, attempting to combat roll, but it's more like a depressing somersault. And it gets to the point where them trying to hide in the bushes are like trying not to laugh, but they really can't hold it in anymore because they're watching this guy that claimed to be this like, you know, super tactical dude just literally fighting himself on the ground, convinced there's a decoy, doing rolls after he pepper sprayed himself. But as soon as he hears laughter, he looks up and he's like, who is that? I'm coming over. And like starts trying to stumble across the road. He can't see super well because, you know, pepper sprayed himself. So they just take off running and he's like, they're running. I don't know who he's talking to, but sure enough, they get away and they're laughing their butts off when they get back. They really can't believe that all happened. It looked like something out of a Three Stooges moment. And the next day he sees them, and instead of putting 2 and 2 together, he's like, whatever stranger has been walking around the neighborhood used a cardboard cutout to trick me while they escaped last night. He hadn't even put 2 and 2 together yet, ladies and gentlemen. He was convinced that someone was just dressing up like this Harry Styles cardboard cutout to walk around the neighborhood, and they were using the cardboard cutouts as decoys to trick him and throw him off track. Because, you know, this guy is apparently so famous for stopping the bad guys that every time there's like a bad guy in a neighborhood, they stop what they're doing, sniff the air, and go, "He's close, gotta get my cardboard cutouts out." I don't think any, like, criminal masterminds are using cardboard cutouts to try to evade things. That would only work in an old movie, or if somebody was apparently dumb enough to assume that they were living in a comic book. This guy, you know, he's like out there in the Target parking lot walking around at night just whispering to himself, "Well, they had friends. I studied the blade. While they were out partying, I became tactical." He's just got like 9 different vests on, each of them like a different camouflage pattern. I can blend in every environment if I wear all the camouflages at one time. His boss is like, "You do realize that you're just supposed to make sure that none of the cars get broken into and none of the stores do, right? You don't have to treat this like it's some insane system where, you gotta check in with me on the radio and have code names and stuff." "Yeah, but I would just really prefer it if you called me Falcon Eagle." Either way, they just kind of stopped messing with him after that, mainly because he had destroyed the cardboard cutout. But every night he kept patrolling, insisting that one day he was going to find him, and he still patrols to this day. So good luck with that, man. It literally never existed, but more power to you. I guess it gives him something to do. Alright, this next one is more of just someone that's a little weird. They weren't really bugging anyone, I just don't know how to explain this. So the person who sent this in lives in a neighborhood, obviously, and they'll walk their dog every day, and because they walk their dog every day, they've become somewhat familiar with, like, who lives in the neighborhood, who's nice, who, like, doesn't react when someone waves to them, that type of stuff. And there was one guy who lived about a street away that was always working in his garage with the door open. Whether it was snowing, raining, didn't matter. He was always out in the garage. But it was at an angle where you couldn't really see what was in the garage. And this person was walking their dog, and every time he would step out of the garage and wave and then go back in, and they always wave back. And one day he's standing out there and they walk by and he's like, "Hey, do you want to see what's in my garage? I've got a collection." And the subscriber's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And they walk into the garage. And listen, I don't recommend that. When I saw that in the submission, I was like, oh, this is how you get kidnapped. When the person who has a weirdly unable to be seen garage says, "Come with me into the garage." I'm just saying it might not always be a good idea. I feel like several horror movies could start this way. Anyways, they start getting closer to the garage and the shadow kind of calms down so they can see in, just the adjustment of going up the driveway. And the first thing that they see is a bunch of fish tanks with water in them. And when I say a bunch of fish tanks, I mean literally floor to ceiling, wall to wall. There are fish tanks everywhere. There is not a lack of fish tanks, and this person happens to like fish. They have a big tank collection at home. They have 3 tanks full of fish, so immediately they go, "Oh, you collect fish." And the neighbor kind of looks at them funny and is like, "What do you mean I collect fish?" And they adjust their eyes a little bit more and they take a look. And for some reason, this dude just has like probably 60, 70 fish tanks full of water with the filtration systems powered, plugged in, running, but there's no fish in any of the tanks. And something about that is just super unnerving. The idea of someone spending like $30,000 on aquariums without any animals and then constantly keeping them plugged in and having them running for no reason. And the guy is like, "Don't you appreciate my collection? Da-da-da-da-da." And the subscriber's a little thrown off, but they're not wanting to insult this guy just because it's clear he's got at least one screw loose. So they're like, "Wow, it's awesome. But if you don't mind me asking, why do you keep all these fish tanks full and plugged in if they don't have fish in them?" And the neighbor's like, "Well, it all started with one tank and I was gonna get the fish, but I really liked setting up the tank, so I've just kept setting them up. And now I've realized I don't really like the fish." And they laugh. And the subscriber's kind of like, "Haha, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like that's pretty normal. I guess to each their own. There's nothing illegal about it. It's just kind of weird." And the guy then proceeds, without being prompted, to be like, "Yep, I've spent well over $75,000 on fish tanks." Which, listen, I'm all for people having hobbies and whatnot, but I feel like spending $75,000 on a hobby that makes no sense, and if anything keeps costing you money, I don't get. Like, if you have all these fish tanks plugged in, running electricity all the time, I'm not saying they're like a huge power vacuum, But obviously, after a while, that's going to start to add up, man. I don't think power is insanely cheap, especially the way energy prices have been going. The last thing you want to have to do is be like, sorry, I can't pay the mortgage. I'd rather make sure that I keep my fish tanks running. Why? Will the fish die? No, there's no fish. Like, I don't think people would be very understanding of your situation. But whatever, the subscriber's kind of like, all right, well, I'll go. I'm going to see you later. I got to go finish walking the dog. And the guy's like, oh, you don't want to sit here and just watch the tanks run with me? And he was like, no, why? And he goes, oh, that's what I'm doing all day. You notice how every time you walk by, I'm in the garage. And he's like, yeah. Yep, I just sit out here and watch the tanks run. And he's like, don't you have work? Yeah, I work from home, but I just love watching the tanks run. Which, listen, man, I'm not saying there's anything like scary weird about it, but just imagining somebody out in the garage surrounded by empty fish tanks just staring at them while working. I don't know, it's just a little bit unnerving, and like this person might be a part of the simulation in like a glitching robot kind of way. Just a very bizarre thing to get into. And so the subscriber's like, all right, well, have fun with that, and left, and was just kind of like, that was weird more than it was scary. They weren't afraid of him or anything, but just out there to be spending $75,000 on something that does literally nothing for you because you don't actually want the fish. Fish tank seems like a weird hobby for someone that's not a fan of any aquatic animal. All right, this last one I just thought was really funny. So this person lives in a neighborhood, and I don't know why I keep saying that. Obviously they do. Anyways, they have room between their neighbors and them to the point where you can't hear anything going on in the other's house. And his brother's bedroom is on the side near this Karen neighbor that just always has something to complain about. And he was in the band, and so he was practicing his instrument, and he had the door closed and the window closed. But it just so happened that his neighbor could see into his room from her kitchen, and so she sees him practicing for band. And he knows that you can't hear the instrument from outside because the subscriber who sent this to me was outside practicing lacrosse right next to the same window and couldn't hear it at all. So whatever, his brother's practicing his instrument and he's not even aware of that because he can't hear it, and the only reason he becomes aware of it is his Karen neighbor comes outside and starts storming across the lawn, yelling something about how is she supposed to focus with all this racket, da-da-da-da-da, and he originally thinks she's talking to him about playing lacrosse. Not that it was insanely loud, but he's standing out in the middle of a field practicing, so he's like, oh, I must be being loud. So he's like, what did I do? And she comes over and is like, do you not hear that? Your brother practicing his instrument? And so he listens and he doesn't hear anything, and he's like, no. Well, I can see him practicing from my kitchen, so I know that it's making noise and I can hear it. And he's really confused by that because it just makes no sense. Like, you can see him playing the instrument, so you know you can hear it, but you can't hear it. Well, under that logic, like, you could watch somebody in a soundproof room do anything and be like, well, I can imagine it, so therefore I'm hearing it. That's really not how it works, though. And she demands that he stop practicing his instrument. And he's like, well, I don't know if he's actually going to do that. And it just so happened that his parents were out of town, and she's like, well, go tell him to come talk to me. So he goes inside and he goes into his brother's room and he explains the situation, and his brother smiles and is like, hey, you want to see me piss off the neighbor? And he's like, yeah, of course. And so he picks up his instrument, which was a trombone, and he goes out onto the backyard, onto this porch thing, which is like 2 feet above where they were talking to the neighbor. And the neighbor's like, is that the thing making that racket? And he says, I know you can't hear me from in the house. Like, come on, why are you doing this? And the neighbor says, once again, like, well, I can see you playing it, so I know it's making noise. That doesn't make any sense. But as she's talking, he just puts the trombone to his lips and just plays a loud noise. And she's like, that's not funny, don't do that. And he does it again as she's talking. And she's starting to get mad, and she's like, stop interrupting. But every time she's trying to talk, he's just playing noises on the trumpet, trombone, whatever. Like, you know which one I'm talking about, the long one. I was never in band, I'm sorry. Either way, he's just doing that, and she gets so pissed that she starts trying to walk up the stairs to him and, like, take it from his hands. And he's just playing it in her face, and she's getting closer and closer, so it's getting louder and louder. And when she's really close, he lets go just like a really long, like, all the way down, and then takes off back into the house and slams the door. And the neighbor runs after him and is like banging on the slider, saying that was so disrespectful. And the brother who watched this is back on the grass laughing, and she turns around and she's like, you think that's funny? And he's like, yeah, I do. And she says that she's going to tell their parents when they get back and they're going to get in trouble for this. They just wait and see, and they're like, yeah, sure, whatever, just go away. So she leaves, and sure enough, the parents get back, and as soon as they're back, before they're even done unpacking, this lady is on her way across to come talk to the parents and apparently tell them that their kids are the worst. And so they're retelling the story to the parents, who are aware of the fact that this neighbor can be crazy and make unreasonable demands. And she finishes her story and she's like, well, what do you think of that? And they say, so you told my son to stop practicing because you thought you could hear it even though you couldn't hear it? And she's like, yes. Well, then I don't think he did anything wrong. And his dad goes, if anything, I think it was pretty funny. And she's like, what? No wonder your kids are so misbehaved. Clearly, you're a horrible parent. You have no right to be parenting these kids. You're filthy, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, go home, Karen. So she leaves the entire way yelling that they sucked. But the guy was shocked because he thought they were going to get in trouble for it. But the fact that his parents had his back made him like even more sure that she was just a crazy lady. All right, so as I said, the person who sent this in to me works at a pizza place. And it's not like a chain or anything. It's one of those places that's local, but everybody there loves it. It's been open longer than the person who works there now has been alive. And it's always been owned by the same guy. So obviously the dude knows a thing or two about making pizza. It's pretty delicious. If you can own a restaurant like that for a long time, pretty solid. Restaurants are actually the like worst business to start. I think most of them by like a huge margin end up failing within the first 6 months or something. So whatever, it's kind of just like a local legend type of place. And the guy is really good at making pizza, and he's really bad at making jokes. He just has that old man boomer humor, you know, like, oh, I hate my wife. Oh, that's such a funny joke. Oh my goodness. Like the type of guy to unironically laugh at Garfield cartoons in the newspaper still. And listen, I love me some Garfield, but it's just time has kind of moved on from the newspaper comics. Not for this guy. That is still the peak of comedy for him. Anyways, to make a little bit of a joke, on the menu, he has a, like, thing under the cheeses that are listed for the pizza, which is alien cheese. And whenever someone asks for it, the waiters are supposed to say, "Aw, crap, we're supposed to take that off the menu," and just act secretive. And listen, it is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. You know, would it get a little annoying after a while? Maybe if I worked there. But I don't know, it's a harmless joke. It's literally the most harmless thing you could possibly do. There's not actually alien cheese because, you know, they don't have an alien in the back that they're milking all the time, at least not that they told me about. So whatever, it's just supposed to be a silly little joke that you can play with the customers that pay attention and ask about it. And the owner has had it there basically forever. Almost as long as the place has been open, that joke has been there. And the reason it's there, and it kind of makes sense, is they live in an area where there's a lot of UFO sightings. But whatever, you know, like, it's just a joke. It's not a big deal. And I don't even understand how even if it was serious, it could be a big deal. Anyways, one day a woman comes in and like immediately demands just a very specific table with a specific type of lighting because, you know, she has a light allergy or something. In the way that she asked for it, it just becomes apparent that it's an absolute Karen. And because the subscriber who sent this to me is known as like one of the best waiters, they decide to give him the Karen just because like if he's a really good waiter, he'll have an easier time dealing with a difficult customer. But whatever, she comes in and sits down and starts going over this menu, dude, like a detective would go over a crime scene. She's got out the magnifying glass. She's like looking in, reading every fine detail. And finally, after she's been going over this thing for like 15 minutes, very intensely reading it, he goes over and is like, "Hey, can I get you anything? You've been looking at that menu pretty intently for a while." And before even saying like, "Oh, hi, how are you?" or "Oh, I'm really into the menu," or something, without even looking up, she goes, "What is alien cheese?" In the way that she said it, it was almost like she was offended by it. So instead of rolling with the joke, the subscriber just decides to be like, "Oh, it is a joke." So he says that like, "Oh, it's just a joke the owner has, you know, since the town's kind of known for aliens or whatever. It's just supposed to be a silly joke. We don't actually have alien cheese." And the lady is like, "What do you mean you don't have alien cheese?" And the guy is kind of confused at that question, not sure how to answer it, because it's a pretty obvious answer to the question. What do you mean you don't have alien cheese? I mean that the owner of the pizza restaurant does not have a way to milk aliens and then turn it into cheese, ma'am. I didn't know that I had to explain that to you, but believe it or not, it is impossible to milk aliens because A, don't even know if they exist for sure. I personally think they do, but maybe aren't here. B, if aliens did exist and they could fly from planet to planet, interplanetary travel, you really think they would let some guy who owns a pizza restaurant capture them in the basement and use them to make cheese? And you really think the guy that's smart enough to trap an alien in the basement and make cheese with it would just be advertising it at his pizza restaurant? Like, that's his ultimate thing. The government, we don't even know if they have aliens. But this guy definitely has aliens. What is he using it for? Science experiments, interplanetary travel? No, cheese. Like, okay, come on. So, whatever. She asks again, what do you mean you don't have it? And so he explains that there is no way to get alien cheese because it doesn't exist. And immediately the Karen's face starts turning red. And he doesn't know what he said that's so offensive, but he can literally see the anger coming to the surface. And she starts screaming about how it's false advertising to put something on the menu that doesn't exist, and on top of it, he's being condescending by saying aliens don't exist because he doesn't know. And the kid's just confused because in all of his time working here, he's never had someone get offended at him saying aliens don't exist. And on top of it, it's not really false advertising because it's not on any of the advertising. It's a joke in only the menu. And it should be obvious to literally everyone that alien cheese is not a real thing. Who would have thought that someone would come in and get so offended at it that they would be like, this is false advertising. I would have not eaten here without this on the menu. Well, you didn't even know what the menu said until you already decided to eat here, so okay. Anyways, he explains that they can't have falsely advertised something that doesn't exist. And her response is that because the menu says it and they do not have it, that would make the menu illegal. And she starts screaming that this menu is illegal and she's gonna contact the authorities. And the subscriber, insanely confused by all of this, not aware that a menu can be illegal, says, like, what authorities are you gonna call? Do you really think the cops are gonna come to the restaurant over alien cheese? And she's like, no, I'm gonna call the authorities that deal with these type of things. What authorities? Do you think there's an entire department dedicated strictly to menus? You call up the FBI, dude, they're like, hello, we're in the middle of checking into a huge international drug trafficking ring, what's up? Oh my god, someone has alien cheese on their menu in a pizza restaurant? You surely can't be serious. No, you're right, this simply cannot stand. We're gonna send our team in right away. Just people start jumping out of helicopters in the parking lot, you know in Monsters, Inc., when they have a 2319 or whatever the code is, I think that's it, when the sock's on his back, and like everyone's jumping from the ceiling and whatnot, that's what they're going to do here because of this alien cheese. Either way, the subscriber says, well, you go ahead and contact the menu police, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. And the lady is like, well, what you can do to make this go away is give me a free meal. That'll make it go away. Like, I won't contact the authorities if you give me free food. And now he's confused on if she's actually just a crazy upset about the alien thing, or if she's gone Karen mode to try to get a free meal. You know, the type of people that are like, I'm gonna go into a place, cause a bunch of issues, right? That's my go-to plan. And then when I'm upset about the issues I caused, I'm going to demand free things to make me calm down. Like, she freaked out about the alien thing, and now the only way to make her calm down is give her free food. So he kind of realizes what's up, and he's like, I'm not going to give you free food. And she stands up and grabs her purse and is like, well, then I'm not going to eat here. And the guy is like, okay, all right. He's pretty okay with that. I don't know what you expect him to do. Believe it or not, I'm pretty sure there's been a few times in all of his time working as a waiter where someone has walked in and then decided not to eat there and walked out. And even if it was the first time, did you expect him to get on his hands and knees and be like, no, please do not leave. Please, this restaurant needs you. We're bleeding money. And so he just says, okay. And she's like, I'm serious. And he's like, okay. And she gets up and starts walking to the door. And she gets to the door and she pushes it open, but she can't leave it at that. Of course, she has to try to get the last word in, even though it's not even really an argument. And she's like, you'll be hearing from my lawyer. And none of the workers even look up or acknowledge her. So she says it again. She's like, "You'll be hearing from my lawyer." And once again, everyone's just ignoring her. They're going the same route you go when a kid is throwing a tantrum. Just pretend it's not happening and eventually they'll tire themselves out. But that's not enough. And so she's kind of like standing near the podium, and the person who seats people has moved away from the podium at that point to not be near it. And it's not the most sturdy podium in the world. I mean, you can knock over a podium. And so she walks up and says, "You'll be hearing from my lawyer," and she shoves the podium over. And at that point, the owner comes out from his little office and is like, "You'll be hearing from my lawyer if you damaged my property. Now get out of here. You're embarrassing yourself." And she ends up walking out. And of course, everybody is like, "Bro, that was nuts. That's one of the craziest customers we've had yet." And then everyone starts mimicking her and being like, "The menu's illegal. The menu's illegal." Listen, I just feel like, sure, technically they are advertising something they don't have, but it should be obvious that they don't actually have alien cheese, all right? It's really, really obvious. And the owner had only come out and told them to leave, like he didn't see the entire thing, so he pulls the subscriber into his office and is like, "All right, tell me what happens." So obviously he gives him this huge breakdown, and at the end, the owner kind of like takes a deep breath and puts his head in his hands, you know, like a You know, I've had that joke for a long time, and while I think it's funny, this is not the first time that someone's gotten mad and tried to break something because of it. Which, listen, that is so funny to me, bro, that apparently this alien cheese joke, which is kind of corny, if anything, right? It's a pretty dad joke type of joke, has offended more than enough people for them to just like freak out and start breaking things. Like, what are these people doing, bro? Seriously, who's just sitting there like, this alien cheese thing has gone too far? And how often has this happened? If it's enough for him to take a deep breath, is it like a regular occurrence, you know? Does he have it in his insurance policy or whatever? But he's like, all right, well, I'm glad you're okay, thank you. And the next day, he comes into work, and there's new menus on the table, and he starts looking through it, and apparently the alien cheese joke had been removed. So unfortunately, in this instance, Karen won the day because they ended up taking it out. I wonder if just the threat of a lawsuit scared the owner. He's like, I don't even want to risk being sued. Or maybe it's the fact that at this point, there's just a chain of destruction over this alien cheese joke, and I don't get it. Like, why are people so mad about it? Maybe I'm stupid, and it's just going right over my head, but I just don't understand why this would make you so upset for any reason. Alright, so like I said, this story was sent in to me, and it was a Saturday morning, and obviously this person was at the skate park doing their thing. And if you've ever been to a skate park that's like at a busy park on a Saturday morning, it can be pretty packed. You've got a bunch of people that like really know what they're doing, you know, you got a bunch of little kids on razor scooters, you got a bunch of dudes on bikes. It just tends to be like everybody's there to get their, skating in on the weekend. So it can get pretty hectic. And at this particular park, there was a huge amount of like little kids of razor scooters on this particular day. And obviously the skaters were doing their best not to, to have many interactions. But little kids on razor scooters tend to not be paying very much attention. They're just little kids at the end of the day. So they tend to kind of get in your way and whatnot. And even if you're trying to avoid getting in an accident, sometimes it happens. Well, there was this like grind box in the corner near the entrance, right? And I guess a bunch of people had been getting snaked all day by these little kids on razor scooters. And that's where all the skateboarders were kind of sitting, like on this grind box. And I guess one of the skateboarders had come up and said something along the lines of like, these damn little kids are really annoying. Except he said another word that was pretty descriptive. He said these kids are fucking annoying, which all in all, probably unnecessary, but not the end of the world. If you're used to skating in an empty park and all of a sudden there's 80 kids on razor scooters that are getting in your way, yeah, it's probably a little bit annoying, Do you need to be saying it loudly in the skate park around the kids? Probably not. But I guess a mom ended up overhearing him because she came storming over all like, what did you just say? And, this dude was just not gonna back down in the moment. So he looked at the lady and said something along the lines of like, I said that your kids are really annoying. And the mom, in response, instead of being like, well, you know, we all pay for this park, it's public property, you just have to deal with it, which would have been the good response, says, well, you're not allowed to be here anymore. And obviously the skateboarder at that point is like, what are you talking about? I'm not allowed to be here anymore. And the mom starts to go on this rant about how, like, the skate park was paid for by taxes and she pays taxes, but he probably doesn't pay taxes because anyone in the skate park's unemployed. So, you know, if he's not paying taxes, he has no right to use it. And the skateboarder is kind of confused because it came out of nowhere. And he replies, he's like, well, I actually do have a job and I did last year, so I do pay taxes. So I guess I'm not leaving, you know. And then he said something along the lines about how, like, this lady just needs to mind her own business because clearly she's too dumb to tell people to leave the skate park. And obviously he didn't need to say that either. It ticked off a little bit more of an argument. But at the same time, I'd be calling somebody stupid too if they were like, you don't pay taxes. Little do they know I do. Either way, at that point, Super Karen here decides to take matters into her own hands, and she goes, that's it, you're done. And she grabs his skateboard and starts to leave, right? And a bunch of other skaters at that point kind of like block her, and they're like, whoa, 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 you can't just take his skateboard and leave. Like, that's not how it works. And she goes off again about how, you know, she pays taxes and the taxes are the reason that the skate park is here. And they're like, yeah, whatever, nobody cares. Even if that's true, you can't take his stuff. Like, if you pay taxes for the roads, you can't steal someone's car. And she just tries to push past them. And at that point, they don't want to be, like, pushing this lady because that just is not a good thing, right? You shouldn't want to, like, shove anybody. So they just move out of the way. So she's taking his skateboard and leaving, and another skater runs out and tries to grab the board back. Well, the soccer mom lady turns around and, like, swings the skateboard at the kid who was running to grab the board. And so he jumps back to dodge it, and when he jumps back, his skateboard goes flying. Well, the lady snipes that one up too. So now she's got two skateboards, and she's, like, making an escape towards the parking lot to get in her car. And at that point, the two people are like, I need my skateboard. And, you know, for those of you that don't know, like, a skateboard, if you got some nice trucks, a solid deck on there, a nice pair of wheels, they're $150, you know. It's not like a car or anything, but it's definitely not something that you're just gonna let somebody leave with. So those two guys start running out into the parking lot after her, and the soccer mom starts running. And obviously it's just chaos, so all the skaters go off to watch it, and the mom throws the two skateboards in her car and goes to leave. The only problem is, I guess this lady had forgot her kids, because she gets in the car, and then she rolls down the window a crack and starts screaming about how, like, she can't leave without her kids, she can't leave without her kids. And the skateboarders are there, and they're like, okay, fine, give us back our skateboards, you can't leave with our skateboards. And she's like, I'm gonna call the cops, you guys are threatening me. And they're like, we're not threatening you, just give us the skateboards. Like, no one's gonna prevent you from leaving or taking your kid, we just want our stuff back. And she's like, let my kids get in the car, let my kids get in the car. And these two, like, 8-year-old kids start to push through the crowd with their Razor scooters on, and they get in the back seat. And none of the skaters do anything to the kids. They don't take the Razor scooter, they don't, like, flick their helmet or anything, because it's not their fault that their mom decided to, like, steal their skateboards, right? Everybody's kind of aware that these kids have nothing to do with it. And so you would think that the mom would be like, okay, these kids let my, you know, kids in the car and there's no issue. Clearly they don't want to hurt us at all. They just want their stuff back. I'll just give them the skateboards. You know, the only reason they're even around the car is because the lady has their stuff. Well, she just starts trying to back out. And this is definitely stupid. Nobody should ever do this. But one of the guys whose skateboard has gotten grabbed at that point just launches himself onto the hood of the car and just grabs on, right? Like, you know, in like a comedy movie when someone's on the hood and they're like, stop the car, you know, that's basically what's happening. And he starts screaming, don't leave without my skateboard. Well, that freaks the mom out, obviously. I mean, you know, whether or not she's in the right or wrong, you're going to be surprised when somebody jumps on the hood of your car. So she stomps on the gas, so she like flies out of the parking spot. Thank God nobody's behind her, but now she's going backwards, like with this guy on the hood, and he's like, give me my skateboard. And finally she stops and like the back door opens and one of the little kids throws the two skateboards out, right? Like, I guess at that point she just decided to send it. And at that point the guy gets off the hood of the car, right? And she just peels out of there. And obviously, like I said, you know, the person who sent this into me had nothing to do with like jumping on the car. That was a really stupid idea. That's how you turn getting your skateboard taken into like a trip to the hospital. And even then, dude, like, I don't know, that just probably was not the best idea. Obviously obviously the lady didn't have the right to take your stuff. I'm not going to sit here and defend that. But at the same time, yeah, if someone's trying to leave the scene and you jump on their car, they're probably going to slam on the gas and try to get away, and that's probably not a very good thing if you're hanging onto the hood of the car. So whatever, they grab their skateboards, you know, and all the skateboarders start cheering as if that's like a great thing, you know, as if that's a massive W. And as they're cheering, they turn around and like, it was one of those parks where people would play sports games on the weekend. That's why it was so crowded. And so obviously if there's a big congregation of people there, there's going to be like a cop or something nearby. And they turn around and the cop is literally standing there having watched this go down. Except the only problem is he didn't watch the entirety go down from the beginning of the skate park where the lady came in and they got in an argument and she took the skateboards. He just saw the ending of it. So obviously he's like, why were you jumping on the hood of the car? You know, what's wrong with you? And they start explaining themselves and he's just having none of it, right? So the two people that were involved and got their skateboards taken are like going back and forth with this guy trying to explain that like, no, they weren't just jumping on some random car. Like she had taken their skateboard. She wasn't giving it back. And you know, thankfully after a while, the cop like didn't necessarily believe them even though they were telling the truth, but the lady had just ran, so there was nothing they could really do. All 20 people that were watching the situation backed up the story because it was the truth, but you could tell by like the way he was talking to them, he just didn't believe it. Which, you know, who can blame him? Like, let's put this in perspective. You're telling me some lady stole your skateboards, put them in their car, you guys let the kids get in the car, she tried to leave, you guys then jumped on the hood of the car and she threw your skateboards out the window, and they're like, yeah, you know, it sounds a little bit out there, dude. I just don't understand why this lady thought taking the skateboards was gonna be a good idea. Like, I don't even think the I pay taxes, therefore I'm in charge of who uses the skate park thing is a good argument. It's pretty dumb. But it's especially dumb to be like, I'm gonna take your property because I pay public taxes. You know, like I said, technically your taxes help pay for the road. You can't take somebody's car. And even then, on top of that, getting mad at people for following you to try to get their stuff back. Like, why are you following me? Because you stole my stuff? Like, what do you think I was just gonna let you get in your car and leave? Obviously, never jump on the hood of the car, and to be honest, it's probably a really bad idea to follow anyone stealing your stuff, but like, you didn't have to take their stuff. You could have just as easily gotten in the car and left without anything if you would have just thrown the skateboards on the ground and walked away. For some reason though, I feel like that's always what, you know, people trying to get a one-up on people will do. Like, I've seen plenty of YouTube videos where someone will come out and try to take the skateboards, you know, try to confiscate it because someone's skating on the country club trail and they don't think that they belong in the country club. It's like, all right, man, even if you think a skateboarder doesn't belong, first of all, the skate park is kind of where they belong, but on top of that, you just can't take people's stuff. As for, you know, the kids who were like swearing about scooter kids and whatnot, obviously if you do that, their mom's going to get mad at you. You know, it just is what it is. There's no reason to be doing that at the skate park. Chances are mom's gonna have an issue. You know, you shouldn't do that. I'm not gonna say that that was the best behavior, but yeah, I am gonna step up and say that stealing their stuff in response isn't justified. You know, even if somebody says a naughty word, if you punch them in the face, you're still in more trouble for assault. Anyways, moral of the story, don't take people's stuff, and definitely don't jump on cars. Like, that is just a definite good way to get yourself in a bunch of trouble. They're really lucky the lady had left, because like, if she would have started crying about how she got attacked by a bunch of skaters, they probably would have been SOL, you know? There wouldn't have been much for them to do in that situation. Alright, so basically this story was sent to me by a subscriber, and I guess his neighborhood is a little bit like a normal suburb, you know, where your neighbors are relatively close together, and like, there's really no way to ignore one another if somebody's annoying. You know, if somebody's just like up in your business constantly bugging you, you don't live far away enough from them to be like, hey, mind your business, because them just kind of walking around the neighborhood makes stuff their business, you know? And obviously, there's not really many situations where you're ever trying to annoy your neighbor, and this subscriber was not trying to annoy anyone. But one day, you know, he was hanging out doing his thing, playing PlayStation, and his dad came into his room, and he's like, look, you need to clean the garage. And his dad doesn't necessarily ask for a whole bunch. He gets to spend most of his time goofing off, so he figured that, like, he should just clean the garage and not make a fuss about it, which, you know, is fair enough. Hey, you get to play video games, you gotta clean out the garage once a year. I feel like that's a pretty fair trade-off. So he went out into the garage, and obviously, just to make it, like, a little bit more entertaining, he decided to turn on some music. And they didn't have a Bluetooth speaker out there, so he just ended up turning on this, like, old radio that his dad had out there. And obviously, the radio kind of sucks because, like, every song, there's 47 commercials, but it's better better than nothing, so he just kind of had tuned it into a local radio station. And, you know, he was kind of laughing at the fact that, like, most songs today, if you play them on the radio because they have to censor everything, like half the song's not there. And he was thinking about how lame it is listening to the radio and how he wished he had a Bluetooth speaker so he could just hear the real version of the song, right? And so regardless, he kind of just starts cleaning out the garage, listening to this radio that he has set up right there, and he starts to hear what sounds like something coughing up a lung from behind him. And he hadn't really expected anyone to be there. He had opened the garage because the weather was nice and he didn't want to sweat too much, and he turns and he sees this lady at the bottom of the driveway, and he realizes that the noise he's hearing is coming from her. She's just kind of standing there loudly clearing her throat over and over again, which I have to say is one of the most rude ways to get someone's attention. I mean, I would honestly rather have somebody like snap at me than like start clearing their throat to get my attention, because you know, obviously they're both insanely rude, but like there's something about is just like, dude, address me like a person, my goodness. Regardless, the guy decides to ask the Karen who's just standing at the bottom of the driveway doing it over and over again if something's in her throat. And she kind of snaps at him, no, nothing's in my throat, but since you are asking, can I ask why you think it's appropriate for you to play profane music so loudly from your garage? And just the way she had said it, he could tell that it was like trying to be super confrontational, you know? It wasn't like asking a question, hey, can you please turn it down a little bit? It wasn't very loud, but like she didn't have to come at him and be like, why are you playing profane music loudly? And on top of that, the subscriber is really confused because he had walked to the end of the driveway to talk to her and he couldn't hear the music very much anymore. Like he could very faintly. And on top of it, as he had already like mentioned, it's the radio. So there's really no way for it to be that profane. Like I guess the song material itself, but they're going to be censoring every swear word, you know, anything that they deem too inappropriate for public airwaves gets censored. So there's really no way that anything that's playing can be like that insanely offensive. So he tells her, oh yeah, I'm sorry, you know, I can turn it down for you if you want, but it's just the radio, so it can't be anything that bad. And, you know, in my opinion, that's a pretty fair explanation. He's like, look, I'll turn it down a little bit. It's just the radio, so it's not that bad. Hits all the complaints and says, I'm sorry. But you would have thought, based on her reaction, that he had just decided to listen to that complaint and then rattle off every single swear word in the dictionary, like just based on how she ended up reacting instead. Well, I don't think that I'm sorry cuts it, mister. Even if the radio censors swearing, I shouldn't have to hear a peep from your garage while I'm on my walk. I do not want to listen to your radio when I'm on my walk. I want to listen to the sounds of nature in the neighborhood. So listen to me, young man. Get over there to that radio and you turn it off. And he's just kind of standing there staring because he's like, what is going on? So she repeats herself, turn it off. And at this point, the subscriber is just super confused because like he just really can't understand why she's so mad. He had literally opened this by trying to apologize and say, hey, I'll turn it down, but it's not that bad. And so the fact that she's now screaming at him, being insulting, being like, you need to turn it off, and demanding he go do it, he decides that he's not going to do that and he's just going to stand up for himself a little bit, which I don't know is always the best decision, the most entertaining for a story, sure, but you know, sometimes if people are a little crazy, you should just walk away. Well, and he says, you know, you are more than welcome if my music is so loud and distracting to call the police or file an HOA complaint, you know. I've offered you to turn it down. I'm not doing anything wrong, so I'm sorry. I was gonna turn it down, but now I'm no longer going to, so you can listen to the radio for all I care. Which, you know, little petty, but that being said, if some lady's screaming at you after you already offered to turn it off, it's like, all right, I don't know, do you kind of earn the right to be a little bit petty at that point? And she just starts yelling at him, if you do not turn off that radio in the next 10 seconds, then I'm gonna go over there and turn it off myself. And the kid started to laugh because he was like, well, that's insane. It sounds like you're threatening, you know, a little kid in like first grade. I'm gonna count to 10 or whatever. But then the Karen literally starts counting down backwards from 10, which I don't think has ever worked to get anyone to do anything outside of like, yeah, kindergarten or first grade, you know? 10, 9, like, is he supposed to just run over to the radio? Maybe when I was 8 and my dad started counting down from 3, I was horrified and it would work. But I just don't think a random person I don't know just like demanding I turn down my music and then counting is gonna do anything to anyone. Like, you know, call me crazy. I feel like if somebody was like, dude, anytime someone starts counting down, I just have to do anything they say, I'd be like, that's not normal, bro. Oh, go rob a bank. 10, 9. He's like halfway there, you know? Regardless, she's doing her countdown and this guy couldn't care any less, but he decides to mess with her a little bit. And so as she's counting down, she gets to 3, you know, 3, 2, and as she gets to 2, he just starts sprinting over to the radio. And he assumed that she would think that like he's going over there to turn it off, you know? And he gets over there and he looks at her and he goes, I'm so sorry. And he turned it up a little bit. Not enough to like be insane, you know, and blow out anyone's eardrums or anything, but he turned it up just enough for it to be noticeable. Not enough to disrupt the neighborhood even, but just enough. Because he wasn't trying to disrupt the neighborhood, you know? He had just wanted to annoy the situation, and it kind of worked. The Karen took it as a challenge, and she starts kind of walking up the driveway, like into his garage, and at that point he tells her, he's like, whoa, 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 you can't come in my garage, this is my property. You know, please don't come in here, you can stay on the street, we can argue, but like, don't come in here, you're making me feel weird, you know? And obviously he was still being a little bit petty, but at the same time, you don't want strangers just like walking into your garage, especially when they're mad at you never know. And the Karen starts to like go off about how she can go anywhere she wants, she has the right to turn off whatever is disrupting her peace, and she didn't care if it was his property or not. So she starts like walking into the garage angrily, and at that point, you know, the subscriber's like, all right, I'm gonna go get my dad because this is out of control. So he goes inside, and as he's going inside, he sees the Karen kind of walking over to the radio, and he figures that she's gonna turn it off, and by the time he gets back out there, she's gonna have ran away, right? Because it'd be really weird if she was still there when he got back. So he goes and gets his dad, and they come outside, and the music is now insanely louder. I guess, like, you know, the Karen had started trying to turn off the radio and only had somehow managed to turn it up, which is hilarious to me, dude. If you're gonna storm the garage and try to turn off the radio, I feel like the requirement is you have to turn it off. You can't just like sit there and be fumbling with it and accidentally make it louder. At that point, you kind of are the reason for the noise complaint, right? Like, if you're gonna storm into someone's property, you should never do that, but at least turn off the radio quickly. She could have had this whole Catwoman Karen thing going on, just like this half mythical creature roaming the neighborhood, turning off whatever sound was coming from the garage, you know? I went inside for a second, I came back out to my JBL speaker destroyed. I'm telling you, something's out there, Dan, turning down the volume on my radio. Every time I go into the garage, it's eerily quiet. I hate it. You know, you could have had that going on. I feel like turning off a radio isn't that difficult. You could have had some mythical Bigfoot thing going on. Anyways, though, this guy's dad gets out into the garage, and obviously his first question is like, who are you and what are you doing? Which is a normal reaction to a stranger, like holding your electronics in your garage that you've never seen. You know, who are you, if anything, is a nice reaction. I feel like most people would be like, get out of my property, or I'm calling the cops, maybe freaking out, you know, a little angry. The fact that he's even opening up with like, who are you and what are you doing is already nice, right? But the Karen turns, and just the anger in her voice, I'm your neighbor, and your son has been insanely disrespectful, playing music on the radio so loudly, and on top of that, the music he's playing is vulgar and disgusting, and I will not stand for it in my neighborhood. This is my peace and quiet, and I refuse to let it be, you know, destroyed by some music. And she's going off on this rant about how apparently this dude's music from the radio is just the most peace-destroying thing of all time. It's not very loud. And the dad says what everybody else is thinking at this point, and is like, you know, no offense, but if he's playing on the radio, it can only be so bad because they censor a lot of stuff. And even then, you know, even if my son was out here just blasting swear words on the speaker, it's not really anything that gives you the right to storm into my property and start touching my stuff. Sure, is it rude and disrespectful if my kid's doing that? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that you can just like storm in and start destroying my speaker because you don't like what it's playing, you know, which is fair. Anyways, the Karen is there processing that for a bit, you know, the gears are turning. She's trying to think of a way to justify coming into the garage and attacking the radio for no reason, because the dad's explanation is pretty solid, you know, even if it was the most annoying music of all time, it doesn't give you the right to just walk in here and start attacking someone's property. Yeah, we can agree that some people's music taste is absolute garbage. I think that's just something everyone could agree on. It doesn't mean you get to like walk up to their car and turn down the volume on it, you know. But for some reason, she decides to go with probably the most lame excuse she could possibly think of, which is, you know, well, I don't like to hear it, and I shouldn't have to hear it when I walk by your house. I think it's absurd that I have to hear anything when I walk by your house. Which, listen, man, then like, I don't know, keep walking if you don't like what you're hearing. And everybody kind of has a moment where they really stopped and like had to process how dumb it was, because like, I don't know, that really is the easiest solution to this at all. If I was walking around the neighborhood and someone was playing really, really loud music, right? I have this ability to keep walking. You don't have to let it turn into some giant argument where then you're like storming into someone's property and threatening to destroy their electronics and stuff. No, you could just keep walking. Like, sure, it's annoying. No one's gonna argue with that. But that being said, it's not like this music's insanely loud. And on top of it, if you're the person in their garage shaking their electronics, you are now crazier than the person playing the loud music. And the dad's not really vibing with that, and he asked directly, like, why didn't you keep walking if you hated the music so much? Which is a relatively fair question to ask. You know, he's still not really like losing it for somebody that's having a stranger in his garage holding his stuff being like, your son's an idiot and disrespectful. Just asking the questions that matter. You know, if you really hate it so much and you could just avoid it, then why not just avoid it? I feel like that's way easier than having to turn this into some giant battle. And the lady's response is, well, why should I have to keep walking, you know? And the answer is, because it's not your house or your radio, and you don't live near here. And the dad asks her, he's like, look, where even is your house? Is it close? Because I know everybody that lives directly around us, and I don't think you're in any of those houses. And she gets really quiet, and she's like, I live near enough for it to be able to be my problem, which is convenient. And he's like, all right, well, where do you live? Like, how close are you? And she goes, well, okay, fine, I live a street over, but I walk this street every day. And listen, man, if you don't even live close to the house that you're standing in the garage of, screaming at them to turn down the music, you know, I'm really unsure of how it's any of your business. Like, you literally could have kept walking. You didn't have to charge the garage and try to turn off the radio, you know, just go back home a street away. And yeah, now it's magically not a problem. You can't hear it anymore. I feel like that would have been the easiest solution. The fact that you don't even live near here makes this entire interaction like 1,000,000% stupider. And so, you know, the Karen starts to stammer a bit because the dad starts to hit her with questions that she answers, which, you know, if you're trying to look good, I don't know why you would answer this way. He's like, well, can you hear it from your house a street away? And she's like, no. And he goes, can you even hear it from 2 houses away? And she says, no. And then he kind of looks at her and he's like, all right, so I'm not really understanding why this is a problem. You know, if you can't even hear it from your house, then like, why are you so mad that you're running into the garage and grabbing stuff? If it's not audible from your house, then it's not your problem. Not saying I would ever be on Team Karen, you know, but if he really was blasting music so loud that she could hear it clearly in her house a street away, I can understand her being pissed, because that's just like inconsiderate, and you know, there's just no reason to be playing music that loudly in a neighborhood. Seriously, dude, like what, you're just gonna wake everybody up and force them to listen to your music? But that's really not what was happening here, you know. But even if in the case of them playing music insanely loud, you still can't run into their house and break the speaker. You can just get mad about it. If you can't even hear it from 2 houses away, though, there's nothing that you should be upset about, you know. And as she's stammering, the dad is like, all right, so if you can't hear it from 2 houses away, then I want you to put down my radio and get out of my garage, you know. And the Karen sets it down and like hasn't said anything and just starts to walk out of the garage. And she's walking down the driveway, and they can tell that she's like getting mad. She has her fist balled up, and she gets to the road again. And it's almost like when she gets to the road, she gets like a second wind of courage, you know. Reinforcements of crazy had arrived, and nothing was going to stop her, because now that she's at the bottom of the driveway, she turns around and starts screaming at them again. Look at how inconsiderate you were of your neighbors. You have no respect for the peace and tranquility of this neighborhood, and it's insane. You know, the irony of the fact that she's now screaming all of this way louder than the music would have ever been, you know, is not hitting her. I'm just saying, if you go to the end of the driveway and start screaming, and the music wasn't audible from the end of the driveway, now there's just a lot more noise, and the entire neighborhood's gonna be annoyed. At least before, it was contained to only you being annoyed, you know what I mean? She stops yelling for a second, you know, almost deciding at that point that her yelling was louder than the music, but she just decided to keep going because, you know, that's just what she did. So she starts going, I'm yelling because of how inconsiderate you are to the peace and quiet. I understand that yelling might go against that as well, but I wouldn't have to yell if you would just turn off your radio. And obviously it's just like, all right, now we're not going to turn off the radio. They probably would have before, but now you can't. So the dad just looks at her and goes, all right, you have fun with that. Then I guess you can stand here and listen to the music. And he hit the garage button. And so the garage starts closing closing, and she's at the end of the driveway, and she's not like rushing the door or anything. She's not gonna try to do a secret agent, like, you know, when they slide underneath the door that's closing. That's not gonna happen. It's not special ops Karen, you know, but the door closes, and the dad turns to the son, and he's like, look, go ahead and play your music. Don't worry about it. And so he just kind of goes back to cleaning the garage, and he assumes at that point that it's over, so he turns back on the music at a lower volume. He really was not trying to make anyone upset, you know, and he just goes back to organizing the garage. And what seemed like a retreat by the Karen had actually been a false retreat for her to gather backup, you know. As you know, Karens often travel in packs. They tend to do this thing called overwhelm and destroy. You get two Karens yelling at you, it's too overwhelming. Because about 10 minutes later, there's some banging on the garage door, and it sounds pretty loud, so he goes to get his dad just because he was scared, and he figures it's somebody coming back to argue with him about it. So he gets his dad, and when they come back to the garage, the banging is now even louder on the garage door. And so his dad hits open, and as the garage door is coming up, they see 4 sets of legs, so they can be like, all right, there's 2 people here, you know, there's at least more people than there was before. And as the garage door is coming up, it becomes more and more clear who's standing there, and it's Karen again, and what they think is her husband, and they both start yelling in tandem, almost like they had practiced this a bunch, you know, like, all right, let's yell the exact same thing in unison so it just scares everybody. 2 Karens, Karens, same thing, screaming in unison is quite impressive, and they just both are yelling about how, you know, what they did was so disrespectful and they can't believe the music. Keep in mind, it's even quieter now. Like, they had really gotten so mad that they decided to come confront them by banging on the garage door. And now their new thing is that they're demanding that Karen gets an apology for embarrassing her when they found her in the garage, which, out of everything you can ask for an apology for in this situation, is probably the dumbest. You probably get an apology for the music, you know, but like, how are you going to demand an apology for someone getting upset when they walked into their garage and saw a stranger touching their stuff? I think everybody in that situation would yell a little bit. If anything, I feel like someone walking out and seeing a stranger in their property and yelling is a pretty calm reaction. The dad at that point, though, realizes this is getting a little bit out of control and he wants to rein it back in, so he looks at the Karen and, you know, guy Karen, and he's like, look, okay, this has gotten out of control. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop playing the music, all right? We will stop playing the music, but I'm not going to apologize for telling someone not to touch my stuff when I don't know them. You know, I came outside, there was a stranger on my property, I didn't know what was going on. I'm not gonna apologize for that, but I'll turn it off. And the Karen seems to be on board with that. You know, she's like, all right, that's probably the biggest win we're gonna get. We'll leave it there, fine. She had just wanted the music off. I think she realized that, like, they weren't going to apologize because they hadn't really done anything wrong. Getting the music off is a W, so they should just take it and leave because, you know, if you keep the argument going, you are more in the wrong than them, so you just take the small victory and walk. But at that point, her husband decides to go full nuclear Karen, dude. He just starts yelling, that is not enough. You need to apologize. You need to get on your knees and grovel for me to forgive you, and if you don't, there's gonna be consequences. And even Karen is like, all right, you guys don't have to do that. It's okay. And she starts trying to pull him away, and he's like, no, they need to grovel. I mean, literally get down on your hands and knees and beg for me to forgive you. And at that point, you know, the subscriber's dad is like, all right, dude, listen, we will turn the music off, but if you keep screaming like that and getting aggressive, I will call the cops. You are on my property. I'm not going to apologize, and I'm certainly not going to, like, get on my hands and knees and beg for forgiveness because you weren't here. You know, we'll turn off the music, but you're out of your mind if you think that I'm going to, like, get on my hands and knees and beg for you to forgive me. I don't even know who you are. Like, go a street away, go do your thing. And I want to give Karen some credit. You know, she had been insane a little bit earlier. Maybe she was a little mad when she stormed the garage or whatever, but she was doing her best to defuse it now. She's like, all right, it's fine. Let's just stop. You know, they're going to stop playing the music. We're good. It's over. It's okay. But the husband is like, no. And in fact, you want to threaten to call the cops if I come into your garage and do something about it? Go ahead. By the time they get here, like, I'll have beaten you up already. And at that point, his dad's like, all right, that's enough. I'm going to call. And he just starts closing the garage door. And Karen's holding the dad back from, like, or not the dad, the husband from rushing the garage door. And the garage door closes and he calls his brother, you know, I guess he didn't want to, like, call the actual police, and he just pretends that he's on the phone with them. And what whatever, you know, I don't know why he didn't want to call. At this point, they 100% should have. I feel like this was the mistake. This dude's standing in your driveway screaming he's gonna beat you before you get to call the cops. That's kind of a reason to. But whatever, he's just kind of pretending he's on the phone, and it does scare them off. They literally hear them out there being like, go, 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 they're calling, and like they were wearing flip-flops. Worst thing to challenge someone to combat in, flip-flops, you know, but whatever. They literally hear their flip-flops like going down the road away from the house, so they had worked, they had ran off, and at that point, he's already on the phone with like his brother, so, you know, he figures they're gone, and he fills in his brother on what had happened, and they all start laughing just at the sheer absurdity at everything that had gone down, you know, almost like it being over, everybody just has a little bit of a breath of relief about like, well, that was nuts and can't get any weirder. I just can't believe Dude Karen was literally like willing to throw hands over this, dude. If there's ever anything that I feel like it's absurd to actually fight about, it's the volume of music, you know. Oh, what did you get your assault and battery charge for? Well, this dude was playing music, so I fought him. And they're like, okay, well, was the music loud? Not necessarily, he just refused to turn it down when I asked, so, you know, I had to beat him up. And they're like, okay, bro. You know, I'm not one of these people that says that fighting is always stupid. I just feel like you should have a really good reason to fight. If you're gonna fight somebody over the fact that they didn't want to get on their knees and beg for forgiveness because they didn't want to turn down their music, you can't be surprised that people think that's a little aggressive, you know? I just feel like fighting over that stuff is just not worth it, especially when you're like grown men. No one wins in that situation, bro. You're 47. You get tired and like sore after a workout for 6 months. What do you think a fight's gonna do to you? No one is gonna like get on their knees and beg for forgiveness from an out of shape middle-aged man who is turning the shade of a tomato from screaming. Like, I'll take my chances in combat if I have to. Nobody wants to get into combat, you know. I'm just saying, you gotta be a little bit self-aware that like you're just kind of both old men and neither one of you is a UFC fighter and both of you are probably going to lose. And so the dad's like, all right, whatever. They go into the house because he left, and they thought it was over at that point. They figured they wouldn't come back because, you know, they thought they had called the cops. They were obviously in the wrong for being in the garage, so they're like, they're gonna have to leave us alone because it would be nuts if they came back, you know. Well, they thought wrong, because after 10 minutes, after this huge freak out where they had ran away flip-flops going down the street, there's this knock on the door, and obviously, you know, they're a little bit apprehensive to open it, but the dad goes ahead and opens it a little bit, and it's Karen and her husband, and the dad immediately is like, get out of here, I don't want any trouble, you know, and they start being like, no, we're not here for trouble, I'm sorry, and the dad has the door closed, but they can hear him yelling, I'm sorry, through the door, and they both have this moment where they look at each other, and like, for some reason, they decide to take a chance and open it. I feel like that was the wrong move, bro. I feel like keeping the door closed is definitely the elite move when it's the people that were just saying that like they're gonna fight you, you know, just keep it closed, it's alright, you don't have to open it. The dad opens the door a bit though, just to see what's going on, and like Karen and her husband are both standing there with a can of Coke, and they're like, we want to give this to you as a peace offering. And the dad is just kind of sitting there a little bit confused because like, okay, you know, it's a can of soda, thank you, I guess. And he takes it from them because they were kind of like, you need to take this, it's our peace offering. And I'll be honest, I had literally never heard of this before. You know, maybe I'm stupid and this is a normal thing, but like I didn't realize that when you fight with your neighbor, you're supposed to bring a can of soda over there and call it a peace offering. You know, especially after you threaten to fight them, I feel like a can of Coke doesn't really mend that. But obviously he just kind of takes it from them and he's like, thank you, peace, I guess. And they're like, no, thank you, you know, no, thank you. And they leave. And the dad closes the door and is like super confused about that entire interaction because it's not every day that like, just what? I don't know why they decided to come back with a can of Coke as an apology, you know, maybe they were on Coke, it would explain the behavior a little bit, but either way, the dad closes the door way more confused than before he had opened it, and the situation was already bizarre, you know, just to have some dude being like, I need you to beg for my forgiveness, and then 10 minutes later, he's like, listen, I'm really sorry about that, will you take this soda as a peace offering? Like, dude, what in the Sims player is going on here? Like, it's just, huh? This has to be some aliens, like, pretending to be humans for their evaluation of humanity. But ever since, things have been even weirder. Like, that's what this person has said. They've been insanely over-friendly to them to the point where it's weird. Like, listen, you know, I guess thank you for the can of Coke as a peace offering, but at the end of the day, if you don't like someone, it's okay to just ignore them, you know? You don't have to go the opposite way and be like so insanely over-friendly because it's kind of weird, and that's just how friendly they're being. Like, literally every time this kid or his dad is outside and Karen is nearby, like if she's down the street, she will literally drop everything and sprint over there and be like, can I help you with anything, my best friends, can I help you with anything? And they're always like, no, it's okay, because obviously they just don't really want to interact that much, you know? The times that they did interact were bad enough. It's not like they were itching for more. Remember when they were threatening us and running into our garage? That was awesome. Let's be best friends. Like, you did threaten to break their radio, and your husband did say he was gonna beat this dude unless he got on his hands and knees and begged for forgiveness. You know, I think they might not want to be best friends. It's okay to leave them alone for a little bit after all that went down. If anything, I would just be embarrassed, dude. I'd be like, I can never talk to these people again. After that, like, I feel like you might have to move countries, actually. Change your name, perhaps. No, they were just like, meh, whatever. I'm just gonna go up and be like, hey, bestie, what's up, bestie? How you doing, bestie? Regardless, I think that Karen is going out of her way to be overly nice. It's weird, sure, but it is better than her, like, going the other way and going nuts and becoming hellbent on, like, destroying your life. So at least if she's consistently bringing you cans of Coke, that's a W. Hey, best friend, would you like another soda? You're just like, of course I would. It's free. Why not? In fact, if anything, you got to use this to your advantage, right? Every time she offers you a free soda, you just take it and sell it, you know? Get some easy profit, dude. You're gonna love the situation as you make 37 cents a day from reselling the Coke products. Alright, so like I said, one of my subscribers ended up sending this in to me, and I guess he lives and works on a farm, and the way that their fields are set up, he has like one field right behind his house, and then another field that's across the street, down a dirt road a bit. It's not insanely far to the point where, like, he literally drives his tractor to the other field pretty often just to take care of it, you know, and for the most part, because he's on a farm, everyone around him's usually a farmer, so there isn't too many issues or complaints about tractors on the road because everyone gets it. Like, listen, I'm not saying it wouldn't be weird for a tractor to just be going down the middle of the Las Vegas Strip, alright? But you have to remember that if you're in an area with a bunch of farmland, it's not weird to see farm vehicles, and it especially isn't illegal, you know? There's no reason they would just come arrest the farmers for doing their job. And obviously, because they lived in the area, the cops kind of knew what was up, and so therefore they would take the farmer's side if anyone ever had any complaints. Anyways, the only time he was ever on like a real road with this tractor, you know, a paved road with signs and stuff, was literally to go from like this field that they owned on this side across the street to the other side, and then there was a dirt road that was used. And so obviously there's not a lot of time the tractor's spending on the road, and whenever it is on the road, everyone just kind of looks the other day. But on this particular day, he gets across the street and starts going down this dirt road, and he sees another car coming his direction, which happened from time to time. Anyways, as the car's coming, he just kind of assumes that it's another farmer or someone in a truck or something that kind of knew what was up, because why else would any car be on these back roads, right? And the way it worked, if there's another car coming, is you both just kind of pulled to the side, and it laid enough room for both of you to get by if you went relatively slow past each other. He had done it plenty of times at this point, but as he's getting closer to the new car, he realizes that it's not like a farmer's truck, it's not a truck at all, it's a brand new Range Rover. Which, listen, you know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the new Range Rover. It's obviously a very nice car, but keep in mind that you're in the literal middle of nowhere on a dirt road no one uses, except for like the other farmers he occasionally runs into. But either way, it doesn't really matter. The formula's gonna be the same. They're just gonna have to go really slow, pull over a bit, and everything should be okay. It's not like a truck is any smaller than a Range Rover in terms of how, like, the size of it, right? But whatever, when they get close to each other, the Range Rover just stops and starts kind of honking over and over and over again. And the person driving the tractor is confused and assumes that someone's hurt or something's wrong, because otherwise why would this person just be like spamming on the horn for no reason? So he gets out to go look and make sure everything's okay and that they don't need help. And as he gets out, the window rolls down and he just hears this incoherent screaming in his direction, right? Like, it takes him a little bit to even make out what's being said, but whoever is in the car is apparently not happy to see him at all. What is your tractor doing in the road, you stupid redneck hillbilly? hillbilly, you have till the count of 10 to move that tractor or I'm calling the police. Do you have any idea how late I already am? The last thing I need is some back road loser like you coming and parking his tractor in front of me. This is insane. You wouldn't believe how late I am. You need to get this off the road now, blah, 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 blah. And obviously the person she's yelling at is a little bit awestruck, like just by how rude the interaction has started off. Here he was literally getting out to come check, make sure everything's okay. Now he's being told he's a redneck hillbilly for having a tractor. So he's just kind of standing there for a second, processing this wave of insults that just rushed over him when, like, she goes in again. Hello, I'm talking to you standing there. I said, move your tractor now, you idiot. And the only thing he says back is like, who are you? You know, just a genuine question because it's a small town. It's not like there's a lot of strangers around. And listen, I'm not saying it's the best first question to come out of his mouth, but it was the first question out of his mouth. But for some reason, she kind of took it as a challenge to drop every flex ever. I'm a lawyer from, you know, and she said the town nearby. I'm not going to dox the dude. And I'm here looking for property because I want land, but these stupid dirt roads make no sense and you have tractors on the road. Like, that's something logical. Get it off the road now. And obviously, he's just kind of laughing and he starts explaining. He's like, yeah, well, if you're looking for property out here, a lot of it's going to be farmland or woods, so it's going to be a lot of underdeveloped dirt roads. That's what it's like here, and like a lot of people have tractors, so if you really hate these on the road, I don't know if this is the area for you. And her response is just, well, I'm glad you morons like it here, but I don't, so how about you move the tractor so I can get back to civilization? Just being so mean for no reason. And he was getting really annoyed with how rude she was being, and he decided to tell her that she could probably get around the tractor. He had seen tons of these stupid moronic hillbilly farmers, like saying it as ironic as possible, be able to drive around the tractor, so it should be no problem for a big smart city girl like herself. And he was totally putting on the accent and everything, just trying to be as annoying as humanly possible. You know, imagine you're driving a tractor and someone's like, you're an idiot, you're stupid, you don't know anything, and then asks you to move it. Just be like, gee, I don't know how to move a tractor. That's hilarious, dude. But obviously she's not a fan of the trolling, and she's like, are you kidding me? Move it right now. You know it's actually illegal to have a tractor on the road, and I'm gonna have it impounded. And he's like, all right, go ahead and call the cops, dude. Go for it. He knows all the cops in the town. It's not a big town. And once again, the cops kind of understand that, like, they have to drive the tractor to their fields. It's on a dirt road. It's not on a main road. He's not at a stoplight. They know why his tractor is here. They're not going to come out there and be like, you can't be here. It's literally on his way to his field. And listen, I'm not going to blame lawyers for using the law argument because, you know, they assume they're the only people that know it. And two, most people don't know the law. Like, if you're a lawyer, you can just kind of be like, did you know that you're breaking the law? And most people will be like, I am? You know, most people aren't reading code books every day trying to figure out specifics. If I was a lawyer, I'd use this all the time too. I'd be like, oh, that's illegal. Yeah, you can't do that. I probably wouldn't, but you get what I'm saying, dude. Obviously, what he's doing isn't illegal, but I could understand why she's like, I'm a lawyer and you need to move this now. Not that she should act that way, but you know what I'm saying. Like, why she used that argument. All right, this is getting out of hand. Whatever. You guys get what I'm trying to say. I'm not siding with the Karen lawyer here. Anyways, at that point, she gets out of the car and he decides to get back into the tractor just so it can't escalate. And when he gets back into the tractor, she walks over and puts her hands on it and starts literally trying to push it into the field. And you know, I'm not an expert or a genius, but I will say tractor heavy, so it's not really moving very well. I just feel like as someone who's, you know, looked at a tractor before, it should be pretty obvious that you can't really just push it into a field. I just feel like they're pretty heavy. It's one of those things that would be pretty difficult to do. You know, maybe if you're a bodybuilder or something, but I'm not pushing a tractor, and there's no way this lady in like her high heels is pushing a tractor. No offense. High heels are just not the shoes to be wearing when you're pushing a tractor. You need some grip. You got to get some New Balances on, you know? Then you got a chance. After about 15 seconds of her trying really hard with all of her might to push this tractor into the field, he's like, I don't think you can move the tractor. He's not trying to be mean. He's just like, look, like no one can push this tractor. Like it's huge. And she looks at him and just goes, move it? No. And the way she does now is literally like a growl, howl thing so loud that if there was a Bigfoot nearby, it would be like, brother, you know. And at that point, a huge smile comes across like the kid's face in the tractor because it's just funny, dude. Imagine someone getting out, like screaming at you for having a tractor in your field and then is like, move it. And you're like, you can get around it. So they start trying to literally push your tractor out of the way. Tell me that wouldn't be funny, you know? But whatever, he decides to move it. And so he goes and drives drives right past her car without hitting it, without doing anything, proving that she could have just driven around him. She had just gotten out of the car to push the tractor for no reason. And so when she realizes that he wasn't kidding and she literally could have just driven by the tractor and had no issue at all, it's obvious she's a little embarrassed, but full Karen mode can never admit it. So she just starts being like, how did you do that? How did you do that? And he's like, what do you mean? I drove by your tractor. I told you we had enough room to get by each other if we went slow. And she's like, no, there's literally no way that tractor would have been able to move by my car. I'm an expert. Like, I know these things. There's no way that could have happened. Did you have my car moved somehow? And he's like, while we were arguing, did I have your car moved like 6 inches so I could drive past it? No. Like, you got to be jumping through some mighty big hoops to be like, aha, well, he did say he could drive by it. He drove by it, right? But therefore, there's like some secret conspiracy with a bunch of elves that move cars 6 inches to the right so tractors can drive by. I'm just not understanding. Like, okay, she's trying to push the tractor herself. She's feeling like her car got pushed. Is she married to Superman or something? Like, is she actually just the strongest person to ever exist and we don't know it? She was just holding back on the tractor here. She could have thrown it at him, but she decided to show restraint in this one instance. I don't know, bro. This entire thing is funny. I just feel like cars don't be moving like that on the regular unless you're just on something or insanely ripped, like Superman strength. If all of a sudden I found out that, like, when my mom, was alone and there wasn't a parking spot, she just got out and threw the car that was in the parking spot so she could park there, I don't know if I would be horrified or impressed, but it seems like this lady might be someone who has those skills, dude. Moving cars and tractors comes easily to her. I don't know what you're supposed to do with that strength other than, like, sign up for the government and be a nuclear missile yourself, like you're just hurling nukes with your arms because you're so ripped. Regardless, he confirms to her that he did not in fact move her car, and she starts yelling about how he definitely moved her car, and at this point he's crossed the line into destruction of property and she's gonna call the cops. And he's like, you know what, go for it. If you're gonna start saying that I'm like destroying your very expensive brand new car, yeah, I'd rather have some people here to settle this because I'm not trying to be on the hook for a massive repair bill. So she calls and he just is sitting in his tractor waiting, and it's taking forever because it's the countryside. It's not like they have a crap ton of people ready to go handle this stuff. And after about 25 minutes, a guy pulls up with no lights on, clearly not too worried about it. And as soon as he gets out of the car, the Karen just starts yelling that, like, he moved my car, he moved it. I swear he found a way to move my car so his tractor could get by. This is insane. And the officer is like, what's going on? Like, hello, nice to meet you. I just walked up. What is happening? And she says that she was on this road looking at property and she was going to leave and the tractor was in the way and blocked her in and started making threatening noises, and she was afraid that he was going to run over her car like a tank if she didn't get out of the car because he was being so threatening. Lady, it's not a tank. It's not a monster truck. Like, I mean, call me crazy, but I don't know how she got there. Like, he literally got out and came to check if everything was okay because she was honking and he thought something was wrong. How do you take that as he's going to slam on the gas and crush my car? The cop's like, all right, well, okay, that's not good. And she's like, so I got out to confront him, and somehow when I was out of the car confronting him, he must have had a way to move it a few inches because now I'm not blocked in and he'd been able to drive by. But she's 100% sure that she was blocked in before. So, magic. That's the only explanation as to how they've gotten here. Listen, I'm not saying it wouldn't be scary if you were cornered by a tractor. Obviously, that would be horrifying, but that's just not really what went down here. Like, if there was some psychopath rolling around just boxing people in with his tractors, by all means, have him arrested, lock him in jail, throw away the key. But if some dude's just driving to his field and you just don't want to go slow around him, so you're just like, nah, homie was trying to block me in, that's kind of not cool. I also love how she said threatening noises from the tractor. Like, what threatening noises could even be coming from it? Oh, the price of gas. Whoa, like, that's pretty scary. Okay, that's threatening. I don't have a tractor. I'm not sure if they have a horn. I'm just not understanding what threatening noises could be coming from the tractor. Oh, I've got a knife. I'm a tractor. Like, I don't think they can talk, bro. I just don't really understand how you're going to be afraid of just an inanimate object making threatening noises. Anyways, he kind of gets the statement from her, and obviously he comes to talk to the kid a bit, and he's like, I didn't move the car. I have no clue how I would have done that. And the cop's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you didn't move the car because one, it's a car, and she says that you pushed it a few inches, but I feel like there would be tracks of some sort if you pulled the car. Like, we're on a dirt road. You would definitely see where the tires had been dragged back, There's no marks from the tires sliding, which I love was his proof, not the fact that this kid clearly could not push a car. He's like, well, you could have pushed the car for sure, but there's no marks, so that's how we know you didn't do it. No, you should just look at him and be like, oh, this isn't an Olympian. There's no way that he's single-handedly pushing a car without being noticed. Even an Olympian, dude, if you got like the strongest dude in the world and you were like, shove that Range Rover a foot sideways, not neutral, we're talking sideways moving a car, I think it would be very difficult, let alone this dude doing it without getting noticed. Anyways, they talk for a bit and he goes back to the lady, and whatever he's telling to her, she's definitely not happy about it, because she starts yelling like, well, he at least needs a ticket for driving a tractor on the road. I know that's illegal and not allowed. And so apparently he had told her like, okay, we're not going to have him arrested for boxing you in with the tractor because we just don't really feel like that's what went down here. And apparently when he said, no, I don't think this kid is a crazy tractor maniac and I'm not going to arrest him and take him to prison, her response was then, at least give him a ticket, which to me goes to show that she's just kind of out for some revenge. Like, if she's genuinely like, no, this guy's a maniac with the tractor, if the cop's like, okay, well, I'm not going to arrest him, I would be freaking out. My first thought wouldn't be like, maybe we should give him a ticket, a financial fine perhaps. He's a maniac with a tractor, a ticket's not going to do anything. And he says he's not going to give him a ticket either. Like I said, the cops around here kind of get how it is. Like, what is he supposed to do, bro? If he starts fining people for driving their tractors on roads that you could get by them on, like, the farmers are going to be pissed. If the farmers are pissed and they stop making food, good luck getting any groceries, huh? Imagine there's a new law passed. It's like, if you are within 30 miles of a Range Rover, no tractors may be operated, okay? We've made a software that literally prevents tractors from turning on if cars are in the vicinity. Good luck. Food supplies go to zero. We all just like starve. No, thank you. Anyways, she says something about how like if they're not going to do anything, then everyone around here is a bunch of stupid hillbillies and she's not buying land here. So they could thank themselves for the amount of money that wasn't going to be coming to this community. And they're kind of like, okay, thanks, I guess. Like, sure, it would have been cool if you built a giant mansion here, but if you also hate tractors, it's probably not for you. I'm sure they're like money in their town, but they also probably wouldn't like having the cops called on them for doing their jobs every day. Like, this is literally the equivalent of moving into the neighborhood, seeing your neighbors, like, I don't know, outside, calling the cops on them, and then when they show up and they're like, who called the cops? Oh, the new guy, threatening to move out of the neighborhood unless they like change their behavior. And they're like, dude, you've been here for a day. Why'd you call the cops on me? We don't even know each other. Of course you should move out. I don't like living next to you. No one wants to live next to the person who hates them. It's just not what anyone wants to do. Anyways, she hops back into her car and peels out, and obviously they're on a dirt road, so it kind of kicks up dust everywhere, and it's just a little bit of coughing, sneezing, like a little bit. And he flies past the cop car down the dirt road, and the cop just walks back over to the kid, and he's like, I haven't really had to deal with a real Karen before, but that was something. And the kid asks, he's like, well, what did she want you to do about it? Like, she was asking about, if not that, then the ticket, but like, what did she want to do before? And he confirms that she had wanted him to get arrested for like menacing, I guess, and like the being threatening with the tractor, which is not even a real thing. I don't think that's a crime. I'm sure threatening people is a crime. Like, that's a crime. But she said specifically, I want him charged with threatening with a tractor, which to me is hilarious. Like, imagine getting in front of the judge. You're charged with threatening with a tractor. Is this true? You're like, yeah, listen, man, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Anyways, he's obviously then says that she also wanted him fined for moving the car. And at that point, the kid literally flexed his muscles. He's like, yeah, you know me, my standard workout's just pushing cars around. And obviously they both laughed because it's like, yeah, this dude was just not pushing a car 6 inches sideways. It just wasn't gonna happen. He's not an Avenger, okay? Like, what do you think he is? Captain America out here punching the side of a Toyota and it like caving in on itself? Anyways, he went back to his field and started doing his job. And as he finished up, he saw a car coming down the road when he was on the way back home. And obviously he's a little bit nervous that it's gonna be the Range Rover again just because he doesn't want to have another interaction. But sure enough, it ends up being just like another farmer in a truck. And this is like just the sweetness of it, right? So he slows down a bit, the other guy slows down, and they go right past each other. And the dude's truck was way bigger than a Range Rover. No fighting, no arresting necessary, just slowing down for 2 seconds. Regardless, he ends up getting back home and he sits down on the the couch to watch TV, and when he turns it on, he can't really believe what he's seeing, because the lady earlier who had been yelling that, like, she's a lawyer from this town, you know, and she's looking for property and blah, 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 blah. She certainly was a lawyer, because her commercial was now on the TV in front of the dude that she had just been, like, yelling at for driving a tractor. I think that every area has their local lawyer that's like, I'm in a wreck, come get paid, baby, you know? I can think of like 7 lawyers in Las Vegas who just have an obnoxious commercial every 25 seconds on television. I still remember some phone numbers from when I was a kid around here, dude. Like, everybody knows the type of commercials I'm talking about. But sure enough, she's on TV doing her whole, you know, if you're ever in a situation where you gotta sue someone, come use me. And listen, hey, she's probably a good lawyer, right? Like, no judgment off that. It's just the irony of, like, seeing this commercial when you were just getting yelled at is kind of funny. And what's very interesting about the commercial, though, is the whole Karen persona was gone. You know, she's like, my firm can provide some of the best care and compassion in the business, which is a good ad, I'm not gonna lie. That would make me want to hire the law firm, but it's hilarious if you're the person that just got the cops called on you for, like, existing and owning a tractor. You probably would be a little bit confused, like, where's that compassion for me, huh? You know, seriously, though, I'm sure she's a really good lawyer. If anything, I would want to hire a Karen as a lawyer, right? Like, that's how you really get stuff done, bro. Because she's going to get in there and the judge is going to be like, da-da-da, no! And he's going to be like, all right, you're right. Yeah, I don't want to fight with her. Karens are not fun to fight with, dude. I feel like that's the type of personality you want as a lawyer, you know? Like, that type of personality. All right, what's going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. Here's yesterday's comment of the day. This guy actually gave money with this comment. I didn't even know you could pay to comment, but thanks for the $5. I'll spend it wisely, and by wisely, I mean useless digital items and video games I won't play in a year. But today's story time is going to be about a Karen that was sent in to me by this dude named Eric. And Eric was a pretty chill guy. He didn't love his job, but it was his job. He happened to work at a gas station as the dude inside who, like, gets you your drinks, puts money on your pump, whatever it may be. And it wasn't, you know, anything glamorous. It's not like you would want a camera crew to be following him around, but he liked it, and the one benefit was that he got to interact with a bunch of crazy people. A gas station seems like it would be one of the best places to interact with some interesting characters, to say the least. Probably feel like you're, like, bumping into a GTA NPC 3 times a shift. Some guy comes in with, like, a parrot on his shoulder, not a real one, a stuffed parrot, and talks to it and makes it talk back to him, whatever it may be. He just had some pretty crazy customers. For example, there was one guy that would come in with, like, this stuffed animal dog that was on a leash, and he would make it look like it was walking. And it was 100% a stuffed animal. He's not an idiot. You're able to tell apart, like, a stuffed animal from a real animal. But this guy would come into this gas station all the time, get the exact same drink and chips combination, and walk this stuffed animal dog. And at first he thought maybe it was a conversation starter, like the guy is lonely or whatever, just wants an excuse to talk to people. So one day when he came in after he had known him for a couple weeks, he decided to ask him, hey, why are you deciding to walk around that stuffed animal? And when he asked the guy why he was walking around that stuffed animal, dude, the guy's face contorted as if he just smelled the rankest fart of all time. Walked into the bathroom after somebody had food poisoning levels of disgust, and got angry saying, what are you talking about? It's not a fake dog, it's real. And he looks down at this dog, and it's just very obviously fake, but the guy is getting increasingly angry, like almost shaking with anger over him daring to question the reality of the dog. So he just kind of let it go, and ever since he's paid some more attention, and the guy treats the dog like it's a real dog. 100% not, but those are the type of people that he was interacting with at this gas station. And what's wild is that's the second craziest person he interacted with in the story time. Whatever, most days in the middle of the week it would be pretty slow. There was like a huge rush of people on the way to work getting gas and after work getting gas. But for most of the time in the middle of the week at like 11 a.m., there's not a whole lot going on. Some people would come in, but for the most part it would be dead, so they would do stuff around the store. But he's standing there at the counter because he had done everything he had to do, and this woman comes in, and he's not trying to, like, pay attention, but he can't help but pay attention because the way she's acting is super weird. She kept like looking at him, staring at him, and whenever he would look over, she would look away really fast, and like she wouldn't move or do anything when he was looking at her. Seriously, to the point that if he looked over, she pulled like someone trying to avoid a Jurassic Park dinosaur velociraptor thing. Its sight is based on movement, don't move. She would just freeze. But whatever, he kind of just stops looking at her directly and is watching her out of the corner of his eye because it's the only person in the store, and the fact that she was being weird made him more suspicious. If she would have just come in and said hey and grabbed a drink, then like he wouldn't even have thought about it anymore. But her trying to not be noticed made him want to notice what she was doing more. And he watches her go over and fill 4 like freeze cups up to the brim with cherry freezes. And he's a little bit confused on why she needs 4 of them. And these are huge cups. These aren't little ones. He looks out, doesn't even see a car out there, realizes she must have walked up, so he doesn't know why she needs 4 of these things unless she's trying to give herself the world's biggest brain freeze. You know, my mom said I'd never amount to anything, so I'm gonna get the world's biggest brain freeze and end up in the Guinness Book of World Records, but he didn't really think that was going on. But at the same time, he didn't really care. Sure, it was bizarre, but as long as they bought stuff, it didn't matter to him whatever floats your boat. He's not going to tell you to not spend money. Hey, you, over there, I don't know what you're spending your money on, so get out of my store. You can't spend it in here. Like, that would just make no sense. But she comes up to the counter and he starts trying to create some small talk, as you do as the cashier. Like, it's just kind of forced. Hey, how's your day? Do you need anything else? That type of stuff. The cashier doesn't actually want to be having this deep conversation with you or even conversing at all. They just have to. And she snaps back at him when he asks how her day was going and is like, I'm buying 4 freezes. How do you think my day is going? And I'm going to be honest, I'm not really sure how you would even reply to that. And Eric didn't know what to say either, so he just kind of looks at her and doesn't know what to say. Is it going good? Like, it could be going one or the other. Either you're buying 4 ginormous freezes because you're having a party or you're in a great mood, or you're trying to cope with something. I don't know. That's not my job. I was just asking how your day was because you're a customer trying to buy stuff. This is the type of person that you read about in a math problem later. It's like, Janet bought 37 ices. It's like, why did she do that? We don't know, but Janet loves diabetes. I just don't really understand why you would need all these, but the total comes out to like $15, and he's not trying to create any more small talk after she kind of dumpsters him trying to do it the first time. The total comes out to 15, and she puts her card in the machine, and it goes, and it goes, and it goes, and it beeps, but it doesn't do like the approval beep, it does the beep of declining. And Eric literally did not care. He got paid by the hour. If the card got declined and you needed to try again, you needed to try again. It was a really old chip machine. It's not like he expected it to work all the time. Sometimes it didn't work. So he just looks at her and says, oh, something must have messed up. Can you like swipe it again? Can you rescan it, put the chip back in? Not a weird comment, pretty standard. Well, she starts getting insanely defensive, being like, your machine is broken, I know I have money, it's not my fault that you don't have a machine that's able to read my card. And he's just taken aback on the aggression because he had just very calmly said, go ahead and do it again. So he kind of looks at her, confused, and says it again like, yeah, it's not that big of a deal, go ahead and just do it again and it should go through, no biggie. And she's very defensive about how she doesn't want to do it again. She knows that she has money. And he says, well, unless you scan your card, like there's no way for us to get the money. And I can't let you take all this stuff unless you pay for it. So I don't know. You have to try again. So she puts her card in and it takes like the longest 30 seconds of all time. You know when a situation is just mad awkward, so time just starts feeling like it's going on forever? That's what's happening, and the card's just reading, and sure enough, it declines again, and he just kind of looks at her and doesn't say anything, because everything that he has been saying has apparently been wrong, so he was just gonna keep his mouth shut. And she looks at him and says, what now? And he's like, well, do you have another card? Do you have cash or something? And she says, well, I have no other way to pay. And he's like, well, then I don't know what to tell you. And she starts trying to guilt trip him. Well, I think you should just give it to me. It's not that big of a deal. It's $15. And he had worked with people before if they were maybe $1 or $2 short, 1 or 2 cents short. Sure, whatever, no big deal. But when somebody comes up to you and expects it, it's just completely different. Like, oh, give me this $15 worth of stuff for free. And it's not like they really needed it. No one needs 4 giant freezes. So he just says, like, I can't do that. And instead of being reasonable and just thinking to herself, dang, well, that's my fault, I couldn't pay for it, she does the exact opposite and starts screaming at this poor Eric guy, saying that he's a moron and it's his company's fault that they don't have a card reader that can read cards because she knows that she has money. And if he would just give it to her, it would help her day out, but he's not going to give it to her, and that's why he's a selfish, bad employee. I don't think he's a selfish employee to not be giving out things for free. It's just not his store, dude. Like, what would you like him to say to his boss if his boss comes back and says, hey, why'd you give away all this stuff for free? Well, she said I was being a jerk because I didn't give it away for free, so I had to. Yeah, that store's not going to be in business for long. I promise you, everyone in the neighborhood's going to be running in telling the guy that they don't have money for it, and if he doesn't give it to them, then he's mean. That's just not a good way to stay in business. It's not his fault that you can't pay for it. He can't just go away giving away free stuff. So he kind of says that much, being like, look, ma'am, it's not my fault that your card didn't read, but you're putting me in an awkward position when you ask me to put my job on the line for a stranger that I don't know. Pretty logical, pretty reasonable, and instead of replying to it with anything near that, she just starts threatening him, saying that if he doesn't give it to her, then he's going to regret it and she's going to make sure that he suffers. Way too intense for just some stupid frozen sweet water, you know? They just put some flavoring on ice. It's not like it's really that deep. You're gonna regret this. I'm gonna make you pay. Over a sugar drink, dude? Over a sugar drink? I didn't even know people could be this addicted to sugar. She's acting like she's on meth withdrawals and someone's withholding it from her. If you don't give me these, I will make you suffer. Like, what in the Marvel cartoon evil villain is going on? And he doesn't back down. If anything, it pisses him off even more that she's gonna sit here and try to threaten him, force him to back down and give her this stuff for free. So he just says, no, you can't have it for free. I don't know what to tell you. And she lifts up 2 of the ices and puts them above her head and says, I'm gonna throw them. And he's like, don't throw it, come on. Even if you throw them, I'm definitely not gonna give it to you for free. And her response to that is to throw 2 of them on the ground. And it was almost like gallon smashing. You know that stupid trend way back in the day where people would go into grocery stores and throw gallons of milk on the ground? That's kind of the vibe. They just splat everywhere. They make a mess. And the worker's just thinking, Eric is like, I have to clean this all up. This sucks absolute butthole. I don't want to clean this up. So he says that she needs to get out. That's too far. She picks up the other 2 in response to him saying, get out, and says that she's not going to leave. All right, well, you have to leave. You can either leave or I'm going to, call someone to make you leave. And she throws the other 2 on the ground. And Eric really didn't want to have to call the cops. He didn't want to have to call everyone, but she doubles down and says that she's not going anywhere. She literally won't leave. And so he has no choice but to start dialing 911, and he's doing it all dramatically to try to get her to, run away and leave. All right, I'm calling them. I'm gonna call them. And she's just not leaving. I'll keep it short and sweet. There's a gift card code on your screen right now. I give one of these away every single day and I upload every day. So if you're new, you should subscribe, turn on those notifications. I really appreciate it. And while I got you, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam. You'll be cursed by a 900-year-old witch and she will take all the bologna from your fridge. Eric calls the cops, lets them know what's going on, and they're not in a rush. They're like, is she stealing anything? And he says, no, but she says she's gonna wait. I told her to leave. And they're like, well, we could basically only get her for trespassing. He says, yeah, I know, but she's not gonna leave. So they said they were gonna send someone over, and he literally, on the phone in front of her, says, I hope she just leaves before you guys get here. He does not want this to turn into something. He wants this lady to just get out of here. It's not that big of a deal. But she is just standing there, arms folded, acting like she just has nowhere better to be. Which, listen, I don't know if she came in here trying to make trouble, but if you did, you succeeded. You created trouble. Now get out of there before you get in trouble for the trouble. The entire time they're waiting for the cop to get there, though, she's angry at him as if he's done something annoying. Oh yeah, he's the annoying one, not you. The lady that came into his work, started causing a bunch of problems, and then after he said, leave, I'm calling the cops, just refused to leave because the cops are gonna come here and magically be on your side. She just keeps blaming him for things too, like dumb things around the store. She's saying the way the products are set up is stupid and he's an idiot if he set it up like that. Believe it or not, he didn't set it up like that, so it's just bouncing off of him. But about halfway through just insulting him for the store, the way he handled things, she starts getting like upset about what had happened to her ices. In almost tears in her eyes, like grown woman on the verge of crying is screaming at him. And he's behind one of those plexiglass dividers, and as she's screaming at him, the spit is just hitting this divider, almost adding like a rain effect on a window about how he ruined the ices and she just wanted to enjoy them, and he's so evil for that. Yeah, he's evil for not giving them to you for free. And then he's also evil for possessing your brain and making you throw them on the ground. No one told you you had to throw them on the ground and make a mess. That was your invention. How are you going to blame the guy that had nothing to do with that? If you would have just let me have them for free, I wouldn't have thrown them on the ground. You made me throw them on the ground. It's your fault you're going to have to clean it up. Whatever, though. For about 15 minutes, she's just sitting there arguing with him, saying that he's an idiot, he's a loser, he's never going to amount to anything. Even if he, never amounted to anything more than he was in this moment, he would still be above you, because you're the person screaming angrily at somebody that's apparently worth nothing. I don't think anyone's, worth nothing. But if someone was worth nothing, I wouldn't even waste my time being mad at them. I wouldn't waste my time arguing, because they would be worthless. So if you actually think this guy is worthless, it's weird you would spend so much time being upset at him. The police finally get there, though, and they walk in, and they see her in this puddle of icy. 4 very large ices have been on the ground now for 15 minutes. It was already a mess, but it's just become more of a mess, and the worker hasn't come out from behind the counter, because he has the little divider, but she's, so angry she's spitting at him, so the last thing he wants to do is go around and try to fix it. It can wait until all of this is handled. But the cop walks in and takes a deep breath, almost like he's just too tired to be dealing with this. He's off in 20 minutes. This is the last thing he wants to be doing. And he asks her, ma'am, what happened? And you would think she'd be smart enough to deny it, at least for half a second. Oh, officer, I don't know. This is so crazy. But she doesn't. She starts bragging to him about how she had gotten mad at the cashier, and Eric had deserved to have this thrown on the ground. She would have thrown it at him, but he's behind that stupid plexiglass thing, and he's lucky that he's behind that because she would have hit him instead. And the cop is like, what are you talking about? You're telling me that you wish you could have attacked this cashier and you made a giant mess in the store because he wouldn't give you something for free? Well, no, I tried to pay for it, but my card declined and he wouldn't give it to me. And the cop is just super confused because, what do you want him to do about it? You called the cops and waited here hoping that they would show up and tell him he had to give you the ices for free? And the guy at that point, Eric, looks at the cop and says, I don't know why her card declined. I told her to try again. And when it declined again and I said she couldn't take the stuff, she started freaking out. I didn't actually expect her to be here when you guys showed up. I thought it would be a situation where you came and I would have to just give you a statement. But she insisted on waiting. She said she wanted to meet you. And the cop kind of looks at her, confused at the situation, and just says, is that true, ma'am? No denial. Even after having it explained back to her from someone else's mouth, which definitely should have made her feel more ashamed and more dumb. Nope, no shame in her, just, yeah, whatever, I get it, it is true. And the cop says, well, you have to go and you can't come back. If you come back and they call the cops and let us know that you're here, you're going to be in trouble because at this point you've broken a lot of the laws that are in place to protect the employees. So you've got to go. And she starts trying to argue with the cop, saying that she's going to come back and she doesn't even have to go, but she will just to make his day easier. But she's 100% going to come back here and she's not worried about it because the cop won't be there. And the cop does not want to be there. That is very clear. He doesn't want to be there, but he has to deal with it. And so he's telling her, you're telling me that you're going to come back and keep harassing him. Is that true? And she says, yes, and there's nothing that you can do about it. And the cop looks at her, folds his arm and says, I can arrest you for that, just leave. I can arrest you for trespassing right now, so can you please just leave? I don't want to have to do that. Don't give your permanent record something to have on it, just leave. But she's standing there all defiant. She's like got her phone out filming him and is saying that he can't arrest her for anything just because she's in here making a scene is nothing that she could be arrested for. And he cites the law back to her that makes it possible to arrest her for like causing a disturbance, disorderly conduct, harassment on the guy who works there, trespassing because they've told her to leave. And she still isn't getting it. And she quadruples down and is like, well, I'm not leaving, so you're going to have to make me leave. And one last time, this cop, being patient, is like, just leave. I don't want to have to arrest you over something this dumb. This is not something that you're going to make a huge point about. No one's got your back. No one's going to make a GoFundMe to get you out. Like, just leave. It's okay. This guy doesn't want to be involved either. And Eric is like, yes, just please leave. I just want to get back to my day. This is taking forever. And she refuses again and kind of gets up close to both of them. And at that point, the cop grabs her arm and just goes to like escort her outside. He's not trying to slam her on the floor, WWE style. And she starts screaming bloody murder. Why? I just wanted to get my ICs. He wouldn't let me. This is so unfair. I can't believe that in America you don't have the right to an IC. The right to an IC? That's a new one, bro. I've heard a lot of people say that, like, I don't need a driver's license, I'm just traveling. I've heard some dumb stuff. I've never heard anyone say that, like, you should have a right to sugary drinks. I didn't know that was something we needed to work into the 2.0 Constitution. Eric at that point literally goes to the back freezer and just stays in there for a bit, for like 5 minutes. When he comes back, she's gone in the back of the cop car. He can't see a whole lot, but he sees that she's freaking out, like just not being very happy back there. And the cop asks him, okay, like, what's the whole story? There has to be more. And Eric is like, dude, there really is not more. I do not understand why she insisted on coming in here and doing all of this. I really told her to leave. I thought she was going to leave. It's like she just insisted on staying until he got there. And once the guy gets there, like, what do you want him to do about it? If he's seeing you throwing stuff at people, you're saying you're going to commit a crime and come back, just 100%. You're just gonna do it. Even if he leaves right now, you will come back. You leave him literally no choice. Like, there's not much he could do, especially when you start freaking out trying to attack him. But yeah, overall, just don't throw stuff on the ground, and if people tell you to leave, then just leave. Or throw stuff on the ground, and if you are gonna do it, just make sure they're subscribed to me first so they'll send it in. Like, if you're gonna do this, at least make sure that I get a video out of it, you know? I thought it was a very entertaining story time, thought you guys would enjoy it too, so without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so the person who sent this in to me owns their own car wash company. This is something that they've done because they just got bored. They retired pretty young, they're like in their late 40s, and they've always loved cars, so they ended up getting one of those things to pull around, and they have like the car wash services where they go to people and wash the car. And it's not like he has to do it, it's just a situation where he's kind of bored and wants something to do during the day. And because he's like run businesses before, he's very organized about it, you know, he just wants it to be very easy to hand over at tax season to an accountant. And he has lists of customers and he tracks every time he washes their car. He knows what type of car they have. He knows how far it is from where he lives. And just so that way it's easy to keep track of like, all right, this customer is a very loyal customer, so I'm going to prioritize this. Or like, this person lives far away, so I need to be able to leave my house at this time if I'm going to get there by this time. And basically, if you got your car washed by this guy, at some point he had made note of it somewhere in order to like organize his files better. He was a very organized guy. And one day he gets a call from a number he doesn't recognize, and he picks it up and it's a lady asking if she can schedule a car wash. And that's not unusual, it happened all the time. So he asks for the address, you know, she gives it to him, they book a time, and he just puts it in his calendar as an appointment he's going to. So he goes, he cleans the car, and he leaves, he gets paid, and that's the last time he sees that car. Like I said, every time he would wash a car, like he would save a customer in his contacts, so if they called again, it wouldn't pop up as a random number. He had a system for it, so if he would have washed that car again, there would have been a note of it somewhere. And he kind of forgets about it because he just doesn't ever go wash the car again. It's not like he's sitting there thinking about it every single day. And 5 months later, he gets a call from that customer. And he's a little bit confused because he doesn't really know who he is. He has to go look. He sees it's a lady he hasn't washed the car for 5 months on. So he answers the call and is like, hello? And this lady had gone from person who just needed their car washed to full-on Karen, screaming over the phone that he was an idiot who had damaged her car and he was gonna owe her all of this money. And he had never had anyone go off on him over the phone before because he just never had a situation where a customer had a reason to be upset, and he's really confused on how he damaged this car. So she's screaming that he damaged the car and he's gonna owe her all this money, and he very calmly tries to ask her, like, ma'am, no offense, but I cleaned your car 5 months ago. What did I do? Like, how did I damage your car? If I did damage your car, why did you wait 5 months? I'm very confused. And instead of even explaining the damage to the car or how she knew somehow that this guy washing the car broke the car, she just starts arguing with him, doing the age-old Karen tactic of like trying to force the business owner to agree with you. And she says, well, are you calling me a liar? I know you damaged my car, and if you're gonna disagree, then that means you think I'm a liar. And he just very calmly is like, well, if that's how it's going to go, then yes, I am calling you a liar because I'm very confident that I didn't damage your car. And she kind of stammers for a bit, and she's like, what do you mean? How do you know? And he says that he keeps a chart of every single time he cleans the car. And he had washed her car one time 5 months ago. So there's no way that he damaged the car because they had walked around it and looked at everything together. There had been no mention of any damage. And on top of it, there's no way that if he did damage it, she would have waited 5 months and then been able to say that, like, he caused it. I don't know. It just seems weird. And she decides to try to spin it at that point and goes, well, it wasn't you. It was one of your employees. And as soon as she says that, his brain clicks. Oh, she's trying to scam me. She's trying to get money out of me. She's just making stuff up. Because there's one problem with saying it was an employee that had done this. Remember, this was just something he did during the day to keep him entertained. It wasn't like some huge business venture he's trying to grow. There is no employees. There is no other truck rolling around doing this. There is nobody else that it could have been. So there's no other way that anyone from his business could have gone and damaged the car. And even then, if he keeps record of every car that is washed, if he did have an employee, it would still be on the record book that it's been cleaned more than once. So he just decides to see how committed she is to trying to scam him, you know? He's like, maybe I'll give her a chance to realize she's confused. Maybe she has me confused with a different car wash, whatever. And so he says, oh, if it was an employee that did it, man, that's all you had to say. So go ahead and describe the employee to me so I can ask him what happened and we can get this solved for you. And she kind of goes quiet on the other end of the line, almost like she didn't think that was going to work, and now she's trying to think of how she's going to make up what employee did this. And at that point, she could have just been like, never mind, and hung up, right? But she's so committed to trying to somehow get money out of this guy that washed her car 5 months ago for damage that didn't happen, that she starts thinking and then starts to describe an employee that does not exist. There is no employee. There is no one else that works for this dude. But she starts to say that the guy came out in a truck that was branded with their logo on the side. His truck doesn't even have the logo on the side, so that's just completely made up. Anyways, she starts making up this story about how this truck pulled up, it had the logo on the side, and this guy got out, and he was about 5'6", and he had a Scottish accent because he was from Scotland. He was like new to the country, and he had just gotten a job washing cars, apparently. And he was very rude, very condescending, and of course he starts washing the car, and it just looked like he's doing it wrong. And when she said he was doing it wrong, he got so angry that he started hitting the car, and now the car just has dents all along the side. And the guy is just listening to this like, there is no employee. There's no one with a Scottish accent. In fact, the guy who owns the company is super confused because he's not from, like, America originally. He's from Estonia, and he's 6'7". So very different than a 5'6" Scottish man. I just feel like those are two very different things. You can't get those confused very well. And so he lets her go on this story, and she's rambling for a while about how he was so rude and so condescending, and she just can't believe how much damage was done to her car. It almost looks like she got in a car accident. Wow, it's almost like she got in a car accident and then went, crap, I have no money to fix this. Let me think about everyone that's touched my car and try to call them and blame them for it. So whatever, he starts explaining that like, I don't know who you talk to, but I have no employees. So the entire story about one of my employees coming out, that's just not true. So if that's really all you have to prove that I was the person who damaged your car or my company did, then I'm sorry, ma'am, but like, it's not gonna slide. I don't know what you think. I don't know if you're confused with a different company. I don't know if you're making this all up, but either way, it's not gonna work. And she starts screaming at him at that point, getting even angrier, which is not the reaction I feel like you would have if there actually was a Scottish man who came around and damaged your car. You'd probably be like, wait, you actually have nothing to do with the guy who came and damaged my car for real? I don't know, it'd be a little bit more confusion, but she starts screaming that she's going to file a lawsuit against his company if he doesn't give her the money to fix the damages. And I love when Karens do that, as if filing a lawsuit and paying for a lawsuit is just something that's super easy. Like, obviously, their plan is to scare you with the idea of a lawsuit into just giving them what you want. Or giving them what they want. You get what I'm saying. But I feel like Karens don't actually think through the process of like, you have to go out, you gotta get a lawyer, you gotta pay the lawyer, you gotta convince him it's a good case. Most of the time, if it is a really stupid case, they're really not gonna tell you it's a stupid case because you're gonna pay him hourly. I mean, I'm just saying, if you find a good lawyer, they probably won't waste your time. But let's be honest, if you're trying to sue a guy that didn't damage your car for damages that you did to your car, it's not gonna be like the greatest lawyer of all time. So you're going to pay him, they're going to file the lawsuit, it's going to be an entire process, so much money. If you lose, you're going to have to pay the other person's legal bills. I don't know why people throw around lawsuits like they're just super easy, cheap things that anyone can do all the time. And on top of it, he just didn't damage the car. Like, I don't know, man. It's one thing to sue somebody if they really deserve it, but I feel like you have to be a really angry person on the inside to just sue someone that did nothing to you because you're just mad that your car got damaged. But this guy's really not afraid of it, you know? He retired young, he's got a little bit of cash in the bank, and he's not going to be intimidated by this lady. So if she really wants to play the lawsuit game, he's fine with that. Plus, his brother, who lived in the same town as him, was a lawyer. So he really wasn't sweating it. If he explained to his lawyer that this lady's trying to like extort money out of him, he probably would have helped. So he just like says, okay, you know what? If you're so confident that I damaged your car and you want to file a lawsuit, then go ahead and sue me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm only going to talk to your legal representative. I don't know. I had difficulty with that word. Excuse me, guys. And as soon as he says, okay, go ahead and sue me, like, let's play it out in court then, she starts backpedaling and says, well, we don't need to file a lawsuit. There doesn't need to be a court battle. Like, you could just give me the money and then I could get it fixed. There's no reason for us to get into the legality. And now he's just getting pissed off because she's just trying to scam him. She's trying to scare him. She's trying to, like, intimidate him into just giving the money. So he just starts going off. He's like, you really thought you were going to be able to scam me, huh? You thought you were going to be able to scam me? You wanted to scam someone that you met once 5 months ago that did you a favor and washed your car? And on top of it, not only were you trying to scam someone, but you're so stupid you didn't even come up with a good story. You started making up a Scottish guy coming and scamming you like it's, I don't know, St. Patrick's Day and they're after your Lucky Charms. Like, it's clearly something's going on up there where you're just having some issues because you're trying to scam people that have done nothing to you and you're not even taking the time to come up with a story. It's insulting. And she starts trying to defend herself back, being like, it was your employee, I know it's your employee. And I feel like that's some next level commitment, you know, when you're trying to gaslight someone into imagining an employee that they don't have. You would have to be doing a Jedi mind trick for that to work, to literally be so good at convincing people of things that aren't real, that like you get someone to think that they have an employee that they've never had. Oh yeah, I am paying that guy a salary every month. Like, that's nuts. That is some serious insanity if you're able to pull that off. But that just makes the guy that was washing the cars even angrier, because now she's like really trying to make him think he's crazy and committing to there actually being an employee. So he starts going off about how absurd this was, and she must have like felt good about herself that she just walked around trying to scam small business owners by threatening them with lawsuits. And he starts being like, do you do this often? Like, is this how you pay the bills? And she's just silent. She's not saying anything. And he kind of took that as a yes. It was never confirmed. It's not like she would say this, but just basing it off the fact that she really thought this was gonna work and was flabbergasted it's not. I feel like she's done this a couple times, just managed to like extort some small business owner because he's like, I don't know, maybe my employee did fart when he was changing your HVAC unit. But he's still just going off about how like he couldn't believe that she was trying to scam people. And listen, man, I feel like just it's taking people's money is just the worst way to get money. I would literally rather someone be a multi-billionaire telemarketer than like a Bernie Madoff scamming. Like, I just feel like scamming is wrong, especially like a small business owner like this. It's always wrong. But like, come on, man. You're gonna go after some guy that's got a car washing business because you got in a car accident? Come on. But after just going off on her for a while, roasting her, she just hangs up, right? Probably the best move. It's not like he was gonna back down. I'm surprised she stayed on the phone as long as she did. Like, just really sat there and just listening to him roasting her. Probably didn't know what to do, thought that maybe he was gonna be like, but you're right, I'll give you the money. She probably hung up and then started looking for other businesses that touched her car. She's like, wait, where did I go get my oil changed? But what makes it even better is he eventually expected like another call, you know, asking for just a little bit of money to fix a little bit of the damage, maybe like a fake call threatening another lawsuit or whatever. But another call never came and a lawsuit never appeared. I wonder if she went and looked into it, found out how expensive lawyers are, and was like, okay, it's really not worth the trouble, forget it. That's probably what ended up happening. Either that or she just kept calling businesses until it worked. This just happened to be someone that she actually was a client of. Do you think she just kept calling car washes until someone said, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry? I just feel like there's so much strategy that she had going into it. You know, the fake lawsuit, just immediately pivoting, shifting. That was not her first rodeo, ladies and gentlemen, so be on the lookout out there. Also, just surprising that people pay that little attention, you know, that like you could theoretically make up an employee and someone would be like, oh, I can't believe they did that. How little attention are you paying to what's going on in your business if you have no clue what employees are doing what or if they even exist? I guess some companies just get so big that, like, you know, there's so many employees, there's no way for the customer service people to keep track of it. But in this situation, you happen to pick on a business where there is one guy. It's very hard to blame the other employees if there is no other employees. The person who sent this in to me is on their grind. They're saving up to start their own business, so they picked up a second job at night working the drive-thru just to get some extra cash. They have a job during the day too. But they're just really about that hustle. And it's not like working the drive-thru at night is the most glamorous job of all time. It's a little bit less scary than the SpongeBob episode where they're taking out the trash at night. You know, 99% of the time, it's people that are just hungry, tired, maybe a little bit confused because it's late. But they're there, they order the food, you give them the food. It's a pretty simple job, you know? And it's not like he planned on wanting to do this forever. He would have been fine with it if that's what he had to do, and there's nothing wrong with that. He just, you know, was doing it to earn a little bit of money at the time, so he looked at it kind of like a fun thing to do. Which I know sounds dumb, but whatever. If you're gonna have to work a second job, you might as well try to make the most out of it. And he had seen a bit of characters, you know, the people that are coming through the drive-thru at 2 in the morning aren't exactly, like, always super normal. It's not that everyone's weird, but every now and then you'd bump into a character or two. And one night, it's weirdly slow. It was like a Wednesday. He had started on a Tuesday, but it's a Wednesday at like 3 in the morning, and he's just kind of standing there, and there hasn't been a car in a while. But he watches this car kind of very slowly creep up next to the drive-thru speaker. And he's watching it on the camera. So there's like the place to talk into, the microphone thing. And if you look up, there was a monitor so you could see. And it was hard to talk and look at the monitor at the same time, but because the person hadn't rolled down their window yet, he's just watching it up on that monitor. And the window rolls down, and he's really confused because he sees that the person in the car is wearing a Darth Maul mask. And if you don't know what Darth Maul looks like, just go ahead and give it a Google real quick. It's a very, like, scary looking mask if you don't know what it is. If you didn't know it's Darth Maul, a Sith from Star Wars, you would probably assume it's someone, like, trying to cosplay as a demon. It's just kind of a weird looking mask, but obviously the person that sent this to me knows what Star Wars is, so they were like, oh, the guy's wearing a Star Wars mask in the drive-thru at 3 a.m. That's a little weird. And he doesn't mention the mask at all. He doesn't say anything. He starts talking. And so he looks down at the microphone to be able to reply. And he like literally taps his headset to make sure that it's working correctly, because it doesn't sound like it's working correctly. Because whatever Darth Maul is trying to order is coming out as words just like slurring together. Chicken nugget. So it's like he's already in a state of mind where maybe his thoughts aren't the most organized. He's already having a hard time talking, and someone who's already having a hard time talking wearing a Darth Maul mask doesn't help. You ever tried to like have a conversation with someone in a Halloween mask? You can't really hear anything. So he's having a really hard time understanding anything that Darth Maul is saying. So he tries to nicely kind of let him know that he can't understand his order. He doesn't understand what he's saying. So he says, "Excuse me, sir, I can't hear you." And apparently Darth Maul did not like that. If that was crossing the line, that was initiating ritual combat to the death. Because Darth Maul just starts angrily now saying like whatever is coming to his mind at the speaker, and he doesn't even know what he's saying because it's not coming out well. It's just very obvious from the way Darth Maul is waving his hands and like angrily yelling at the speaker that he's upset. He can't really make out what he's saying at all. Not a lot of it is intelligible. He's just like, I don't like you, and you don't tell me to calm down and take my order. Just not making any sense. So whatever, he tries to say again that like, I can't understand you. So he looks down at the microphone and says, "Sir, I can't understand you." Not trying to be rude. He doesn't say, "Hey moron, I don't understand what you're saying." Nothing like that. All he says is, "Sir, I can't understand you," as nice as can be. And he hears like a smack, and he's not sure if his headset or something is wrong, so he like takes off his headset and looks, and as he's looking at his headset, it sounds like something smacks again. And then there's just some more random screaming, and he's listening to this while looking at the headset. And the guy is screaming so loud that he can like feel the vibration coming out of the headset, and so he's confused because there's no way he's able to be that loud into the speaker from the car. You know, the microphone's pretty sensitive because it has to pick you up in your car over your car. So it almost sounds like, you know, when someone on an Xbox swallows their microphone and just starts screaming into it, like, except really, really loud. That's what it sounds like. So he looks back up to the monitor. He had to look down at the microphone. It wasn't like on the headset, which is dumb. I just assumed that every drive-thru had the phone call headset thing, but his microphone was like mounted to his monitor. But he looks up, and Darth Maul has gotten out of the car and is now right up against the drive-thru speaker, basically having his face pressed against it, and he's just screaming into the drive-thru machine. And so he says, "Sir, please get back into your car." And that makes Darth Maul snap from just screaming at this machine to now like challenging it to a fight. It looks like he's squaring up with it. You know when two frat bros are about to fight and they're like just bumping chests and they're like, "What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What you gonna do, bro? What you gonna do about it, bro? You gonna do nothing, bro? That's right, bro." Like that's kind of what he's doing, except it's a drive-through speaker. So it's not saying anything back. It's not like it's squaring up to him. It's an inanimate object. You might as well have got out and like fought a toaster. That's how productive this is. But whatever, he's squaring up with it. And so he goes to remind him again where he is. And he's like, "Sir, this is the drive-thru." He does not work at a Wendy's. He did not get to say, "Sir, this is a Wendy's," unfortunately. But he's like, "Sir, you're at the drive-thru. Please get back into your car. The drive-thru speaker has nothing to do with what's going on." Except Darth Maul is so out of it. I mean, he drove down here in a Darth Maul mask and tried to order food and can't talk. So he's pretty out of it. And he's watching on the screen as Darth Maul punches this like ordering machine. And the machine is fine. You know, the speaker's made out of metal. And Darth Maul doesn't seem to be hurt at first, so he's assuming he's okay, but he watches him reach back and punch again. And this time, nothing happens to the drive-thru machine because it's made out of metal. But he sees Darth Maul grabbing his fist like it hurt, and so he laughs a little bit. Not because it's funny he got hurt, but imagine this situation. You're working your overnight shift at your job. Some guy walks up wearing a mask, gets so angry that you can't understand what he's saying that he gets out and starts trying to fight an inanimate object and then punches it and like his hand hurts. It's not that him being hurt is funny, but the entire situation altogether is so stupid you can't help but laugh. Well, I guess it picked up his laugh a little bit on the headset, And of course, Darth Maul does not like to be laughed at. Cut in half by Obi-Wan maybe, alright? There's nothing he can do to avoid the truth, but he is not something to be laughed at. So he turns back to the drive-thru speaker machine because it was almost like he was walking away, and he just pulls out his inner karate master. He had watched Cobra Kai on Netflix apparently, because he just starts unleashing like an angry fury of punches, looking like a fighting type Pokemon out there. And he has his little anime moment. He's probably like punching this drive-thru speaker machine for about 15 seconds, and he finally stops and he's like huffing, puffing, all out of breath, but he's not the big bad wolf because the drive-thru speaker machine is still there. Believe it or not, even if you're really mad and you punch something really hard a lot, if it's made out of metal, your fists are not going to do a whole lot to it. Even if you were playing Minecraft, man, good luck breaking like an iron block with your hands, am I right, guys? I just don't know why you would want to punch anything that's made out of a hard material at all. Like, even if you theoretically could cut down a tree with your hand, I don't know why you would choose to if you didn't have to. But, you know, the machine's not broken. I'm not sure about Darth Maul's hands, but he starts yelling something into the drive-thru speaker, still hard to understand through the mask, about how they should learn a lesson, and that's not how they treat customers. And he was very upset. But he gets back in his car, and he starts trying to order food. He's like, I want a number 8. And he gets on the microphone, and he's like, dude, I'm not gonna serve you. And he's like, why not? And he starts explaining because Darth Maul just got out of the car and attacked the building, and he needed to get out of there, otherwise they'd be calling the police. And sure enough, Darth Maul just peels out of there, flies out of there like way too fast, who knows what on. And so the worker goes to tell his manager what happened just because he didn't know if there was going to be any damage to the speaker. He just wanted him to know about it. And his manager, like, rolls his eyes, not at the worker, but at the situation, as if this happens all the time, and he's like, ugh, the guy with the masks is back. The guy with the masks? You're telling me this is a regular occurrence? Is it not always the Darth Maul mask? Why does he have so many masks? Why does he choose to, like, wear them to the drive-thru? Is this normal behavior? Is he on something? I have so many questions. But whatever, they go out to check on the machine, and the guy who sent the story into me had started this job a few months ago, so like he had some experience, but he hadn't been there a long time, but the manager had been there for a very long time. And he says that the guy that owned this particular franchise had been annoyed because cars had run over the drive-thru speaker a few times, so he had gone and like gotten an enforced one that was made to be able to like not be knocked over if someone gently ran into it. It would still move if someone like smacked the crap out of it with a car, but it was made to not be easy to move. So they go up and there's no dents whatsoever in it, because if it's made to withstand a car, I'm pretty sure it's going to be able to withstand a fist. And the manager literally tells him that like this one had been hit by a car before and they had just had to buff out the dent a little bit. So, you know, I'm not saying that Darth Maul would have had a chance against any type of metal box. I feel like punching metal's just not gonna go well for you, period. Even if you dent the metal, you're still gonna hurt your hand, you know? But he was definitely not gonna win this fight. He happened to pick, like, the Fort Knox of drive-thru speakers. I didn't even realize that people would reinforce them because they get hit by cars so much. I wonder how strong the McDonald's drive-thru things are, dude. Like, it could a Category 5 tornado just come right over the top of it and it would do nothing. I didn't even realize that was a thing. I would love to know what Darth Maul thought the next morning, you know? Like, he probably goes home, doesn't really remember coming home. I'm just assuming, never drive on anything that's insanely dangerous, but if you, like, can't talk and you're fighting a drive-thru machine, I'm going to assume that you are not in the perfect state of mind. Like, I'm just gonna have to assume that. Maybe that's just how he acts. I hope not. Either way, he probably doesn't remember getting home. He wakes up the next morning. His fists are just like swollen. What did I do, man? Like, what did I do? He looks around. He sees the Darth Maul mask on the ground. Oh no, I was possessed with the power of Darth last night. He just goes full Darth Maul. Whatever mask he has on, he has like, what is it when actors go full blown? The method acting. He becomes a method acting version of whatever mask he has on. Jim Carrey would like to have a word about rebooting the mask with you, man. I don't know. I just feel like this guy's got to just keep it to himself. You want to get messed up and wear your mask, man? That's cool. Don't drive, all right? And don't fight the drive-thru speaker. I also love how he just took his like anger out on the drive-thru speaker. At least Darth Maul didn't get up to the window and then get all pissed off, start trying to drag the person that sent this into me out of the drive-thru window, being like, you didn't give me enough French fries. In the way his manager had said the mask guy was back, he was really hoping that this was going to become, like, not a regular occurrence. This isn't something that you want to deal with on a regular basis, but he hoped he at least got to, like, see what other masks the guy would wear or whatever. Like, why was this guy so well known to everyone around here but him? But unfortunately, or I guess fortunately for everybody, he never saw him again. I wonder if, like, waking up the next morning with your fist swollen makes you realize that you have to give up your dream of, like, becoming Darth Maul and going to the drive-thru. Even if you actually were Darth Maul, he doesn't strike me as a fast food guy. He, like, literally survived on pure hatred for years after being cut in half because he just wanted revenge. That doesn't strike me as somebody that would want anything related to a Happy Meal within, like, the same entire ballpark, alright? I know it wasn't a McDonald's, but I'm just saying, Sith Lords don't strike me as people that would love a good burger. Darth Vader isn't sitting there like, I just force-choked 40 people. Someone get me some chicken nuggets with sweet and sour sauce. I just feel like they eat very bland things. Sith Lords definitely bust down very heavily on some asparagus. Like, that's the type of vibe that they've got going on. Yeah, believe it or not, most people are not very cool with the idea of selling their dog to a stranger. I thought it was an insane story time you guys would enjoy, so without further ado, let's hop right into it. Alright, so this guy was pretty busy during the week with work and whatnot, so whenever he had a day off, he would take his dog to the park and take it on a long walk. He has a cute little Pomeranian, which I have to say those dogs are particularly adorable. They just look like a little fluff ball, you know? And whenever he's walking his dog, it's not unusual for people to be like, oh, it's such a cute dog, he's pretty used to it. Not that it happens all the time, but it's not unusual for someone to say that to his dog. And so whenever he, like, walks past somebody when he's walking his dog and he says something or he sees them say something, he just smiles and says thank you because he assumes it's saying that, like, your dog's cute because he's listening to stuff in his headphones whenever he's walking. But whatever, on this particular day, he's at the park and he's just listening to a podcast, minding his own business, trying to kind of turn off his brain, if anything, like not think at all. And he's kind of starting to get into the zone and stop thinking about everything focused on the podcast when he hears what sounds like yelling over it. And so he looks at it just to make sure it's not an episode that, like, might have something in it that would be yelling. And he realizes it's not from the show. So he, like, starts to look around, as you do whenever someone just starts screaming and you're hearing something that you're not supposed to be hearing. And when he looks up, he sees a lady approaching and he just sees that she's saying something to his dog. And he looks down at his dog, and his dog usually loved attention and would be like, yeah, I'm cute, come pet me. You know, it really enjoyed strangers telling it was cute. You know, dogs just love being complimented when someone goes, oh, what a cute baby. They really enjoy that. But this time, the dog seemed a little bit scared. It was almost like trying to hide behind him. So he decides to take out his headphones to hear what the lady is saying. And when he takes out his headphones, he's very confused because the lady is like, how much for your dog? How much for your dog? And he doesn't understand the question because that's not how dogs work. You don't just, like, walk up to people walking their dog and start trying to negotiate and buy it. So he just kind of looks at her confused and says, not for sale. My dog's not for sale. And the lady, instead of taking no for an answer and backing away and realizing it's really weird to walk up to somebody and, like, ask to buy their dog, starts going off about how everything has a price and he just needs to stop being stingy and say the price because she's got a lot of money and she'll pay whatever for the dog. And listen, I don't think it was about the money. I don't know what this guy said no for, but personally, I would not sell my dog at all. The dogs are, like, so loyal to you, you know? I've raised my puppy. My puppy knows that, like, I am its dad, basically. He doesn't go to work. He doesn't think about video games. He's just like, man, that's my dad. You can't sell a dog to somebody after you've raised it. I mean, technically you can, but that just seems kind of cold to raise a dog for years and years and then just turn around and sell it. Dogs aren't something that kind of have a price on it. I mean, if you're going to, like, buy a puppy, yeah, but that's very different than buying an adult dog off someone that they've had time to bond with. That's just crazy. And so he reaffirms that, like, no, I'm not going to sell you my dog. It's not a money issue. It doesn't matter. It's just my dog, and I'm not going to sell it to you. And Karen, at that moment, starts to get offended, almost like she should take personal offense to this guy not wanting to just hand over his dog to a stranger for some weird amount of money that he literally just met. It's not like this is someone he knows who's in a situation where they need a dog and the dog really likes him or whatever. Even that would be weird. 10 seconds ago, he's walking the dog at the park, and now this lady's like, you need to sell me your dog. But she takes offense and starts talking to him about, well, why don't you want to sell me your dog, huh? Like, do you not trust me? What, do I look sketchy? Do I not look like the person that can take care of a dog? It's just going right over her head. It has nothing to do with you, but yeah, I don't trust you. I don't trust people that just walk up to me at the park and start asking me questions. He doesn't know you at all. This is a stranger walking up to you and then trying to make you feel bad for not trusting them. It's like, oh, man, don't you remember how far back we go? 25 seconds ago when we started this conversation. I can't believe you don't trust me after communicating for that long. And even then, if he did trust you, he probably does not want to sell you his dog. Even if my parents, man, were like, hey, can I buy your dog? I would still say no, because it's my dog. I don't want to sell it to anyone. Even if you trust someone, he doesn't have to sell you the dog. But whatever, at that point, he's just very weirded out by this conversation, so he decides to pick up the dog and just start walking away. And so, as he goes to pick up the dog, he feels like a movement, and he looks up, and she's lunging towards the dog. So he picks it up quickly and takes a step back, and he tells her in some very not nice terms that I can't say if I want this video to be monetized, to take a hike, the dog's not for sale, and if she keeps trying to grab for it, he's gonna call the police. And she just starts getting really mad, saying that she just wants a cute dog like his, and it's her fault that she's not going to be happy. Oh man, is he supposed to feel really guilty about that? I love when like I get customer support stories where the customer starts trying to make you feel bad. Like, if you don't sell me this thing that's not in stock, you're gonna ruin my kid's birthday. Oh yeah, it's my fault. The stranger who has nothing to do with anything, I'm getting blamed for ruining your birthday. And even then, if him not selling his dog to an absolute stranger, like, ruins your day, then yeah, I guess your day is ruined. It doesn't mean that you're entitled to just take people's stuff, especially their pet. Hey man, you need to sell me this iguana for free, otherwise I'll be really sad. Like, the person's not gonna do it. They probably don't want to sell their iguana in the first place. It doesn't matter how much it annoys you or how much it ruins your day. You can't just expect people to give you stuff. But whatever, he's literally trying to ignore her. He has his dog like in his hand, and now he's just walking away. And he's literally not listening to anything she's saying. He just hears screaming, you know, when someone's just so mad that they're just like, you're ruining my life. You really are taking away my happiness by not letting me buy your dog. And he just doesn't care. It's not fazing him, so he's just kind of trying to like block it out using the power of the brain to block out the audio. But as he's walking away, he feels like something on his arm, and he looks down and he sees that her hand is like grabbing him on his arm and trying to turn him around. So he turns around and looks, and she's like 6 inches away from him. She's basically in his face, and she screams, "Let me buy your dog!" But she's so close that as she's screaming, "Let me buy your dog," he's like in the splash zone from SeaWorld. He's just getting wet as her spit kind of flies into his face. And he realizes that like, oh, this lady's really nuts. Not only is she gonna come up and try to buy my dog on the spot, but even if I just try to walk away, she's gonna like grab me, scream at me, make a giant scene in the middle of the park. So he realizes, I gotta get out of there. So with his dog in his hand, he literally starts running away from this lady in the park. And I feel like that should have probably been the wake-up point for Karen. If you get somebody in a park to literally start running away from you, don't chase them. They don't want to be near you. But sure enough, Karen starts running after him. And I can't imagine how stressful that is, dude. You're just trying to walk your dog. Next thing you know, a Karen is literally like in a foot pursuit with you, like she's on the first season of Cops. You're just trying to get away and protect your dog. She's chasing after you, screaming at you, but that's what's going on. So he's running away, and he's very much faster than the Karen. It's not like it's hard to be older than anyone in middle age. No offense to anyone middle age watching this. You guys have just kind of lost your quickness. So he gets to the car, puts his dog in the passenger seat, turns on the car, and goes to leave. And as he goes to leave, Karen runs behind the car and starts like banging on the windshield. And it's to the point where the brake light from the back of his car is like illuminating her face. And she just straight up is starting to look like a demon, you know, just angrily screaming with this red lighting, making her look like a Sith Lord. So as she's banging on the back window, he grabs his phone, and it's probably obvious that he's going to call the cops. And as soon as he picks up the phone and says, I'm going to call the cops, she stops. She completely drops all the anger, everything, and just walks away. It was like as soon as she might actually have to explain what was going on and he threatened to call someone, she was like, oh, okay, never mind, and just dropped it and literally ran away. He wasn't going to take any chances, though. He didn't want her to come back. So as soon as she ran away, he put the car in reverse and just tried to get out of there as fast as humanly possible and protect his dog. And after that, he started looking around on Facebook and Googling his area and Crazy Lady. And there were some stories on social media about people that had been at that park and been approached by some lady who started screaming at them and demanding that they sell him the dog. So apparently this is this lady's regular hobby. This is just what she gets up to on a weekly basis. Instead of book club or something to fill the time, she's just like, I'm going to go scream at people until someone sells me their dog. Chasing after the car, banging on the back window while having a brake light illuminating your face, that's crazy though. That just seems like something out of a horror movie, man. People don't want to sell their dogs. I would be a little bit weirded out if I knew a guy and he had raised this dog, he had this dog for years and all of a sudden it was gone. Oh, what happened? Instead of, something bad happening, not in a bad way, but you expect someone to have a dog until it passes on. If he was like, oh man, I sold it, I made such a fat profit, I would be like, wait, what? What? You sold your dog? That would probably freak me out. So whatever, he doesn't go to that park anymore, probably for the best, but I don't know. Be on the lookout. If you walk your dog in the park, there might be someone crazy coming around trying to buy it. But I did get another story sent into me this week that's kind of related, kind of not. It's not as long as that one, but I still thought it was funny. It's probably not long enough for its own video, so I'm just going to put them together. So this guy had lived in this condo complex for a really long time, and it was really quiet, 99% of the time. Very rarely did his neighbors throw any parties. Very rarely did anything go on. He's the youngest guy in this complex by basically a good 15 years. But one day he's at home trying to have a Zoom meeting with his boss, and there's all this ruckus outside. And it sounds like it's coming from right outside his window, and he happened to overlook the courtyard from the bottom floor, and he looks out and he sees two middle-aged men wrestling on the grass, fighting each other. And that's not something that's normal to look out your window and see. So he starts kind of analyzing what's going on, and when someone's just very clearly 35, nothing wrong with that. We're all going to get old. Everybody's going to be 35 at some point. But they kind of get out of breath a little bit easier. They're definitely almost too tired to be fighting still, but they're wrestling on the ground. And he starts looking around, and there's a huge crowd of people from the complex that are just kind of sitting there watching it. And they're yelling let's go, almost like a fight in a school lunchroom. And he goes outside to break it up because it's been going on for a while. And when he gets out there and opens the door, he hears them yelling threats at each other, almost like they're talking crap to each other in Xbox live chat, bro, I'm gonna come to your house, I'm gonna fight you, man. I'm gonna kick in your front door, and then I'm gonna kick in your teeth, bro. For real. They're just threatening each other. And he goes over there and he breaks them up. And it's not very hard to break them apart. It was both of them didn't want to fight anymore, but they didn't want to be the person that gave up and said, okay, I'm done fighting, I don't want to fight anymore. So as soon as somebody introduced themselves to break them up, they were like, all right, man, yeah, we're done. And so they're super tired. They're both slumped up against the building, out of breath. And he goes to him and he's like, what is going on, guys? I'm trying to be on a work call. I look outside. You guys are fighting. They were roommates and they got along. He's like, what's going on? And they said that they had got a puppy because they just wanted something around the house. And he's like, okay, that should be a good thing. But they couldn't agree what to name it. So they started fighting each other. Which, I feel like there's some things that might get so heated you have to fight, but naming a pet really shouldn't be one of them. That seems a little bit crazy, and especially over just wanting different names. You could compromise. If you both hate the other person's name, then you got to come up with a third name. It doesn't seem like it was that difficult. You didn't have to end up wrestling each other in the middle of the condo courtyard. So they asked them what the names are because he's curious. And if they're going to fight over it, you'd think these would be the greatest dog names of all time. You think these guys would just be two artists almost. Their passion is giving dogs great names that they could be proud of. You would think that's how they would be acting. And that's how they were acting. So you would think these names are incredible pieces of art. You want to know the names that they were literally fighting over, ladies and gentlemen? They were fighting over whether they should name the dog Dog or name the dog Cat. They had gotten into a literal fight over those two names, which, listen, I think are fine names for a pet. I think it'd be funny to have a dog named Dog, and I think it's funny to have a dog named Cat. They both work. I just think it's not worth violence, you know? I just think having a puppy should be a fun thing. It shouldn't be something that makes you literally go beat up the person that you live with. And they're both pretty similar. Like, they're very similar. I know technically they're the exact opposite, but if you're gonna name a dog something like funny like that, those are kind of your two options. It's very obvious. And so after that, he kind of looks at him and he's like, you guys really fought over that? And they laughed and admitted that it was kind of stupid and they probably just shouldn't have fought over it at all. So he thinks his work there is done and he goes back in and tries to get back on the call. And that day, ladies and gentlemen, they ended up getting into 3 more fights out in that courtyard over naming the dog Dog or naming the dog Cat, which the first time is already dumb, but whatever. Sometimes people fight over stupid things. You get emotional over something dumb. It happens. Maybe you're a little hangry. You're not you and you're hungry. But 3 times, that's 4 fights overall. You're going to fight over this dog's name 4 times. And after fighting 4 times, they didn't even want to be roommates anymore. So one of them ended up having to find someone to sublet his lease, which is a complicated process. So basically, this dog, instead of giving them something to become better friends over, literally made their life just so much worse. And what's silly is if you wanted an easy compromise, you could have just named it Cat Dog. There's an entire television series about something named that. That would have been hilarious. And they were cool with it. They didn't like each other, but it's not like they hated their name so much that they couldn't bear with it. And if the person in the show could deal with it, then you guys could have dealt with it too. Alright, so I think by now it's basically an open secret that every now and then you're gonna get a family member that kinda sucks. And I guess the person that sent this in to me is in a situation where one of their cousins is just kind of a bummer to be around, you know? He's a little bit entitled, he's really angry all the time, everything sucks, just somebody that bums you out overall. And this particular cousin that was a bummer wasn't really that big of a deal in their life because they only saw them once every 3-4 years. They lived across the country. So, they weren't out there very often. This just happened to be one of the Thanksgivings where they were going to be in town. And because they never really hung out, they never really saw each other, it wasn't like a situation where he was excited to see him, or thought hey, this is going to be a super awesome, fun experience. He kind of was dreading it because the last time he was here, he remembers it sucking really bad. And obviously, his parents are giving him the whole, no, give your cousin the benefit of the doubt thing. But his cousin comes in and almost instantly just begins to, be the cousin that he expected. Right away, he starts complaining that he doesn't know how he's expected to spend Thanksgiving in this house because it's too small and dirty for him. And keep in mind, this is his aunt's house he just showed up to, and he's talking to the kid who lives in the house, it's his house too, saying that he hates having to go to poor people's houses, and obviously just kind of being a douche for no reason. It's still your family, And whatever, the subscriber tries to hit him with kindness. He's like, okay, you're gonna make fun of me and my family for not having cool stuff in my house. I'll try to be nice. And he's like, yeah, I bet your house is way cooler, but it's just good to be around family. Maybe next time we do Thanksgiving, it'll be at your house. He's just trying to be nice and get out of this super awkward situation because, nobody likes when someone's calling their house stupid, dirty, and poor. That's not a good feeling for anybody. A, it doesn't matter, and B, it's just not something you're supposed to say to the person whose house you're at. And his cousin just kind of shuts that down immediately and is like, don't try to be nice to me. Don't get it confused. I don't like you. And he, is kind of takes a step back for a second and is like, damn, all right, dude. So you just showed up at my house, you call it stupid, dirty, and poor, and when I don't start arguing with you about it and getting insanely defensive and fighting with you, then you get mad at me and say, don't be nice to me because I don't like you. And at that point, he just makes a mental choice. He's like, I'm done being nice to this guy. I'm done helping him with anything he needs. I'm done, hanging out with him. I just really don't want to be around you, bro. If I try to be nice to you after you're a jerk and your response is don't try to be nice to me because I hate you, I feel like at that point I have liberty to not talk to you anymore. And so this cousin just becomes the whiniest little baby over the next few days. He's always asking for stuff, asking where things are, just trying his best to get him to basically be his little slave and follow him around and do anything he asks of him. But the entire time, he just like keeps ignoring him, not doing it, like doing everything he can to avoid it. And the cousin's getting really pissed off about it, right? I guess before, like the other times he had come here, you know, he would just kind of go along with what his cousin wanted because his mom has always said, like, don't cause problems. He's family, you know, you don't see him very often. You can deal with it. But at this point, he just didn't want to do it. So no, he wasn't going to like pick up after him. He wasn't going to, you know, get him water when he was in bed because he's too tired. He wasn't going to, you know, get the shower warmed up for him. Like just basically he wanted a maid. And so he goes up to the subscriber's mom and starts complaining that, you know, your son isn't helping me do this and this and this. And, you know, as he's explaining it, it becomes very abundant that he basically just wants a servant to take care of him. And instead of backing up the cousin and being like, you're right, you're a guest in our home, the mom is kind of like, yeah, it's not my son's job to get you food when you're downstairs and don't feel like coming upstairs. And he kind of gets annoyed with that and starts to argue with his aunt, right? He's like, what? This is your house and you don't feel like it's your son's job to like get things for me? And the mom's like, no, I mean, it's his job to be nice to the guest, but he has no obligation to like literally do anything you ask of him, even if it's just a menial task. Like if you clog the toilet, you don't hand him the plunger and just tell him to handle it. And he really does not like being told this, dude. He really wanted his cousin to be his servant. And instead of just kind of accepting the fact that like, oh, I've been mean to my cousin, maybe I took things too far and misunderstood it, he decides to do what he thinks is going to get this big reaction. He's like, this trip has sucked. I hate it here. And he like storms off and goes upstairs, right? And everybody's kind of making fun of him for being dramatic because it was just unnecessary to, you know, attack your aunt for like not letting you use your cousin as a slave and then storm off like, okay, yeah, they're the bad guys. The reason you hate it here is because no one's just doing everything you want to do. That's called a normal situation, man. So whatever, that's the night before Thanksgiving. So the next morning, it's officially Thanksgiving. Everybody's hyped to eat some stuffing, turkey, whatever. But his cousin, after the last night, is just refusing to come out of his room. He's like, no, you guys don't know how to treat a guest in your home, so I refuse to come out and eat Thanksgiving with you. I have no desire to be with a family that would treat me like that. You know, just being way over the top. And obviously the subscriber that sent this in is like, whatever, let him sit in the room and starve, who cares? But the rest of the family feels bad and, you know, is trying to like get him to come out. His mom tries, his dad tries, aunt, uncle, his siblings, everybody's trying, and it's just not working. Like, he is furious at the fact that he got told no by his aunt. He's furious at the fact that his cousin just isn't doing everything he's saying, and he's just refusing to come out. And, you know, when everyone's trying to get you to come out and calm down and you just refuse, it starts to be on you, especially on a holiday. So, whatever, by his own decision, he just decides to spend the entire day locked in that little room, pissed off, just stewing about how, like, my cousin is the worst person to ever exist, and if I get the chance, I shall slay him with a sword like a dragon, you know, just like being an absolute weenie. So I think in his mind, he was like, this is a super good play to make everyone feel bad for me. In his mind, if he spent all day in there upset, everyone would get more sympathy. But it kind of had the exact opposite effect, which should be obvious to basically everybody else. Like, in his mind, everyone was going to be really, really upset that he wasn't spending the day with them on Thanksgiving. But in reality, they were more just annoyed with the fact he was being so dramatic over this and hiding from the rest of the family, and then also making fun of him because it was so over the top. Like, no one was upset about it more than just kind of being like, well, that's annoying. So whatever, the food is about to get served, and they've left him alone for a while, but his mom is like, will you please go try to get your cousin out of the room? So whatever, it's Thanksgiving. He goes, he knocks on the door, and he's like, hey man, listen, I know you've been in here, you've been mad all day, I understand that you don't want to come down, but the food's about to get served, you only get to eat Thanksgiving once a year, so, you know, I would recommend coming down and maybe eating some food. No one's mad at you, we can just drop this whole thing and get over it. Which is the nice thing to do. He obviously doesn't like his cousin very much, but he's at least trying to patch things up so everyone can have a good holiday dinner. But instead of a nice response from the other side of the door, all he hears is, what did I tell you about talking to me, dude? I told you that I hate you and to leave me alone. Like, I don't like you. And so, you know, he's like, all right, man, really? He starts to argue with him a little bit between the door. He's like, all right, man, I didn't really want you to come eat down here anyways, but like, fine. If that's how you're gonna be, you're gonna continue to be snarky, then be like that. You don't have to come eat dinner with us, like, whatever. And the cousin's like, oh, yeah, you don't want me there in the first place, see? So why did you come ask me? And he goes, because your mom asked me to, dude. I did not want to come ask you this. The family's pressuring me to. If you don't want to come, then you don't want to come. Trust me, I don't care. You're the one missing out on Thanksgiving dinner. Like, it's your loss. At the end of the day, if you don't want to come eat, that's on you. And he kind of goes silent for a second. I think in his mind, he thought his cousin was going to cave and be like, no, please come eat with us, please. But he's just not having any of it. He's like, no, fine, then don't eat. Like, that's on you, whatever. And after the silence, he's probably on the other side trying to think about what his next move should be to make sure that it's as, like, dramatic as humanly possible. And so he decides that the best course of action after hearing that, like, fine, miss out on the food, I don't care, is to just scream. And he just decides to start screaming, Thanksgiving is for losers! And he yells it 3 times, just like as loud as humanly possible. Crank the volume to 11 on the amp, play the chord. That's basically how loud this dude was screaming, Thanksgiving is for losers, to the point where the entire house hears it and they come to figure out what's going on because they're curious. And so at this point, most of the hallway is like full of the family, right? The family's crammed into the hallway near the door, and they're not really like saying anything to him. His parents are talking, asking him to please come out. You know, it's not that serious. Stop yelling. You're interrupting the family time. And once again, his parents trying to help him, cousins, all of that, he just decides to yell again. Like, oh, the entire family's in the hallway. We'd really like you to come out. Thanksgiving is for losers. And so he's just screaming it. And at this point, his grandparents are getting upset, you know. They're like, why is he doing this? He's ruining the holiday. His mom's getting embarrassed because it's like a situation where you never want to be the parent of the kid who's ruining Thanksgiving screaming for no reason. And so his dad is also getting embarrassed, and he decides that he's had enough. So he just kind of pounds on the door, and he's like, we're done. Open the door now. This is ridiculous. Stop screaming. You're embarrassing your mother and I. Open the door. And of course, he's just like, no, I'm not going to open the door. And now, instead of just screaming Thanksgiving is for losers, him and his dad start to like yell at each other through the door. And it starts off pretty normal, you know, just like your typical, oh, well, you always enforce rules that don't make sense. But then it gets ugly. Out of nowhere, his cousin from the other side of the door starts to be like, this is why mom doesn't love you anymore. Just like pure rage, screaming at his dad through the door. And the entire family is listening to this entire thing. It's like an episode of Jerry Springer, but instead of not knowing who the people are, it's your family and they're in the hallway next to your bedroom instead of, you know, like anywhere else on a studio where you aren't. And the family is just listening to all of this in shocked silence because there really isn't a way to react to that, right? Like, you know the scenes in Ratatouille when a human walks in and all the rats are cooking and they all just like freeze and turn and look? And that's basically the look on the family's face as this kid is just tearing into his dad. And the dad is like, I don't care, I've had enough, that's it, like, stop it now. And I guess the yelling wasn't enough. He had worked himself into enough of a frenzy that he's had to start breaking stuff. And the only reason that the family and anyone knows that he starts breaking stuff is they hear things start breaking through the door in the other room. Like they hear, you know, some shattering. They hear a really heavy object falling and hitting the ground. It sounds like he's just being a Tasmanian devil in the room that he's in, right? Keep in mind, it's not their house. It's not his room. It's the subscriber's guest room. So if he is going ham breaking everything in there, it's not his stuff to break. Like, regardless, you should never go ham breaking stuff in your house. It's just not a very good move. You know, every gamers have rage throwing a controller. You shouldn't be breaking stuff that you don't own, though. Like, if you're at your friend's house and you throw his controller out the window, that's just kind of not a very swag move, in my opinion. But his dad starts hearing this breaking, and it's not his house, so he decides to kick down the door. Keep in mind, not their door. So this entire situation has just kind of destroyed the subscriber's house. And so he kicks down the door and kind of like storms in, and at that point all the adults rush into the room, and the subscriber doesn't really have a clear view of what's going on for a bit, which is fair, you know, but after a bit they come out, and like the cousin and his dad go down one hallway, and he gets a look into the room, and it's almost like this kid had just had a strategy for how to do this, dude. Literally everything is broken. Like, everything is broken, and it's the guest room. So at least it wasn't his cousin's room, you know? That could have been worse. He could have walked into like a smashed Xbox, a couple monitors. Instead, he just decided to trash the guest room. Not that it's much better in any way, shape, or form, but like, you have to look on the bright side. But like I said, it was almost like his cousin had developed a strategy for how he was going to destroy this room before he started doing it, because everything is affected. He smashed some lamps. He had pulled the TV off the dresser onto the floor, and it was an older TV because, you know, guest room, so it was heavy, so it had like broken under its own weight from the fall. He had flipped over the mattress, kicked a hole in one of the like nightstand cabinet doors, that, you know, the nightstands that have like a cabinet on them. He had kicked a hole in it. And obviously, it's just insane. So he starts to storm after his cousin because he's pissed off. And he gets there, and it's his uncle, his dad, him, and his cousin. And he's like, "Why did you do this to my house? You destroyed my guest room. Why would you do that?" And he's just sitting there with like this smug smile on his face. It's not like he feels bad. It's not like he's like, "Listen, that got out of control. I don't know what happened." And he just looks at his uncle and goes, "I don't know. I just really don't like Thanksgiving." Yeah, that's a valid excuse, bro. You know, if you just don't like a holiday, just destroy somebody's house. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Who needs to like not break stuff just because you don't like Christmas? "Oh man, I hate 4th of July. So you just crash your car into an Arby's? Like, what? Alright guys, I'm going to interrupt the video for just 1 second. If you take a look at your screen now, you'll see a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away in every video I post to say thanks to y'all for subscribing and turning on notifications. So if you haven't already, you should. And yeah, I'd appreciate it if you already do. You're a G. And while I've got your attention, be sure to press the like button. Otherwise, no joke, no scam, your mom's a hoe. I'll get back to it now. Bye. And at that point, everybody is just ashamed of the guy. His parents, the aunts, the uncles, grandma, grandpa, everybody kind of overhears the "I just don't like Thanksgiving." And at that point, like, there's just really not much that you can do other than just ask them to leave, right? You know, I understand Thanksgiving's a holiday. Holidays are about keeping the family together. But if someone just went and destroyed your guest room, you're allowed to ask him to leave. So sure enough, the subscriber's dad is like, "You guys just can't stay. I'm sorry. I appreciate you coming out here to try to do Thanksgiving, but your son destroyed my house. I don't really want him here, so you guys gotta go." Which, you know, all in all is not the spirit of Thanksgiving, but the spirit of Thanksgiving also isn't destroying your family's property. So I would probably do the same thing. If my cousin decided to start like trying to destroy my house, I'm just kicking him out. I'm not dealing with that. And to make this worse, up until this point in the story, I'm like, what? This has got to be like a 13, 14-year-old kid with some anger issues? No. Apparently his cousin is like a junior in college, so it's an adult that had just had this temper tantrum. And listen, even if you're a 9-year-old, it's not okay to destroy your relative's guest room. It's never all right, but it's especially not okay if you're an adult. Like, what? This guy's about to graduate college and get a job being in charge of something? Who's gonna hire the guy that decides to go Operation Rambo on his uncle's guest room television? But whatever, at that point, you know, he's arguing with his brother, the parents of the kids, right? So like the two siblings. They start arguing because the dad of the spoiled kid is like, "Come on, you're gonna kick us out on Thanksgiving? That's messed up." And obviously the dad whose property just got destroyed is like, "Yeah, I'm kicking you out on Thanksgiving. You destroyed my house on Thanksgiving." And usually when people are arguing, things get heated, but when you're arguing with your sibling, things get heated much quicker. And so the dads, being siblings, start to beef very, very quickly and start to, you know, insult each other, get heated. They start saying things about each other's wives, all that good stuff. And there's this lull, and he's like, "Whatever, you're a horrible brother if you're willing to kick your siblings out on Thanksgiving. Like, do you have any idea how messed up this is?" And he goes, "How messed up I am, dude? At least I didn't raise a kid that's the Tasmanian devil on other people's property. I'll take being messed up all day. At least I didn't mess up my kids."
And so, they start trying to fight at that point. The wives get between them and hold them apart, which is it's just siblings being siblings. It's like a little brother fight, but they're just 40 instead of 8. And so at that point, the family, the spoiled family, is like tail between the legs, trying to just get out of there and save face as much as humanly possible. Not that it's very easy to save face when you're responsible for ruining Thanksgiving in the first place, but they try to do the classic, like, you can't fire me, I quit move. And they're like, fine, we're leaving, but we're only leaving because we don't want to spend our Thanksgiving with you guys. So we're not leaving because you want us to leave, because we wouldn't do that. So just know that we are leaving, but we're not leaving because of you. And obviously everybody's like, all right. They take the time to explain it like that. So, okay, fine, leave. Like, you're still giving us what we want, even though you're pretending it's not what we want. And they go and they storm out, and for like 2 minutes after they leave, the rest of the family is literally just sitting in silence, right? Nobody knows what to say, nobody knows what to do, nobody wants to be the person that like moves first and goes and says something. And after sitting in silence for a while, they hear like a thing in the kitchen, like a timer go ding, because the food was supposed to be served relatively quickly. That's why he was going to get his cousin. Obviously, this had taken like 10 minutes, so everything was ready now. And instead of the ding kind of remembering everyone that like it's a somber occasion and we should be sad, they decide to just roll with it because the grandpa of the family, who's the dad of both the guys that are fighting, goes, well, let's not waste the food. That was annoying. And everybody's like, all right, bet. And they just go to the kitchen and started eating the Thanksgiving dinner. I'm just saying, man, if the family doesn't even care that much that you weren't there for Thanksgiving because you were being so dramatic, you probably were the problem, dude. Like, if nobody was like, I sure do miss him, then you guys probably were not very swag to be around, especially if grandpa didn't care. I feel like grandparents are usually the people that are like, come on, guys, just get along. We can do this. We're family. If even grandpa's like, who cares that they left? Let's just eat. Then you've got to be on the wrong side of the situation. But of course, it just couldn't end there. Instead of just letting it slide, everybody forgetting it, spoiled kid and his family ended up going home. And instead of just making their own Thanksgiving dinner, they decide to get on the internet and start posting on Facebook about how horrible their family is and how they were just betrayed and kicked out on Thanksgiving. And they just can't believe that people would be that cold to their family. And obviously a lot of the comments are sympathizing with them because, they don't really know what's going on. And the subscriber doesn't have Facebook because it's for 80-year-olds, but all the adults in his family do. So sure enough, it starts this Thanksgiving flame war while everyone's still at his house like eating pie, where they're all just having this flame off in the comment section under this post, arguing about who did what and who should have been kicked out and who shouldn't have. And now it's just caused this huge issue in the family. And even the grandma and grandpa were like on their Facebook accounts involved, arguing with people in the comments. And you know that your family drama is getting a little bit too juicy when even grandma has to hop on the Facebook account and get involved. I've never understood why people do this so much, dude. Like, I would never want to post my family drama on Facebook and like tag them in it and get everybody involved. This just sounds like literally asking to be on an episode of Jerry Springer, which I don't think anyone wants. You shouldn't be on the internet flexing the fact that your son destroyed your brother's guest room. I just feel like that's something you might want to keep on the down low, but hey, to each their own. Yeah, my son destroyed an entire guest room in 3.7 seconds flat, so I don't want to hear anything about what you guys have been going through. Regardless, if I had to boil this down into one lesson, I like to do that with my videos. I would say, remember, Thanksgiving is for losers. Seriously though, that'll do it for the video. If you enjoyed, be sure to press the like button. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. I'd really appreciate it. Beyond that, you can check out the intro song. Link's gonna be in the description, along with a link to my podcast, The Scuffed Cast, or you could use code Scrubby at the G Fuel checkout. Great way to get discounted on G Fuel and help me out. It would be very much appreciated. Last but certainly not least, I did go ahead and put some of my story times up on Spotify, so that way you guys can listen to them offline without gameplay, whatever you prefer. I'll put that link at the top of the description, but be sure to go check it out. And yeah, on that note, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot, and hopefully I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Scrubby here, back again with another video. Hope you guys are having a great day. I know I am. And today, I've got an absolute banger for you. you guys. It's a story that I kind of forgot about until my mom reminded me of it, about this kid I knew in like 2nd grade whose parents were nuts and thought that video games were literally made by Satan. Yeah, that's right. He's sitting down there in that burning inferno and was like, man, I really want to play some Fortnite. Either way, I thought you guys would enjoy it, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. Before we get into it, press the like button or no joke, no scam. You will be hacked by a very dangerous group of bronies. Yeah, that's right. You don't want that to happen, so press the like button. Here is yesterday's comment of the day, and without further ado, let's hop into it. All right, so like I said, this is a story time from when I was younger, and my friend had absolutely psycho parents. And it's one of those things where, like, you don't realize it at the time. When you're 8, you don't really pick up too much on the world around you. So at the time, I was like, wow, his parents are kind of weird, but in retrospect, it's like they were just straight up psycho. For example, the only time I ever went to his house, this is really weird. Like, I have no clue, unless someone's a werewolf or something. They had locks on the outside of their interior doors. Like, you know, the interior doors in the house that open outward? There was something that could prevent that from being opened. And listen, I'm not saying that's guaranteed to be something weird, but why are you locking people in their rooms inside the house? Like I said, the only logical explanation, one of you is a werewolf. It's the full moon. You gotta make sure he can't escape. But like that type of level of psycho parent where you're just not really sure what's going on, the entire situation's just mad uncomfortable. But regardless, the friend that I had, I'm gonna name him Brent for the purpose of this story, and Brent was not psycho. Brent was actually one of the coolest dudes I've ever met, and to this day, one of the funniest people I've ever talked to. It was a long time ago, but I remember every time I would like hang out with this dude or go to recess with the dude, I would be crying, laughing like the entire time. Dude was just a natural at making people laugh. And so, because we were just really good friends, we would hang out all the time. We would talk about video games. We both liked Sly Cooper, because that was my game at the time. Shout out to the logo on the channel, you know, but like we would just talk about PS2 games, make jokes, goof off. It was a great time. He was like my best friend in that class. And so one day, he's like, hey, do you want to come over? And of course I was like, you know what, Brent? We've been boys. We've been boys for a while. It's time we be boys outside of school too. Let's hang out, pal. Like, I know, you know that like weird transition the first time you hang out with somebody outside of school, outside of work. You're like, okay, we're real friends now. Like, this isn't just like a school friend type of thing. So his parents like gave an invite for me to give to my parents, inviting us all over for dinner, because I guess I was one of Brent's like best friends at school. And so my parents say yes, and we're good to go. We're gonna go hang out, you know, a little play date for lack of a better word. And when my mom says yes, I'm hyped, because at the time, my mom didn't say yes to a ton. Like, my parents both work really hard, so they don't have a ton of free time to be like going and hanging out and taking me places and whatnot. So when my mom said yes, like we can go hang out, I was hyped, dude. It felt like my first Fortnite victory royale. I'm like doing the floss in the kitchen. Yo, let's go, huge W. And the entire week before I went to hang out at Brent's, he's hyping up his house, telling me how sick it is. Apparently, this dude has a water slide. When he tells me he has a water slide, I'm like, hold on, pause. You have a water slide, bro? This might be the coolest thing I've ever heard. I know a lot of you who grew up in like really cold climates where it snows a lot and stuff are like, oh, water slide, that's only fun for like 2 months out of the year. Yeah, well, it would still be fun. 2, it's a water slide. B, or C, I guess, not 2. I went from numbers to letters. That was confusing. I lived in Las Vegas. It's just hot there, like a lot. So if someone's got a sick pool and like a sick water slide, that's dope. And that has nothing to do with why I was his friend. You know, I didn't even really know that at the time. He's telling me all this because, like, I'm about to go over to his house. But I'm getting more and more excited to hang out there, dude. I'm imagining this sick house with a dope pool. He's mentioned he has an arcade before. Like, he's got a water slide. This is sick. And it didn't matter what his house was like. That had nothing to do with it. It just so happened that he was hyping it up. I wasn't going up to him and being like, hey, man, what's your house like? I want to make sure it's dope enough for me to go hang out there. Like, that was never at all my intention. He's just telling me all this because, like, I don't know. Sometimes you like to hype stuff up to people, obviously. Like, oh, man, it's going to be such a great time. Like, that was kind of the vibe. So, all of a sudden, though, the day before I'm supposed to go over there, his entire demeanor changes. It goes from, like, super excited, super hype. Bro, you got to see my water slide. It's the coolest thing ever. Blah. To just almost depression. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. He's acting mad weird. He's not being funny. And he's like, hey, my parents are a little weird. You don't have to come. And I'm like, all right, man. Well, your parents can't be that weird. Like, you're a cool guy. They can't be that much different than you. And, like, if you really don't want me to come over, I won't. But, you know, it'll be fun. Like, where you have a water slide. And he reluctantly is like, okay, but you can't be mad at me if my parents are weird. And at the time, you know, at 8 years old, you're like, okay, man, I don't know what that even means. How would would your parents be weird? In my mind, every parent is just a parent. I didn't even think about them as like people at that point. When you're 8 years old, I feel like your mom and dad are just like your mom and dad. I hadn't done all the math and been like, oh, they're just like me, but older. Anyways, the day comes, my parents and I hop in the car, drive to his house, and before we even go in and start interacting with his family, there's this sign in the yard. And the sign is a little concerning. I thought it was a joke at first. The sound of joy is not permitted on the premise. Like, that's what the sign said, word for word. And even my dad thought it was a joke. He pointed it out and was like, oh, that's a funny yard sign. Everyone thought it was a meme because why would you put a sign in your front yard being like, no fun allowed? It's just kind of a weird thing to put the sign for. You know, I'm used to people putting signs in their yard about like who to vote for, their security company. Never seen one that's like no fun allowed or we will beat you with a tube sock. Like, I've never seen that before. So whatever, assuming it's not serious, we still go up and we knock on the door. And the second the door opens, it's like whoever's on the other side is an energy vampire. I can almost feel the like fun and excitement being drained from my body like a lifesteal move from a video game. And his dad is standing there, and I can only describe his dad as looking like the most, imagine someone that likes watching C-SPAN. That's a good way to describe what he looks like. For those of you that don't know what C-SPAN is, it's live footage of Congress talking about stuff for hours. And it's broadcasted and it's important, but if like that's your favorite show, you're probably a pretty boring person. And this guy just looked like he loved C-SPAN. He probably had a foam finger with like a senator's name on it, like just super hyped about really boring stuff. And he looks at us and he's like, salutations, please enter, but remember that this is a calm home. And I walk in and I don't really know what to expect when somebody's like, this is a calm home, please keep it chill. But calm was not the right word. It was more unsettling and like scary. There's no decorations in the house at all. They all live there and there is not a single decoration. And I'm not even talking about like a placemat or a flower or whatever. Like, who cares? You don't need a decorative vase, right? There's no pictures. There's no decorations. There's not a lot of furniture. There's literally a couch, a kitchen table, and there is nothing else in this home. And I've never seen a house like this. I'm confused as can be. My parents are as confused as can be. It's not every day you walk into a house that's like, no joy allowed, and there's no furniture or anything. And so his dad must have picked up on like my family's confusion, because he starts to explain that, you know, they just don't really feel like joy is a great thing in life, so they've gotten rid of all these possessions to make sure that they can't feel it anymore. And my family is like, all right, well, okay, that's a little different. But as we're talking to his dad, Brent comes down the stairs. And so I'm like, Brent, bro, let's go hang out. Blah, 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 let's talk about video games. And so we go hang out and we're just like talking about life and video games and just making jokes, like whatever you do when you hang out with your friends. It's nothing insane. And we start like trying to hang out, and I'm really confused because Brent is just not vibing. It's like sometimes he'll have fun, but the second he starts having fun, he stops and starts like looking over his shoulder to make sure no one's watching him have fun, which is weird. If you've never seen someone do that, it's not obvious that they're doing it until you're like watching them do it, and you're like, what are you doing? Why every time that you start to laugh do you look like you're just terrified? So eventually I ask him what's up. I'm like, dude, what is going on? You're acting like you're on the Silent Library TV show, like what's the deal? And he says that he's not allowed to be funny around his parents. And I'm like, all right, well, why not? And he starts to explain that his parents just don't like things that like cause laughter or fun, which has got to be a depressing way to live life. And I'm a little confused because there's no TV, no video games anywhere. So I ask him like, dude, you talk about video games all the time. Like, what's the deal with that? Like, what's going on? And apparently he had a neighbor whose house he would go over to, and he's like, oh, I play video games there. That's how I learned everything about it, but I can't tell my parents because they found out I was playing video games one time and I was grounded for like 2 months. And that sounds awful. That just sounds terrible. So I'm kind of like, man, that sucks. And then I start thinking, I'm like, all right, well, not in a bad way, but like, you mentioned you have a water slide. Like, what's the deal with that? If your parents hate joy, like if they hate fun, then what's the deal with the water slide? And he walks over and he opens the blind, and sure enough, there's a pool in their backyard, and there is a water slide connected to the pool. But that's even more confusing to me because it's like, okay, no joy allowed. We're drawing the line. We get one couch, we get one coffee table, we get one kitchen table, nothing else. No pictures. Our son's not allowed to have fun. The sound of laughter we're basically allergic to. It's the most disgusting thing we've ever heard. But we have a pool with a water slide. I'm not saying water slides are pure joy, but if you're somebody that hates fun, like you draw the line at anyone enjoying themselves, get out.
Really weird thing to have invested your money in. But as we're looking at this water slide and I'm getting confused about this situation and Brent's explaining to me that his parents hate fun, we start hearing a commotion from like the living room where all of our parents are. All right, what's going on, guys? On screen now is a gift card code. For those of you that don't know, I give one of these away every single video as a way to say thank you to you guys for subscribing and turning on those notifications. So if you haven't already, subscribe, turn on those noties. If you already do, then you're an absolute legend. And without further ado, let's get back to the video. But we hear this commotion from upstairs, and what we hear is, "You let Ryan play video games?" And it's like, uh-oh, the secret is out, everybody. The family that hates fun just found out that I have fun sometimes. So Brent and I look at each other and we run back upstairs, and I walk in and my mom is looking confused, sitting down at like the only table in the room, right? And his mom is standing up, like yelling at my mom over the table, finger in face, the whole shebang. And so my dad kind of like goes to, he doesn't push them apart, but kind of goes to like put himself between them by like leaning between them in his chair and is like, all right, like let's just calm down. What's wrong with playing video games? And I think that that's really not that bad of a sentence, but apparently Brent's dad just decided that that was too far. How dare anyone say what's wrong with video games? Because his dad hops up with the rage of just an angry WWE wrestler and goes, "Everything!" Okay, bro, I didn't realize everything about video games was wrong, but go off. And so now my dad's getting yelled at in the face by his dad. And my dad is like, "Listen, dude, don't yell at me. Don't yell at my wife. Like, we're adults, don't yell at us." Which I think is more than fair if you're both adults. Even when I was a kid, like, I'm not gonna let anyone scream at me, period. If you got a problem, then like we can talk it out. But if you think I'm gonna sit here and let another grown man scream at me, you're out your mind. So whatever, now our parents start arguing back and forth, because it's like you're being disrespectful at this point. Like, you're screaming at me, like you're A, in charge of me, and B, like we just met for the first time, bro. Like, don't yell at me, don't be like everything. So they're arguing back and forth, and while they're arguing, Brent's mom is just shrieking over and over again, like a broken parrot. You know how parrots just repeat one thing over and over? Like, that was the vibe. "Video games are for Satan. Video games are for Satan." Like, over and over. And his dad just keeps being like, yeah, like a hype man, dude. Together, they're not making a whole lot of sense. They just keep saying things over and over. And my parents are like trying to reason with them and be logical, but that doesn't work when someone's just screaming video games are for Satan. And what does video games are for Satan even mean? Like, you're telling me that Satan is a gamer? He doesn't strike me as that type of guy. I don't know him personally. I've never talked to the dude, never spent time around him, but I'm just going to assume that he's not spending a bunch of time on CSGO. Imagine he is just secretly a gamer, dude. He's trying to talk trash. You know, he hops on the microphone after getting killed and teabagged in Call of Duty, and he's like, "I am Satan, do not attack my player character." And the entire lobby just starts roasting him back. Like, listen, man, if you are Satan, then you're absolute garbage. You're an absolute donkey tier player, dude. You're awful. You're horrible. Shut up, Satan Games 826. Who are you? Your gamer tag has more numbers in it than a phone number, boy. Like, you would just get eaten alive. So whatever. I love the idea that, like, he's just online trying to play Call of Duty and getting obliterated by everybody. But at that point, dude, like, the arguments just spiraled out of control. It's really just getting intense. So my dad looks at me and my mom looks at me and my dad and is like, "Let's go." So I'm not gonna argue. I'm 8. When my parents say go, I don't have many options. I can't drive myself, and on top of it, this was very uncomfortable. So we go and we get in the car, and like my parents just start ranting. Not that they were trying to talk trash. I think they were just kind of talking to each other about how crazy that situation was. But apparently they had started talking about the house, you know, and just trying to have conversation, and they were not having it. It was like pulling teeth. His dad just kept bringing up video games like over and over and over again. And my parents didn't really understand why he kept bringing it up. So eventually they were like, "Yeah, Ryan has a PlayStation and he plays games from time to time." And the second that they had said, like, "Yeah, he plays video games from time to time," his dad had just started losing it. He was like, "How dare you? Do you have any idea how bad of an influence gaming is going to be on your son?" It'd be one thing if you're letting like an 8-year-old play Call of Duty, right? I can understand looking at that and being like, man, that's not fantastic parenting. Even if that is the case, A, none of your business. B, like, I just feel like arguing with somebody about how they raise their kids a really bad idea. I feel like that never goes well. But it wasn't even Call of Duty. It wasn't even a violent video game, dude. I was playing Sly Cooper. If you've never played Sly Cooper and you look it up after this video,
most G-rated game of all time. Like E for everyone to a T. The most violence in it is you smack someone with a cane, but it's a cartoon and you're a raccoon master thief fighting a robot owl. Like, it's very clearly a disconnect. I didn't think that that was reality. I know a lot of people that don't like video games are like, it desensitizes you to violence. At no point when I was playing Sly Cooper was I like, man, I should go hit people with a cane. That thought never crossed my mind, but whatever. So they're talking in the car back and forth, and they look at me and they're like, well, is Brent like that at school? Like, how did you guys even become friends if he hates video games? And so I start to explain that he's super cool. He's not like that at all. He likes video games. He's really funny. Like, I don't know what that was. I wasn't expecting that. So my parents drop it. We go home. It was weird, but whatever. But the next day at school, I walk in and Brent walks in. And I look at him and I say, hey, I didn't want to have any problems. Like, I'm not going to blame him for his parents being nuts because I don't feel like he's in charge of his parents. Like, as the kid, there's really only so much you can do if your parents aren't cool. So I just said hey to him and he's like, hey man, can we talk? And of course I'm like, yeah, of course. And he just says, I'm really sorry. Like, that was crazy. I don't know what happened. And I'm not mad about it. If anything, it was like funny. I don't want to go back over to his house or anything, but like, I don't hate him for it. And so I'm like, dude, don't even sweat it. Like, we're all good. It's not bad. And I also was imagining trying to live in a house where like you really love something and your parents think it's the most evil thing in the planet. It's like going back to the 60s and loving rock and roll. And your parents are like, that rock and roll music's gonna turn you into a deadbeat loser. You know, just that would be unfortunate. And then he starts to tell me something that surprises me even more. He's like, I'm going to be honest with you, they weren't like this a year ago. And that's really confusing to me. You're telling me in the last year they just decided to get rid of all their furniture and start hating everything that causes joy? And he tells me that about a year ago, his dad had found this like AM radio station that broadcasted a bunch of conspiracies. And that's not bizarre. Like, that's not unheard of. It's weird to listen to, but there's a ton of those. That's not uncommon. But this particular one had said that they needed to get rid of like basically everything they own but the radio because it was poisoning their brain and making them look at things differently. And at first his dad was like, this nuts. But all of a sudden, one day he comes home and like gets rid of everything but the couch, the kitchen table, and the radio. And then this AM radio guy starts going off about how like video games were invented by Satan to try to poison the brain of like every American, and the devil himself invented all video games, which is a wild conspiracy theory, dude. But at that point, if you've already thrown away all your furniture because you believe this crap, maybe you're in too deep. You just don't want to admit to yourself that this is starting to get weird. And I didn't really realize how weird all this all was until like looking back on it later. Because at the time, I'm 8, dude. I don't, like, it was weird then, but like 8-year-olds don't care. You know, my reaction as he's telling me this is like, whoa, dude, that's crazy. What am I supposed to do? I'm 8 years old. You want me to get your dad out of a cult? I'm not going to do anything, dude. But anyways, he finishes that explanation and I'm like, yeah, that's unfortunate, but we can still be friends. It's all good. And nothing was really weird after that for that day. We're hanging out. But the next day, there was a little bit of an incident that was like, all right, man. Like, I don't know if I can be super tight with you anymore. He comes in and hands me this envelope and it has my parents' name on it. And I'm like, what's this? And he says that his parents had written a letter to my parents and that I should give it to him. And it's sealed. I don't know what it says. And I'm like, listen, dude, I'm not going to give this to my parents unless I can read it because I don't know what it says. So I'm going to read it. And he's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just give it to your parents. And I'm like, all right, like I won't do it right now, but I'm not giving this to my parents unless I read it. I was very open about it. When you get a letter from a crazy person, probably best, to just like vet it first. So I don't read it at school that day. I get on the bus on the way home and I open this letter and like, boy, oh boy, was it absolutely nuts. It's the dad outlining his conspiracy. And it's been a really long time. I don't remember every detail. I remember bits and pieces, but it was basically going off about how like TV poisons your brain and turns you into a zombie. But we're not talking about like a metaphorical zombie. You know, it turns you into a zombie. You can't focus on anything. No, he was writing about how your body literally like transforms and comes back to life if you watch TV as a zombie. Somehow everyone that watches TV is a zombie and we're just all magically unaware. And even me, an 8-year-old reading it on the bus is like, well, this is nuts. This is actually bonkers. I have no clue what he's saying. So I get to the end of the letter, and there's something even more surprising. He starts going off about how my parents need to know that me, Ryan, I am a werewolf, which was news to me. I wish I had some super cool powers like that. Unfortunately, I have a 100% lack of magic powers, but he starts saying that like I'm a werewolf and my parents need to understand how to parent a werewolf because they're doing it wrong. And I just threw the letter away, bro. I wasn't gonna give that to my parents. Are you guys nuts? Like, oh yeah, remember that dude who was screaming at you and like almost fought you because you said video games are not Satan? He wrote a letter saying that you guys are terrible parents. We're all gonna turn into real zombies. Like we're going to die and come back to life. And on top of that, I'm a werewolf. I wasn't gonna give that to my parents. And I didn't like avoid Brent after that. I just kind of was like, all right, man, we're not gonna be best friends anymore. And I don't blame him for having crazy parents. It's out of his control. But I didn't want to be in a situation where like I'm just constantly getting these insane letters from his dad to deliver to my parents that are delivered through Brent. Like I just wanted nothing to do with that. And on top of that, next year we were in different classes, so we just couldn't see each other a ton anyways. But yeah, that's the story of Brent in video games for Satan. If you like the first story of today's video, be sure to press the like button. I've got a lot more for you guys today though, so don't leave.
All right, so this next one is just something crazy that I witnessed way back in the day of the peak of like CSGO gambling, which in retrospect, I can't believe ever was allowed to go on as long as it did. Like at the time, don't get it twisted, I was placing skins on coin flip websites like there was no tomorrow. But in retrospect, it's like, oh, they were just encouraging gambling. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, CSGO is this video game, the one with the knife where I flip it around and slide from thing to thing. That game. And those skins have real world value. Like you can sell them for real money. And in like 2016, 2017, before it got banned, there was all these websites that popped up that were like, you can gamble and bet on CSGO games, you can bet on coin flips, but instead of using real money, you're using the skins. If you're following why this is stupid, the skins cost real money. You're just gambling with real money with extra steps where you're pretending that it's not real money. I digress though. My friend was super into CSGO gambling. And like I said, I had done it. It was stupid. Gambling's bad. Don't do it. I live in Las Vegas. They keep building casinos for a reason. It's not because you're going to win at gambling. Anyways though, we were in like a call way back then and he's sharing his screen and he had built himself up a pretty cool CSGO inventory, probably worth like $5-6 grand. And he had done all of this by like using coin flips. And this is everything you need to know about why gambling's horrible. Yeah, he had made $5 or $6 grand doing coin flips, but we're in this call and he starts being like, all right, I'm gonna play. So we're watching and I'm not saying anything. There's like a group of us in here and he starts gambling and he loses and he loses and he loses and he loses. And now he's down about $1,000 in the span of like 15 minutes. And I tell him, hey man, your luck's not that great right now, you should stop. But the other people in the call are like, no, win your money back. Worst idea on the planet. I'm not a financial advisor, okay? I've made some stupid financial decisions. Do not try to start winning your money back gambling. Like that is how you end up in a black hole, standing on a subway, thinking to yourself, like, how in the world did I manage to blow my entire life savings? It's because you were chasing losses, pal. Anyways, I tell him, don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. But he starts betting like $500 on each coin flip. And pretty soon, he's down to $3,000. He had managed to lose like $3 grand in the span of 20 minutes. And so we're telling him all now, like, stop, dude, stop. But he has that attitude of like, well, I'm going to win it back. Like, trust me, if I keep gambling, like, eventually I'll win it back. And that's just not how gambling works, dude. There's no guarantee that you're going to win the money back. The casino is very much enjoying the fact that you're giving them all your money, sorry. They're not going to give it back to you, bro. And like, sure, it's a game of chance, but you get what I'm saying. If your luck is horrible, there's no reason it's going to magically become good and you're going to win $1 bajillion. I know a lot of people will be like, well, you have a 50% chance of getting it every time. So if you do it eventually, I mean, kind of, but statistics don't really work like that. It's a 50% chance every time. The odds don't increase the longer you haven't won. The odds of winning stay the exact same. You just play the game a lot more for a lot more of a cost. Whether you spend 25 cents or $100 on a slot machine, your odds of winning the jackpot each time you pull is the same. Yes, you have more chances at winning a jackpot if you spend more money, but like if you don't win for 99 spins, it's not like that 100th spin is a 100% guarantee. It's still 0.25% chance of hitting the jackpot. You've just given yourself a lot more 0.25%. Granted, this guy was doing coin flips, so it's literally heads or tails, but he's like, I'm gonna win the money back, trust.
and he goes all $3,000 that he has left on a coin flip. And I literally leave because I don't even want to watch. And all of a sudden the chat starts lighting up that like, oh, he lost it, he lost it, he lost it. And I could not believe it, dude. Like, I already didn't want to gamble, but some of the stuff I've seen people do in the name of gambling has made me very sure that I don't want to dabble my foot in it even a little bit, because he literally lost like $6,000 in 5 seconds gambling CSGO skins. And this last story time I think you guys will enjoy. It's from back when I was in high school, and when I was in high school, I loved Call of Duty. I think loving Call of Duty at the time I was in high school was pretty standard, but like me and all the boys would play after school till like 1 in the morning. Probably not the greatest idea in retrospect, but at the time I was having a blast, man. Maybe that's why my grades were so bad. Anyways, the new Call of Duty had just come out, and me and a few friends decided to like fake sick to stay home and play COD, and one of our friends just skipped school. We were like, dude, just, you know, ask your mom for the day off. His mom was super cool and would let him take school off for stuff like this. We were like, just ask. And for whatever reason, he was bent on like, I am just going to skip school and I'm going to get away with it. So whatever, we're home and we're playing COD and we're just like in an Xbox party chat, talking crap, doing whatever. It's like 11 a.m. My parents went to work. I just told them I didn't feel good. A lot of my friends did the same thing. So we're all just playing video games, having the time of our lives. It was right when, what was it? I can't remember what Call of Duty it was. It sucked after a while, but for the first 3 days, it was really fun. And we're playing, and all of a sudden, we hear him just go silent. And he's always one of the loudest guys in the party. And so someone asked, like, yo, dude, what's wrong? And all we hear is a whisper over the mic of like, I think my mom's home. And so we are laughing because it's hilarious that he thought he wasn't going to get caught. And so we're like, well, where are you? Like, you're whispering, but aren't you playing on the TV? And he tells us that he had ran and like hid in this closet that he had in this entertainment room in his house where they had all the blankets and stuff. And he's hiding in there, trying to make sure his mom doesn't see that he's home from school to play Call of Duty. And so he's sitting in the closet and he has his headset on. And we are laughing, like literally laughing, because we think this is funny. And I guess his headset was up so big that like the sounds coming out of the door, like he just had it up so loud, because we hear his mom being like, hello, is somebody here? And it's getting closer. And slowly but surely, we're like trying not to laugh, but we can't not laugh because the situation is so funny. Have you ever seen Silent Library? When you're not supposed to laugh, it gets a lot harder not to laugh. And so he's like, shut up. And we're like trying to shut up, but come on. And finally, we hear the door open and her just say his name. I'm going to call him Nathan for the video. Nathan, what are you doing here? And then we just hear da-dumph as like he leaves the party. And I think what he had done is, you know how on the Xbox controller, you can hold the Xbox button and turn off the console? He did that as soon as he got caught because he probably knew that he was going to get in trouble, but we think it's hilarious. And we keep waiting for him to get online again, and he just doesn't. And so the next day we go to school because, you know, we're not going to take all week off to play COD. We go to school and we're like, hey man, what happened? And he looks at us and he's like, dude, I don't have an Xbox anymore. My mom took it away for 2 months and snapped the disc of Call of Duty because I had stayed home from school to play it. And obviously that sucks. I'm not saying that's the greatest thing on the planet, but like, I don't know what you really expect your parents to do in that situation. They come home and you're skipping school to play Call of Duty. They probably would not want you to play Call of Duty anymore. But something about the fact that he was like trying to hide and keep it low key while sitting in a closet and like telling us to shut up was hilarious. You know what it reminded me of? Have you ever seen the first Pirates of the Caribbean where the pirates are coming and she's like hiding in the closet and then Captain Barbossa looks through the lock and he's like, hello, Polly. Similar to that, except without real stakes of being kidnapped by pirates. Just your mom getting mad at you because you're dumb and trying to stay home from school to play Call of Duty. But yeah. Anyways, guys, I think that's gonna do it for the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. This was a longer one, so if you enjoyed it, I'd really appreciate y'all taking a second to press the like button. Let me know in the comments section down below what your like craziest gaming story time is. I am curious. I know everybody that watches this channel probably at least plays some video games. At least I'm guessing. Maybe not. But if you got one, let me know in the comments section down below. And of course, if you're new, subscribe, turn on those notifications. I post videos often and I'd really appreciate the support. If you really want to help me out, I do post these as a podcast, on Apple, Spotify, wherever you watch podcasts. So you can check them out on there. And there's also the merch store down below. If you scroll, it'll show you all the merch I got. Feel free to check that out. But yeah, on that note, guys, don't get anyone pregnant. If you do, make sure they're hot. And I'll see you guys next time. I'm out. Peace.